Chapter 67. As Mikas said, he opened his hand, and a circle of flames appeared around Chenrue. This flame was different from the demonic fire in the great demon talent. Instead, it had the power of a terrifyingly high temperature. The circle quickly shrunk and wrapped him up. Chenrue only felt a sizzling sound coming from his skin. His clothes were all on fire, but the physical pain was secondary. Even the source of spiritual power, his soul, began to tremble. In addition to the 3 basic talents, ordinary great demons also have some mutated talents. This is my flame talent. Although it can't be compared with the powerful power of those mutated bloodlines, it has the power to destroy the soul. However, I won't burn you immediately. Slowly enjoy the double torture of your soul and body. It is definitely a memorable thing to be able to kill a royal family member with a flame talent. Soon, Chenrue's body was completely wrapped in flames. The mask on his face had begun to melt, but the most painful thing was the suffering in his soul. It was a horrifying feeling of being torn apart inch by inch. In intense and continuous pain, Chenrue felt that his consciousness was gradually blurring. Death was getting closer and closer. Is everything going to end? I'm not willing to accept it. There are too many things that I haven't completed. I still want to become a powerhouse and control my own destiny. Be careful. I haven't lived enough yet. That stubborn guy didn't even know how to say a decent word of concern. I believe that you will succeed. Although the smile of the thawing iceberg was only a glimpse, it was enough to be engraved in his heart. You have to be careful. The concern in the red pupil was real and intimate. Human brother, I'm not willing to accept it. I'm not willing to never hear these voices again. I'm not willing to never see these faces again. It's good for me. It's good for me. It's good for me. Stand up, Chenrue. Before the real death, I must not die in a cowardly manner. Will determine the body. Perhaps when it exceeds a certain limit, the body will also collapse, but so what? Chenrue's pupils, which were about to collapse, suddenly shot out a white light. Mikas noticed that the burning flame body actually stood up slowly. There was a faint white light in the crimson flame. You still have the power to struggle before death? Mikas increased the power of the flame. The fire was blazing and the surrounding ground was red. The white light gradually turned into the shape of a ball, and the flames seemed to be unable to envelop it. Mikas noticed that something was wrong. His figure flashed and punched out. The white light was actually like an entity, it was just slightly trembling. Mikas' body was ignited with demonic fire. He attacked the light ball like a storm, but he still couldn't break the white light. Seeing that the physical attack was ineffective, Mikas waved his hands and fully activated his flame talent under the buff talent. The crimson flame flourished and the white light ball gradually shrunk. The color also seemed to turn yellow under the effect of the flame. Despite that, Mikas's face became more and more dignified. There was a strong uneasiness in his heart. The shrinking of the ball of light was not entirely due to the damage of the flames. Instead, it seemed to be borrowing the pressure of the flames to break out of the cocoon of some kind of terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, Mikas's worries had become a reality. Boom! The light ball burst open fiercely, and a large dent suddenly appeared on the ground. The power of the flames was completely shattered and disappeared. Even Mikas didn't dare to face the huge impact of the explosion, so he teleported far away. The burst yellow light didn't dissipate, but it continued to expand. It extended for nearly 10 meters and wrapped the human body in the center. On the ground, with a yellow flame as the center, there was a huge pit full of broken soil and stones, as if some kind of meteorite had exploded. Mikas felt the pressure from the opponent, and he almost thought that it was his illusion. This is definitely not the power that intermediate demon possesses. Could it be the crazy shining yellow light gradually converged back to the human body in the center? Chenrue's initially white pupils also changed from a strange yellow back to black. Rui himself didn't understand the specific changes that happened in the moment of life and death just now. He only vaguely remembered that his body and soul were about to collapse in the terrifying flame. The bones, muscles, and even the light ball of Alkaid in the status bar suddenly shattered beyond the maximum load and turned into stardust. However, the powerful will to stand up at all costs made the shattered stardust not collapse, but it flowed in a special way. From this moment on, the demonic fire and attacks outside were no longer a threat, but a kind of training. In the training, the stardust flowed more skillfully. On the white light ball of Alkaid that returned to its original state, a new yellow light ball gradually appeared. A word faintly appeared in it. Fiend. When the yellow light ball was completely formed, the power that had been suppressed also burst out and broke out of the body. Rui seemed to have been reborn. His injuries were all recovered. An excitement in his heart was difficult to suppress. At the moment of life and death, just now, I finally broke through the Alkaid state. Is this the legendary resurrection with full HP on the spot? It's just that the clothes and masks are all burned. There is a serious suspicion of running naked. I should put on a cloak quickly. It's better than nothing. The status bar showed title, Star Leader Evolution Level, 2 stars experience value, 0% aura value, 3251 comprehensive strength assessment. Sure enough, the evolution level had reached 2 stars. It seemed that except for the initial evolution, the subsequent evolution didn't need that kind of long-term dormancy. His experience value returned to 0, and his aura value also decreased by 10,000. The title changed from Star Collector to Star Leader. Rui knew that time was tight, so he didn't have time to look at other changes in the Mizar state. He instantly entered the interface of the skill tree. The skill tree flashed with another layer, and there were 4 more skills. Damage Absorption, passive feature. Absorb 30% of the attack damage and transform it into aura. Camouflage, active skill. Free change of height and appearance. Cost 1 aura per minute. Deep Analysis, active skill. Deep data storage and analysis. Cost 10,000 auras per time. Duration 30 minutes. Aura Blade, active skill. Star power attack skill. The palm is specially strengthened like a sharp blade. Limited to 1 use per hour. Cost 20 auras per time. Duration 10 minutes. It can activate Destructive Aura Blow in the state of Aura Blade. Destructive Aura Blow, a group attack skill. Within a radius of 5 meters, all hostile creatures will be instantly divided by the high-speed sword aura. Cost 100 auras. Among the 4 skills, the one that interested Rui the most was naturally Aura Blade. This attack skill was different from Aurora Shot. It belonged to a close-range attack. It strengthened the palm into a sharp, blade-like weapon, and it could also launch an indiscriminate group attack like Destructive Aura Blow. The passive feature of Damage Absorption was also quite powerful, but he didn't have time to study it now because there was a big enemy in front of him. It's really surprising. Mikas only hesitated for a moment, then his gloomy voice sounded. You actually broke through to Higher Demon at the last moment. I must eliminate you today. Before Rui put on the mask, the voice was already in front of him in an instant. A powerful fist pressure came to his face. However, at this time, Rui's ability had a qualitative leap. He could clearly see Mikas' movements. It was completely different from the previous passive feeling after taking the drug. Rui moved his body to the side and actually moved a few meters away to dodge this punch. At this time, his body was filled with star power like a continuous river. No matter in terms of quality or quantity, it was far better than Alkaid's state. It was just that he couldn't adapt to it for a while. Mikas's punch missed. While Rui wasn't stable, he teleported behind Rui and punched Rui's back again. Rui's figure shook, but he was actually fine. He was totally different from the previous person who was easily blown away. Just when Mikas was secretly shocked, Chinrue's counterattack had arrived. Mikis was quick to react. He blocked the punch with his arm, but he felt that the force was too heavy. He actually took half a step back. Mikis had been in the early stage of higher demon for decades. How would he be willing to show weakness in front of this newly advanced higher demon? His demonic fire burned quickly. He punched again and forced Chinrue to take 2 steps back. When he was about to pursue, he was kicked in his ribs. His body shook for a while, and he shouted angrily and launched an attack. This was just like a copy of the battle between Rika and the arena. However, the power and destructive power were absolutely incomparable. As the battle group moved, the trees in the forest fell and were destroyed into a mess. In this strong confrontation, although Chenrue suffered a lot of punches and kicks, he had gradually adapted to the newly acquired power. He was still in a suppressed situation at first, but as time went by, the situation became a stalemate. Besides, the advantage in speed and physical characteristics began to show. Mikis was getting more and more shocked as the fight went on. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe that this was the power of a higher demon that advanced for less than half a day. From his previous judgment, he should be from the royal family, but he couldn't feel the unique war pressure of the royal family. Besides, he felt that he had seen that face somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it in a hurry. Just when Mikis was slightly distracted, his opponent took advantage of his weakness, and he suffered a heavy blow on his face. When he staggered backward, Chinrue had already circled behind him. He swung his arm and smashed Mikis, whose center of gravity was unstable, in the opposite direction. Mikis felt a sharp pain in his back. When he stabilized his body, he felt his ribs being kicked again. If he didn't use teleportation in time, he would be continuously hit. This kind of combo was exactly what Mikis used on Chinrue just now. He didn't expect it to be the same now, and he almost suffered a big loss. This also showed that Chinrue had become more and more proficient in the power of the Mizar state. His speed advantage was also more obvious, so he could more freely use the attack method he wanted. Chinrue used star power to control his slightly disordered breathing. Although he managed to turn the situation around a little, he had just advanced for less than an hour after all, so his overall strength was still slightly weaker. This round of attacks consumed a lot of his stamina, so he had the idea of using Aura Blade to ambush Mikis. Mikis teleported far away and felt that his power was greatly consumed. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth while panting. The anger and humiliation in his heart couldn't be further increased. The guy who was originally like an ant can actually hurt me to this extent now. If I don't kill this guy tonight, there will be endless troubles in the future. A weapon suddenly appeared in Mikis's hand. This weapon was a dark chain. The 2 ends were sharp sickles with short handles and long blades. The demonic fire on Mikis's body was burning high, and the chain faintly showed a hint of red light. He quickly turned the chain, and the weapon brought out a strong, scorching airflow. The soil and stones were flying. For a moment, it seemed that even the 2 moons in the sky became blurred. Die. Aguile. Chapter 68. The sharp sickle whizzed toward Chinrue like a venomous snake. The speed was beyond his imagination. Chinrue was taken aback and dodged sideways. However, even though he had dodged the locking sickle, his cloak was still cut open. A wound appeared on his arm, and there was a faint, burning feeling from the wound. Before Chinrue could react, the locking sickle flew toward him again. The terrifying sharpness made Chinrue not dare to face it head-on, so he dodged it again. Sure enough, it was the same as last time. When it brushed past his body, there was another wound. Mikis spun the locking sickle and sneered, "I forgot to tell you that the true function of the flame power is enchantment. Even if it's just a brush, you will be affected by its power. You have been poisoned by the fire sickle, and your power will gradually decline until you die from the poison. However, before that, you will be chopped into hundreds of pieces." Everything else was fine. For Chinrue, the poison was just a synonym for aura, so he wasn't worried at all. However, the locking sickle after enchantment was indeed amazingly sharp. It also had a certain special power. Other than the poison effect, the damage was quite amazing. The great demon's weapon mastery talent made the locking sickle more powerful. The long-distance attack made Chenrue unable to get close. Now that Aurora shot couldn't be used, he couldn't find a way to crack it. He could only avoid it temporarily and focus on dodging. Not sure if it was the material of the locking sickle or the effect of the flame enchantment, the locking sickle could actually extend indefinitely. The wounds on Chen Rui's body gradually increased. Fortunately, astral form and damage absorption were powerful, so his combat power wasn't greatly affected. Mikas repeatedly attacked, but he still couldn't take it down. He frowned secretly. I initially wanted to delay for a while to let the fire sickle's poison take effect. However, after such a long time, Aguile is still alive and kicking. He isn't affected by the poison at all. It seems that I can only use my biggest trump card. Mikas had rich combat experience. Now he had gradually figured out Chen Rui's movement pattern. With a thought, he teleported again and appeared in front of Chen Rui. The demonic fire that was deliberately suppressed to become dim suddenly erupted. His power instantly rose to the extreme as he shouted, "Flame snake kill!" The advantage of sickle lock should be long range. Now that Mikas actually gave up his advantage to close the distance, he must have a powerful trick. While Chen Rui was on guard, a strong sense of danger suddenly surged in his heart. The scene in front of him changed, and the sickle actually turned into countless huge poisonous snakes that were emitting flames, baring their teeth and biting towards him. Illusion or magic? The sickle lock was not a living thing. Even if he analyzed it, he would not be able to determine its authenticity. Countless vipers instantly engulfed Chenrue in the middle. With a whoosh, the cloaked figure was burned by the power of flames and turned into a pile of ashes. This blow also consumed a lot of Mikas's energy. However, the great demon that eliminated the enemy wasn't happy. He frowned slightly and looked up abruptly. He saw a naked figure leaping high in the air. It was Chen Rui who escaped from the fire snake. What was burned just now was only the cloak. There were several shocking wounds on Chen Rui's body. At the critical moment just now, he barely escaped from the fleeting gap above. Although he escaped, he was covered in cold sweat. Mikas's blow was definitely not an illusion. The sickle lock turned into hundreds in the blink of an eye. Although astral form and damage absorption were powerful, it didn't mean that he was immortal. If he was really hit, he would definitely lose his life. No wonder Mikas once said cut into hundreds of pieces. It turned out that there was such a killer move. Mikas reacted extremely quickly. His demonic fire was burning, and he quickly gathered the remaining power. He roared and fully unleashed flame snake kill towards the figure that was falling from the air. Chen Rui didn't have teleportation or flying skills, and he had no leverage in the air, so he couldn't escape anymore. Facing the hundreds of deadly fire snakes under his feet, his mind instantly became abnormally calm. The power in his palm became strange, and there was a faint light as if it was some kind of metal. In the blink of an eye, Chen Rui's falling figure had already intertwined with the hundreds of fire snakes of flame snake kill. Boom! A wave of air blasted outward with the fire snake as the center. It spread for dozens of meters, and gravel and dust were flying everywhere it passed. In the smoke and dust, the hundreds of fire snakes could be vaguely seen suddenly stagnated, and they were all cut off at the waist. When the dust settled, the fire snakes had completely disappeared. Under the illumination of the purple moonlight, two figures intertwined. One was half kneeling on the ground, and the other was standing still. The one half kneeling on the ground was Chen Rui. His back was penetrated by a sharp sickle from his right chest. Blood was constantly dripping from the tip of the sickle. His naked body was full of horrifying bloody wounds of different depths, as if he was cut by thousands of knives. The other end of the sickle was held in the hands of Mikas, who was standing. The great demon glanced at the sickle in his hand and showed an unbelievable look. He seemed to want to say something, but he couldn't make any sound when he opened his mouth. In a flash, there was a zhung sound. The center of the dark chain was broken into two. The smooth incision seemed to be cut by a sharp blade. At the same time, with Mikas's eyebrows as the axis, from his head to his crotch, a straight line of wounds appeared, marking countless blood. His whole body was split into two, and the broken body fell to the ground. Chen Rui stretched out his left hand and grabbed the short handle of the sickle behind him. The moment he grabbed it, his body trembled in pain, but he gritted his teeth and held on. He exerted force with his left hand and pulled out the sharp weapon that was embedded in his body. Blood splashed, and he was panting heavily. The battle with Mikas was the most dangerous battle in Chen Rui's life. When he rushed into the attack range of Flaming Snake Kill, just now, although he relied on his keen senses to avoid the light attacks and hit the heavy ones, he still suffered countless slashes. If he didn't rely on his instinctive reaction to avoid Mikas's most fatal blow, he would be the one lying on the ground now. Aura Blade, Mikas died under this new skill. Aura Blade's power was more powerful than imagined. It cut Mikas and the sickle into two at the same time. Although Aura Blade only needed 20 auras to launch, it was an additional consumption. What it really consumed was star power. However, it felt like it needed less star power than Aurora Shot. At least, it didn't have the feeling of being drained instantly. Chen Rui's injury this time was extremely serious, especially his right chest. His lung lobe was penetrated, and the blood kept flowing. Thanks to the two passive characteristics of astral form and damage absorption, he would have been dismembered when he attacked Flaming Snake Kill. He exchanged a bottle of healing potion at the counter and drank it to stop the bleeding. Then he took out a new cloak and put it on. There was still a space bracelet on Mikas's corpse's wrist. There should be some good stuff. As Chen Rui was about to pick up this trophy, his eyes flashed suddenly. There was a mask in his hand, and he quickly covered his face. He said faintly, "Come out." Do the great demon race like to hide? Oh, you can actually notice me? Sparse applause came from behind a big tree. I have to praise you. The battle just now was very exciting. You actually forcefully broke Mikas' Flaming Snake Kill. You can kill Mikas, so you are really famous in the Dark Moon. After Chen Rui advanced into the Mizar state, he always had a faint feeling that he was being peeped at. The reason why he noticed this person was because when this person approached just now, he just happened to enter the range of analytical eyes. The analytical eyes of the Mizar state had doubled the sensing range, and it could show the opponent's race. It just showed that he was a great demon with a comprehensive strength rating of D. The other values were still unknown. The person walked out slowly. It was really a male great demon. When Chen Rui saw the person's appearance, his heart tightened. It was actually Reyes, one of the 3 higher demons under Joseph. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I didn't expect there to be such an oriole hiding at the side. Sir Reyes is really calm. He actually watched for so long without batting an eyelid. Chen Rui quickly calculated in his mind. The reason why Reyes appeared here was probably because he had been following me since I came out of the arena. I risked my life to fight with Mikas just now without considering anything else. Will Reyes see my true face? From the information, Reyes was the type of person who had both wisdom and courage. He was quite intelligent, but the strength of an intermediate higher demon was definitely not fake. He was probably a powerhouse of this level. Now, Chen Rui's stamina was greatly exhausted, and his injuries were very serious. He could no longer defeat Reyes. Reyes's next sentence almost made his hair stand up. Actually, you are the one who is calm. I admire this very much. Should I call you Little Apprentice? Or Sir Secretary? The thing that he was most worried about finally happened. This Reyes really discovered Chen Rui's biggest secret. I don't understand what you are talking about. Chinrue's heart was beating fast. His eyes lit up as he thought of the newly acquired skill. He suddenly had an idea. I don't know what method you used to change your breath. Not only did your strength skyrocket, but even your original human scent disappeared. Reyes looked at Chinrue with interest. If I didn't witness you killing Mikas with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that the seemingly weak and incompetent human would actually hide such impressive strength. As he said, the great demon looked like he was thinking. It seems that Aaron's loss in the sky battle last time was not a surprise at all. It's very likely that you still have the ability to manipulate demonic beasts. Chinrue was secretly shocked. Reyes's wisdom is indeed different. It is absolutely incomparable to a warmonger like Eric's. He immediately said, I don't need to explain. You can see my true face if you want. However, you must accept my challenge, just like Eric's. Really? Then please satisfy my curiosity. Reyes stared at the eyes behind the mask and smiled. Besides, you don't seem to have any other choice now. Chinrue used the newly acquired camouflage skill, took off the mask, and lifted the cloak on his head. Royce looked carefully and frowned. This face is very strange. It looks ordinary, but his eyes are bright and full of spirit. Reyes pondered, You are from the royal family? The ultimate move that killed Mikas just now, is it some kind of special talent? Chinrue couldn't wait for Reyes to think this way, so he nodded. Suddenly, he heard Reyes laughing out loud. Do you think I, Reyes, am so gullible? You always wear a mask every time you appear. You should be trying to hide your true face, but you took it off so easily now. I'm almost sure that this isn't your true face. Not to mention, I've already seen your true face during the battle just now. I'm different from Eric's. I have no interest in the so-called challenge. Chinrue's heart sank. It seems that Reyes is definitely not an easy character to get rid of. Sure enough, the great demon's laughter became gloomy. Also, you actually drank a black potion at the beginning. I'm not an idiot like Mikas who doesn't use his brain. Does this mean that Master Aldos has really broken through to the Grand Master level? You really have a lot of secrets. Actually, it's very simple to solve these mysteries. Can't I just catch you and interrogate you slowly? As soon as the laughter ended, he had already appeared in front of Chinrue. This wasn't teleportation, but his own speed. This speed was at least 3 times faster than Mikas, who used demonic fire. Chapter 69. Chinrue originally had the intention of delaying time and recovering from his injuries. Now that Reyes turned hostile, he was already prepared and shouted, Or a blade! Reyes witnessed Chinrue using a secret technique to cut Mikas into half, so he didn't dare to underestimate him. He quickly focused and waited. Little did he know that it was just a feint. Chinrue's figure had quickly turned in the opposite direction. Royce smiled disdainfully. His figure flickered, and he quickly followed. Gradually, Reyes began to understand Mikas's previous mood. This Iguile, or should I call him Chinrue, is quite difficult to deal with. Before advancing to Higher Demon, his speed was only close to the early stage of Higher Demon, so Reyes didn't put him in his eyes. Now, although his speed after advancement was slightly slower than Reyes, he was extremely cunning. Reyes couldn't intercept him in a hurry. However, Reyes wasn't worried. Chinrue's direction of escape wasn't back to the city. If he really escaped back to the palace in the city and was protected by Princess Royal Jia, then even Reyes wouldn't dare to act rashly. Now that Chinrue was seriously injured and panicking, he would be exhausted soon if he ran at full speed without caring about his stamina. Reyes was experienced, and he was confident that he could defeat Chinrue with his strength, so he wasn't in a hurry. He followed behind unhurriedly, patiently waiting for Chinrue's strength to be exhausted before launching a fierce attack to capture him. Chinrue didn't have enough aura at this time, so he couldn't exchange for black potions anymore. He had just consumed the healing potion not long ago, so it had no effect on him anymore. He could only run desperately. Finally, the familiar blue lake appeared in front of him. As he ran at full speed without caring about his stamina, the injuries on his body had all burst open and bled, especially the most serious wound on his right chest. Even the characteristic of astral form couldn't heal it in a short time. Reyes! Chinrue suddenly stopped, turned around and shouted, "Don't chase any more!" "Oh, you finally can't run anymore? Now, you don't even have the strength to use that secret technique." Royce, who was at the back, stopped and looked at Chinrue, who was panting heavily. He knew that Chinrue was at the end of his rope, so he was not in a hurry to attack. Have you thought it through and don't want to suffer anymore? Or was he preparing for a final struggle? From your performance against Mikas, you are a very tenacious guy. The latter choice is most likely. I want to remind you that I'm not Mikas, so you have no chance. But I can give you a chance. Royce shrugged. To be honest, I admire your strength and wisdom. No matter who you are or what your purpose is, as long as you sign the master-servant contract and submit to me, I can spare your life, or I can even help you achieve a certain goal. This is your last chance. I'll give you 1 minute to consider. If you refuse, I'll launch an all-out attack without holding back. I will also give you a minute to consider, surrender or die. Chinrue panted and actually smiled. He pointed to the lake. Do you know why I escaped to the Blue Lake? Royce shook his head and sighed. Don't insult my wisdom. This kind of mystifying doesn't make any sense. Are you telling me that you can summon the sealed dragon in the Blue Lake to kill me? Actually, with your current strength, even if you anger me, you can't catch the flaw. Now, you still have the last 40 seconds to consider. Peglio! Chinrue suddenly shouted. You bastard, if you don't come out, I will commit suicide. Peglio! Royce frowned. Is this the name you gave to the sleeping dragon in the Blue Lake? Don't waste your time. Royce's wisdom was extraordinary. Logically, with Chinrue's current situation, he really had no chance in front of him, not even using tricks. The problem was that the human in front of him couldn't be judged by common sense at all. Therefore, even a smart person would be fooled by his own intelligence. Before he finished speaking, a loud voice sounded behind the great demon. Despicable human, you're the first person in history to threaten a dragon in such a way. Royce's expression changed drastically. With his ability, he actually didn't notice when the person behind him arrived. Thinking of the dragon in the Blue Lake, the demonic fire on his body burned brightly. He activated his teleportation talent without hesitation. Royce's first reaction wasn't to fight, but to escape. If the dragon really woke up, then not to mention higher demon. Even a higher-level demon king couldn't match it. Royce activated his full strength and appeared dozens of meters away in an instant. However, the voice behind him was still the same. Poor Scythe Demon, can you teleport again for Sir Peglio to see? Royce's heart gradually sank. He slowly turned around and saw a black-haired, brown-skinned, short-haired man grinning behind him. Royce shouted, and the demonic fire shone. 2 red long swords appeared in his hands, and they instantly bloomed into a huge stacked blood-red flower shape. It was like the famous red man-eating flower in the demon realm, and it shrouded toward Peglio. He went all out with his first move. However, this huge flower instantly shattered into pieces, and the poison dragon's voice sounded. You used your biggest killer move at the beginning. Your judgment is still very accurate. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Then there were 2 bang-bang sounds. Royce's figure had already flown up and fell heavily to the ground, right in front of Chinrue. Royce clutched his chest and gasped. He gritted his teeth and got up. The flames on his body had dimmed. Royce's reaction was extremely fast. As he was about to take Chinrue hostage, Peglio's figure appeared in front of him again. He kicked Royce into the air. Then he heavily knocked the great demon to the ground in the air. These seemingly random attacks had severely injured Royce, and he finally couldn't stand up. Chinrue then understood how powerful Peglio was. Due to the seal, he only had the power of a great demon king now. If the seal is unlocked, then in the demon realm, Paglio was definitely not the only one with the power of a demon overlord. Raisin the Great of the Bloody Empire was currently the strongest demon overlord in the demon realm. Catherine the Great of the Shadow Empire was also a powerhouse with the same combat power. Not to mention, there was still the terrifying man who sealed Paglio. Now, Chinrue's enemies were only higher demon. He would definitely encounter more powerhouses later. Demon King, Great Demon King, Demon Emperor, Chinrue was not afraid of this. He was more motivated and fighting spirit. As long as he could persist in fighting spirit and keep working hard, becoming a legendary powerhouse was not a dream. At present, he had successfully entered the Mizar state, and he also beheaded the higher demon, Mikas. Just a few months ago, he was just a powerless weakling. Hey, stop daydreaming. The poison dragon's voice interrupted Chen Rui's thoughts. This guy is the great demon you mentioned? He's really vulnerable. As long as I kill him, I don't have to worry about the war contract. It's not him, it's another great demon. Chinrue shook his head and reached out his hand unceremoniously. Give me a jade pearl. Can't you see that I'm dying? The jade pearl could not only detoxify, but it also had a miraculous healing effect. It was much stronger than the healing potion. Besides, the healing potion was a low-level potion, and its cooldown was relatively long. It was not the time to use it again, so drinking it would have no effect. You're dying, but you're still so energetic? Didn't you say that you want to commit suicide? Why don't you die for me to see? Although Paglio said so, he still threw a jade pearl over. He looked at Chinrue for a while, and his voice suddenly became surprised. Your current power is higher demon? Yeah, I just broke through not long ago, and I even killed a higher demon. However, this guy is very cunning. He only appeared the last moment, and I was almost caught by him. Chinrue swallowed the jade pearl and frowned. You only gave me one, so stingy. Also, this thing tastes terrible. Don't you know how to improve it? Do you think this is a sugar pill? Greedy guy. Paglio's face was full of indignation. In less than 2 months, you have advanced from intermediate demon to higher demon. Why do you always have such good luck? You can even get this kind of Grand Master's inheritance that is 1 in a billion. Oh yeah, it's that sentence of yours. All the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Reyes, who fell to the ground, didn't faint. He wanted to use teleportation to take the risk to escape, but his whole body was limp and he couldn't exert any strength. It seemed that he was poisoned by some kind of poison from the poison dragon. When Paglio's words fell into the great demon's ears, he was shocked. The poison dragon in the blue lake actually broke the seal and woke up. Aguile is indeed the human Chinrue. The relationship between the poison dragon and Chinrue is definitely not ordinary. Chinrue only used 2 months to advance from intermediate demon to higher demon. And what is the Grand Master's inheritance? Could it be that the real Grand Master is an Eldos, but this human who pretends to be powerless, how many horrifying secrets is he hiding? However, Reyes also knew that the poison dragon revealed so many secrets in front of him. There was no doubt that the poison dragon didn't intend to keep him alive. If I knew this earlier, I should have killed Chen Rue halfway. It was useless to regret now, but he was very unwilling. Master Poison Dragon, Reyes thought for a while, and finally spoke. I'm not a guy who is afraid of death, but I'm not willing to die like this. If I'm willing to surrender, I wonder if you can spare my life? In the demon realm, surrendering to a powerhouse was not a shameful thing, especially a powerful dragon's like Paglio. Paglio looked at Reyes strangely, nodded, and said, Your strength is a little bad, but your reaction and mind are not bad. I can accept your surrender. Just as Reyes breathed a sigh of relief, he heard the poison dragon's tone changed. He pointed at Chenrue and said, However, the person you need to dedicate the contract to is not me, but this guy. Reyes' eyes showed anger, and he lowered his head in silence. Paglio saw Reyes' contradiction and said, "Do you think that this human is weaker than you and surrendering to him is a humiliation? I can guarantee you that, in a month's time, he will be able to easily trample you under his feet." Reyes thought of the rapid progress of Aguail and the challenge of Eric's after a month. His mentality finally began to change. At this time, the poison dragon revealed another shocking news. "Let me tell you, even if it's me, I only signed an equal contract with this guy, and it's even a symbiotic contract. Most people can only bear one contract, but this guy is an absolute freak. He already has 2 contracts." Reyes was shocked. He looked at Paglio's serious expression in surprise. Then his eyes fell on Chinrue again. What kind of power does this human have? He can actually make a dragon's powerhouse like the poison dragon sign a symbiotic contract. Doesn't that mean his lifespan is tens of thousands of years? The poison dragon even revealed such a secret. It seems that if I don't choose to surrender, I will really die. I have my own glory and persistence. Reyes took a deep breath, supported his body, and stood up. He looked directly at Chinrue. "If you can promise me one thing, I'm willing to be your servant. Otherwise, I'd rather choose death to maintain my dignity." Chapter 70. Royce's words made Chinrue a little surprised. He asked, "Tell me first, what's the matter?" "Visasha." Royce's eyes showed a strange expression. "You have to help me get her." Chinrue knew that Visasha, Eric's, and Royce were known as the 3 scythes in Joseph's hands, which were the 3 most powerful fighters. He didn't expect Royce to have improper thoughts on Visasha. "I agree to this condition on behalf of Chinrue." Paglio on the side didn't even think about it. "Isn't it easy to get a woman? I want not only her body, but also her heart. She was supposed to be my wife, but her body and heart were taken away by someone else. And this person is Joseph." Royce clenched his fists, and his breathing became rapid. His eyes were full of undisguised anger. "It turns out that it's not improper thoughts, but the hatred of stealing my wife?" Chinrue was surprised and asked, "What the hell is going on? Tell me clearly first." Royce's emotions gradually calmed down, and he told the whole story. Royce and Eric's were originally members of the Kunda family under the Red Spirit, Lord Josh. They had been good friends since childhood. More than 100 years ago, the patriarch of the Kunda family, who was also Royce's father, Khan, was executed for offending Josh. The Kunda family was also deprived of their surname, and all the members were reduced to slaves. Eric's was already half a step into the level of higher demon at that time. He protected Royce to escape from the Red Spirit estate when the guards weren't paying attention. A few years later, Royce learned that his beloved fiancée Visasha had become the maid of Josh's eldest son, Joseph. When Eric's and Royce tried their best to save Visasha, Visasha was actually unwilling to leave. Joseph, who came later, defeated the 2. Even Eric's, who broke through to higher demon at the last moment, was still defeated. At that time, Joseph and his brother, Kaneda, were fighting fiercely. He was in need of talents, so he didn't kill the 2, but asked them to surrender. Eric's wasn't convinced, so he proposed another challenge. Meanwhile, Royce's condition was Visasha. Joseph was cunning. He immediately promised Eric's that he could challenge once a year. Before he won, he must stay under his command. The condition given to Reyes was even simpler. As long as Visasha was willing to follow Reyes, Joseph would never stop her. On the contrary, Reyes would become Joseph's subordinate, like Larix. In addition, Joseph also promised that as long as he ascended to the position of Lord, he would restore the honor of the Kunda family. However, both Royce and Eric's knew in their hearts that Joseph was too far away from the position of Lord now. This could only be regarded as a boundless, empty promise. Just like that, Royce and Eric's became Joseph's subordinates. Both of them were outstanding, so they were quickly put in an important position. Eric's challenged Joseph year after year, but he was unsuccessful. Visasha had already become Joseph's woman. No matter what Royce did, he couldn't change her mind, so he could only continue to serve under Joseph. 100 years had passed. Although Royce had always been obsessed with Visasha, and Eryx had never given up on challenging Joseph, time could always erase some things quietly. Except for the most persistent obsession, the two gradually got used to this kind of life. A great demon's female was synonymous with loyalty. As long as he could truly get her body and mind, he would never betray her. However, most male great demons were very fickle. It was really unusual for Royce to be so persistent to a woman who had lost her virginity. Chinrue originally only knew bits and pieces of this matter from Jia's information. It was mainly about Eryx, so he used the method of provoking Eryx to challenge him. It was really successful, but the signing of the war contract later was unexpected. Now he really knew the whole story. It seemed that not only Royce, but even Eryx was not completely loyal to Joseph. As long as a certain key point was touched, it could cause unpredictable changes. However, it was really difficult to make Visasha change her mind. Paglio frowned. The loyalty of a female great demon is a headache. Unless the man completely makes her give up or uses special magic to erase all memories related to that man, she won't change her mind even if Joseph is killed. It's just that no one can use that kind of memory-erasing magic except a certain madwoman. If it's another person, even if he has the power of a demon overlord, the possibility of Visasha becoming an idiot is quite high. Which crazy woman? Reyes immediately revealed a hopeful expression. You don't have to think about that person for the time being. The possibility is less than 1 in 10,000. Of course, Chinrue knew who Paglio was talking about. With the resentment between the fairy dragon Rala and Paglio, it was already good enough that she could help to remove the seal for the sake of the treasure. How could she help this? What's more, he didn't know where Rala was. The only way was for Joseph to take the initiative to make Visasha completely give up, but who was Joseph? Even if he just treated Visasha as a plaything, he knew that controlling her was equivalent to controlling Royce. He would never be stupid enough to hurt himself. My idea is that since Visasha won't give up on Joseph, then I can only let Joseph give up on her. With Joseph's personality, as long as there is a greater benefit in front of him, there is nothing he can't give up except himself. You already know my human identity. In fact, I'm also Princess Royal's most trusted planner. I already have a plan to deal with Joseph. Rescuing Visasha can be a part of the plan, but the current plan is just a prototype. The timing and conditions are not mature enough, so you need to continue to be patient. If you think this plan is feasible, we can sign the contract. If you don't agree, then I can only let you die with dignity. Royce's eyes were shining brightly. He looked at Chinrue for a moment, and he finally knelt down. A translucent, red, strange scroll appeared in his hand. It seemed to be written in blood. It was the master-servant contract. Chinrue didn't dip his blood on the wound, but he bit his finger seriously and signed his name. Paglio was a large part of the reason why Royce surrendered. He was definitely not an ordinary person who could make a powerful dragon sign a symbiotic contract willingly, even if his current power was only at higher demon. Master. Royce stood up and bowed to Chinrue. The signing of the master-servant contract was equivalent to linking the fate of Royce and Chinrue together. If the master died accidentally, then the servant would also die. On the contrary, the death of the servant had no effect on the master at all. So Paglio also removed the poison in Royce's body. If he could really fulfill Royce's wish, it was very likely that he could get all 3 of Joseph's scythes. Moreover, Royce was in charge of the magic store. Chinrue had been coveting the materials inside for a long time, so there were still many things that could be done. I have already experienced Master's wisdom. Since you said this, you are definitely not brushing me off. Royce's eyes were even more eager. I have waited for more than 100 years. What else can I endure? Since we have signed the contract, I still have a secret to tell Master. The reason why Royce's father, Khan, was killed by the Red Spirit Lord, Josh, was because of a rare treasure. Khan took great pains to get this treasure, but he was accidentally snitched by someone, so he was eventually killed by Josh. However, the whereabouts of the treasure had disappeared since then, and it had never been found. In fact, the clue of the treasure was sealed by Khan in the body of his son's fiancée, Visasha, with a bloodline secret method. Only Royce and Visasha could know about it. Other than Royce, other men couldn't know even if they possessed Visasha. Only Royce knew this secret. Even Visasha herself didn't know. Even if there is no treasure, I will take Visasha back. She is not only my fiancée, but also the woman I have been secretly in love with since childhood. In any case, I will never allow her to be possessed by another man. Royce's expression didn't seem to be fake, and he had now signed a master-servant contract with Chen Rui. He would be a servant for life, so there was no point in lying. It seemed that Visasha's position in his heart was quite important. I can offer the treasure to Master with both hands, but there is one person whom I am willing to pay any price to end his life with my own hands. I beg Master's help. As he said, Royce knelt down. As a great demon who regarded dignity and glory as equal to life, and also the former heir of a large family, he actually knelt down again. It wasn't because of Chen Rui's master identity, but it was a kind of almost resolute plea. Chen Rui and the poison dragon looked at each other and said, "I promise you." To their surprise, Royce didn't say Joseph, but another name, Leto. This enemy should have another surname, which was the same as Royce, Kunda. The plot of the story was very common. An illegitimate son who couldn't be seen was jealous of his first son and hated his family. He didn't hesitate to inform his father and the entire family. Even his brother's fiancée was offered to the new master. Leto had been hiding in the dark, but he was Joseph's most trusted person. Joseph understood the grievances between Royce and Leto, so he didn't let the two brothers meet. However, Royce still investigated some clues. He deeply hated the culprit who destroyed the entire family. He swore to kill him personally. Royce was overjoyed after getting Chen Rui's promise. He reported another important thing. Joseph had left the Red Spirit Estate 2 days ago, and he would arrive at the Dark Moon Estate the morning after tomorrow at the latest. Joseph is back. Chen Rui frowned. Has he gotten rid of Kanita's troubles? No. Royce took out a bottle of healing potion from the space equipment, drank it, and explained, Joseph has 2 excuses for coming back this time. The first is to transport the superb vine stone as an excuse, which is the bet he lost to the little princess in the sky battle last time. The second is to attend the quarterly meeting of the Dark Moon Estate that is held once every 3 months. However, his real purpose isn't these, but Master Aldos. When Master came to the magic store last time, I reported to Joseph about Aldos potion to break through to the Grand Master level. Joseph came for this. It is said that he already has a clue about Aldos's lost sister. He wants to recruit or threaten Aldos with this to be the best soldier to fight against Kanita. Grand Master level potion. Chen Rui thought of the deception to earn magic materials that time, and he suddenly realized. He didn't expect it to become true. However, it was important news to know the clue about Aldos's sister, so he immediately pondered. After a long time, Chen Rui said, let's wait and see for now. It's best to get the real clue about Aldos's sister. My injury isn't light, and I need to recuperate urgently. However, there is a more important thing at the moment, which is Mikas. Mikas was sent by Aaron to kill me. Although I killed him, a dead person doesn't mean that he is worthless. His corpse should be put to good use. Is Master trying to use Mikas to provoke the conflict between Joseph and the Karen family? Royce was also a smart person. Now that he had regained his calmness, he immediately guessed Chen Rui's intention. Chen Rui nodded approvingly and voiced out his thoughts. Royce's eyes lit up. He gave suggestions while listening, and the poison dragon, who was lying lazily on the ground, also added a sentence from time to time. A plan gradually formed in the discussion of the 3 insidious guys. Chapter 71. Late at night, the loud noise from the magic store in the Dark Moon City woke up the nearby demons. Then the roar that followed could be heard by almost the entire street. "Royce! How dare you ruin Master Allen's business? I will destroy this magic store today." Royce's angry shout came from afar. "Mikas!" Mikas, who destroyed the magic store, didn't dare to continue fighting when he heard this voice. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. When Royce rushed to the magic store, the surviving lich, Groogy, pointed at the direction where Mikas escaped in fear. After a while, at the city gate, Mikas' high-speed running figure stopped. Gank was Alan's subordinate, so he naturally recognized this Karen family's higher demon. As he shouted, "Sir Mikas," he saw Mikas throwing a space bracelet in front of all the soldiers. Gank quickly caught it. "I'm blocked by Royce on my way back. Give this to Master Allen right now. Inside is what I got from the magic store." Before he finished speaking, Royce's voice sounded from behind. "Mikas, you bastard, I'm going to kill you." Mikas didn't have time to say more. His figure moved like a gust of wind and disappeared at the city gate in the blink of an eye. As Gank put away the bracelet, he saw Royce's figure appearing in front of him instantly. He was shocked. Fortunately, Royce was eager to catch up with Mikas, so he didn't pay attention to such a small character. His figure moved and disappeared instantly. Another period of time passed. Royce appeared at the city gate. He looked a little dispirited with a few wounds on his body, but he disappeared instantly. Gank had already rushed to Aaron's mansion and handed the space bracelet to Aaron. Aaron opened it and saw a lot of magic equipment inside. After listening to Gank's story, he felt strange. Isn't Mikas chasing after Aguile? Why did he have a dispute with Royce? Could these things be snatched from the magic store? However, Mikas did a good job. There were 2 expensive and superb magic equipment inside. They were not for sale, and he had been coveting them for a long time. He actually got them this time. It seemed that he was really tactful. However, Joseph wasn't in the dark moon now, so he had to think of a way to settle this matter. At that moment, a strange sound of metal colliding suddenly came from the door. "Karen family's guy! Get out here!" A succubus maid hurriedly reported. "Not good! Master Allen, Eric's and Royce are here, and they even brought Sir Mikas' corpse." Mikas is dead. This news shocked Alan. He felt that things were getting stranger and stranger. For a moment, he couldn't figure it out. He angrily slapped the table and said, "Damn it, who can tell me what happened?" Tonight was destined to be a lively and sleepless night. The next morning, the entire Onua city was in an uproar, discussing the series of events that happened last night. Something shocking happened in the arena last night. No. 64, Aguile, defeated Rika and publicly exposed the ugly behavior of Sheriff Allen and Balrog Rika for cheating in the fight. As a result, Rika was killed by Eric's. Eric's, the owner of the arena, then announced a surprising news. One day after a month, Aguile would directly challenge Eric's himself. However, these were only the beginning of the shock. When Aguile left the arena, he was retaliated by Alan and was chased by the Karen family's hired demon, Mikas. At that time, he happened to be seen by the financial officer, Joseph, Alvin's subordinate, Royce. For the challenge that his good friend, Eric's, announced in public, Royce stopped Mikas from killing Aguile, who knew that Mikas injured Royce with fire poison when he was unprepared. At that moment, Aguile had already taken the opportunity to escape. Mikas failed to chase after him, so he vented his anger on the magic store that Royce was in charge of. He destroyed the magic store and ransacked it. The angry Royce didn't care about his poison injury. He chased Mikas all the way to the outside of the city and killed Mikas with his sword. Before that, Mikas had already passed all the treasures that he robbed from the magic store to Sheriff Allen through the city gate guard, Gank in a space bracelet. The guards could testify about this. Royce was poisoned, so he found Eric's. He brought Mikas's corpse and fought all the way to Allen's mansion, injuring many people. Even the Karen family's strongest hired demon, Salado, was alarmed. Salado and Eric's had a big fight, and both of them were injured in the end. Royce and Eric's returned to the arena to recuperate, while Salado retrieved Mikas's corpse. The relationship between both parties was extremely tense now. When Mikas wreaked havoc in the magic store last night, if Royce didn't arrive in time, the Lich, Gruggy, in the store would almost be killed. Many residents nearby also heard the noise of destruction and Royce's roar. Many people described the situation vividly. What's more, it was as if they witnessed the battle between Mikas and Royce with their own eyes. As for the subsequent battle between Salado and Eric's, there were even more witnesses. There were still shocking traces of destruction around the gate of Sheriff Allen's mansion. The two major forces in the city were at loggerheads, and a battle might break out at any time. As the Lord of the Dark Moon, Princess Royal Jia naturally couldn't sit back and watch. She specially sent Gauss to mediate and ordered both parties not to have a large-scale fight openly in the city. Although it was a mediation, the happiest party was actually the one who mediated. When the cunning old Gauss was mediating, he also appropriately used some technical wording. On the surface, he was restricting both parties, but in fact he was quietly provoking them. Chen Rue, who had been busy for most of the night, didn't recuperate in the lab. Instead, he appeared in the council hall of the palace. Chen Rue. Jia hadn't seen him for a month, and there was a hint of joy in her eyes. She nodded and said, "You're here. Did you hear about the big event last night? This is really a godsend opportunity." Why does Princess Royal also believe in godsend? I'd rather believe in man-made. Even the legendary goddess of luck will always favor those who are prepared. Chen Rue smiled slightly. "I'm here today because I have two important things to report to Princess Royal." Jia was so smart that she faintly understood the meaning of his words. The sudden conflict between Alan and Joseph actually had an inside story. She recalled that Chen Rue once planned the strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Her eyes flashed with brilliance and returned to calmness. "Say it." Chen Rue looked serious. "Princess Royal, please forgive me for asking a rude question. Are you willing to give your true trust to me?" "You have gained my true trust." Jia frowned slightly. "Just say it." "That's good." Chen Rue nodded. "I'll introduce someone to you. He may not meet you, but please trust him as much as you trust me." "Who?" "The real protagonist of last night's incident, Aguile." "The real protagonist?" Jia was shocked. The cause of last night's incident was because number 64, Aguile, publicly exposed Alan in the arena. Later, it evolved into a battle between the two forces. If there were no follow-up incidents, then Aguile, who challenged Eric's a month later, would become the new focus of the entire Dark Moon City. However, Aguile now was just a small character who happened to be in the big event. From Chen Rue's tone, Aguile was the real key figure of last night's incident. Almost everyone had overlooked this point. It's fine as long as Princess Royal understands this matter. The second thing was also discovered by Aguile. Princess Royal may already know about the Cloak Gang replacing Silva. He discovered another important thing about the Blue Lava Estate. "Princess Royal, please stay calm after listening." Blue Lava Estate? Jia was a little curious. When she heard Chen Rue talk about Silva smuggling people to the Blue Lava Estate and saw the badge that allowed her to pass the bandits safely, she suddenly stood up. Her eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger. The Lord of the Blue Lava Estate, Titan, once angered the Lord of Midnight Sun back then. He was almost deprived of his estate and surname. Fortunately, my father, Groom, interceded and vouched for him, so he was exempted from punishment. Even after my father died of illness, he expressed his support to me many times. I didn't expect him to do this kind of shady business secretly. "Princess Royal, please calm down." Chen Rue stood up and said solemnly, "The Dark Moon's current situation is bad. We can't act rashly. We must be patient. On the surface, we should continue to maintain the friendship with the Blue Lava Estate and solve the most important food problem as soon as possible. As for the bandits in the south, we can annihilate them at the right time. Chenrue glanced at Jia, who had gradually calmed down, and tossed the badge in his hand. This thing should be of great use by then. Jia nodded slightly and asked, "How is your Grand Master test?" "I've completed half of it. Although there are dangers in front, it is generally smooth. The real test is at the back. I can take a good rest in these 2 days." The injury on Chenrue's right chest was quite serious. Although he took the jade pearl and healing potion, he only slept for a few hours last night, so he had not fully recovered yet. However, with the characteristics of astral form, he should be able to recover completely in 2 days. By the way, the magic dust is very magical. The little dwarf's ability is also good. The originally barren soil can be successfully planted with crops after being transformed by this dust. Not only the maturity period is shortened several times, but the output is also greatly increased. I have asked Gauss to choose a remote wasteland on the edge of the estate to start planting food on a large scale. Once it is successful, then the Dark Moon can solve the biggest problem for thousands of years. It can even change from a barren estate that lacks food to the largest granary of the empire. It's just that the magic dust is not enough. Can you continue to produce? Really? I just happen to make a lot of magic dust for backup. I'll organize it and send it to the palace later. This sentence obviously had the suspicion of bragging. Jia saw that he still didn't forget to make magic dust when he was going through the dangerous inheritance test. Her eyes showed appreciation, and she said, "Also, your planning is quite good. Alice's Princess Retail Stores business is surprisingly good. Just that puzzle alone sold for 50,000 black crystal coins. If you need money, just ask. Half of this money is yours." Chenrue shook his head. "It doesn't matter. I still have enough. The Dark Moon is in urgent need of funds for development now. Princess Royal can use the money however she wants. Don't worry. This is the truth. I haven't really touched the large sum of money I got from Silva." Jia looked at Chenrue and didn't say much. She nodded lightly. Aguile offended Alan this time. "I wonder if Princess Royal can provide the corresponding protection for the Cloak Gang. For future planning, the Cloak Gang is likely to become an important chess piece." Jia pondered for a while and shook her head firmly. "Unfortunately, I can't trust this person." Chapter 72. Jia showed a serious expression. "Chenrue, how long has it been since you came to the demon realm? Why do you trust this Aguile so much? How much do you know about him?" "As far as I know, this person's origin is a mystery, and his strength is quite strange. He participated in 3 fights in the arena in a month. The opponent's strength in each fight was a level higher, and he won every time. In the next fight, Aguile's opponent was actually Joseph's underling, Eric's. You are a cautious and wise man who is good at planning. You should know that this kind of person can't be controlled unless you can grasp his weakness. I'm telling the truth. It's because I trust you that I can't really trust him." It seemed that Jia still had a relatively accurate grasp of the information in the city. Chenrue wanted to say, "I know Aguile like I know myself," but Jia's analysis was very reasonable. If he said that, he would definitely give himself away. He suddenly thought of the symbiotic contract with the poison dragon, and he had an idea. "Princess Royal, rest assured. I once saved him and forced him to sign a symbiotic contract. His ability is very strange. He can make me sign a second contract." Chenrue looked confident. "It's actually very simple. As long as Princess Royal controls my life, it's equivalent to grasping his weakness." "You." Jia's body trembled. She looked deeply at Chenrue. There were a few indescribable brilliance flowing in her purple eyes. Her lips moved slightly as if she couldn't help but want to say something, but she gradually became silent. "What's wrong with me?" Chenrue was a little puzzled. Jia suddenly said indifferently, "Well, I will seriously consider your opinion. If there's nothing else, you should go back and have a good rest." "I didn't say anything wrong just now." Why did she change her face in an instant? A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Chenrue was a little confused, but since the boss asked him to leave, he had to be tactful. He could only say, "Then I'll leave." "Remember, don't force yourself too much." Chenrue was stunned. "Did I hear it wrong? Is this concern?" It seems to be the first time I heard such words from Jia's mouth. It was stiff and cold. At this moment, Chenrue suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. The more he interacted with Jia, the clearer it became. Strictly speaking, it might not be the feeling he wanted the most. Instead, it was more like a friend or a confidant. Perhaps Chenrue himself didn't know what he really wanted, but one thing was for sure. This feeling was shallow, good, and real. When Jia saw Chenrue's slightly surprised expression, she suddenly realized that her tone was a bit wrong. When she was about to change the topic, she heard Chenrue had already said, "Well, you too." She suddenly felt a touch of warmth in her heart. The next sentence was suddenly stuck. Before she could say it, she saw the human secretary had already walked out of the door. Somehow her mood became better. In fact, it was Amicus who made a scene in the magic store last night and gave the storage bracelet to Genk, but it was Chenrue who used camouflage to disguise. It was true that the magic equipment in the magic store was given to Aaron, but the magic materials that someone needed the most had been stolen by Amicus. The timing of Reyes's cooperation was also quite good. Reyes's strength was originally above Amicus, but the fire scythe poison was a good excuse to equalize the strength of both sides. After Reyes killed Amicus, he brought the corpse to the arena. Erix was naturally shocked. Reyes told Erix that he found out that Aaron took revenge on Aguile for sending Amicus to hunt him down and was stopped by Erix from ransacking the magic store. Erix was furious and fought into Aaron's mansion with Reyes. Then, Karen family Salado appeared. Erix wanted to compete with Salado long ago, so they fought immediately. In the end, both sides were injured. The original friendly relationship between both sides suddenly deteriorated to the extreme. As for the real culprit, he had returned to the lab room after coming out of the palace. After Chenrue broke through to the Mizar state at the critical moment of life and death last night, he first fought fiercely with Amicus. Then he was chased by Reyes. Finally, after the drama, he couldn't hold it anymore and fell asleep right away. Now he finally settled down and began to study his newly acquired power seriously. In the space, the cloud-like gas changed a lot. Its volume increased a lot, and it was red in the middle. It seemed to be nurturing a strong heat. The heat could be felt from far away. In the originally disorderly floating dust particles cluster, there were a lot more large pieces, and it was still moving slowly. This boot screen was done well. Whether it was the temperature, texture, or time, they were quite realistic, but he didn't understand what the cloud represented. Chenrue curiously drifted his consciousness over slowly, and it felt more and more real. The heat in the cloud seemed to be able to burn everything, but it could only be regarded as warmth for his consciousness. He suddenly had a strange feeling that he seemed to be the master and creator of this space. No matter how powerful the things in the space were, they couldn't hurt him. Chenrue wandered in the space for a while. He moved his mind, and he instantly returned to the throne of the Galaxy Divinity Temple. In the status light screen, the white light ball, Alcade, still existed in a certain part. The position above the navel was the newly acquired yellow light ball, Mizar. From the newly acquired information in his brain, he learned that the next level of the Mizar state was Alioth. However, the difficulty would multiply with each higher star level. The gravity training ground was certainly a very effective place to improve, but from the situation of the Alcade state, the most important thing to break through the star level was a certain opportunity in the battle. Therefore, if he wanted to reach the next Alioth state, he couldn't simply rely on increasing the gravity training. At this time, the skeleton and muscles in the 3D human body had all turned into stardust, just like when the realm broke through. The stardust replaced the original light filaments and flowed slowly in the body. The energy produced by this flow was much stronger than the original Alcade state. It was the new power of the Mizar state. The key of the Alkaid state training was to train the body, while the Mizar state was to train the power. At this time, the status bar showed that the aura value was 7501. Chinrue remembered that when he was chased by Mikis yesterday, he drank a total of 4 bottles of black potions and used up 40,000 auras. When he broke through the realm, he spent another 10,000 auras, so he only had more than 3,000 left. He didn't expect it to rise to 7,500 overnight. After entering the Mizar state, the speed of automatically absorbing aura was higher than the Alkaid state, but it was impossible to increase it by 4,000 overnight. This should be the effect of the damage absorption characteristic, which absorbed 30% of the damage and turned it into aura. This characteristic was very good, not only in battle, but also in the Poison Dragon special training. It could automatically increase aura. However, the injury last night was very serious. It was probably impossible to continue to have this growth rate. In terms of skills, the effect of the damage absorption characteristic and the power of Aura Blade had been shown. Even the camouflage skill played an important role in the big incident last night. Chinrue tried it, and he could actually disguise as a short gnome. He could even disguise his clothing. However, this skill wasn't without limits. Under the premise that the overall mass remained the same, it was equivalent to compressing or stretching the body in a special way, but it couldn't really change the structure of the material. Therefore, Chinrue couldn't become a flower or a gust of wind. But for Chinrue, who needed to disguise his human appearance at times, it was very practical. After all, it was camouflage instead of less than 72 transformations. The remaining skill was deep analysis. It actually cost 10,000 auras each time, and it only lasted for half an hour. He didn't know what this depth meant. The analytical eyes of the Mizar state could show the race of the opponent, but it should have nothing to do with this. He could only leave it for future research. Advancing to the Mizar state made Chinrue have a clearer understanding of the super system. The super system should probably be called the super evolution system. It was a system that used auras as energy and power to train body functions and activate high-level evolution. As for the experience value, it was just to digitize the comprehensive situation of the body. 100% experience value represented that the body and strength of the current level of evolution had fully matured, and he had the basic conditions to enter the next level of evolution. However, just like breaking through from the Alkaid state to the Mizar state, if he wanted to evolve successfully, it wasn't enough to just have 100% experience value. He also needed a certain trigger condition. The next realm was the Alyath state. It was too early to consider how to break through now. It was better to fully master the power of the Mizar state first. During the battle with Mikis this time, he drank 4 bottles of black potions and wasted 40,000 auras. However, if the magic materials that he stole from the magic store were converted into auras, it would definitely be several times more. Now that Mikis was dead and there was no evidence, the bracelet with the magic equipment was given to Alan by Genk with many soldiers as witnesses. The sheriff was definitely going to take the blame. Chinrue wasn't in a hurry to convert these materials. He entered the exchange center, and there were new exchange items with 2-star authority. In the potion category, besides the original ones, there were 4 new black potions. They were the eternal potions of the advanced Grand Master. Eternal power, eternal speed, eternal body, eternal mind. The eternal potions could remove the impurities and transform the body, forever increasing the base of a certain quality. It was somewhat similar to the effect of marrow cleansing during initial evolution, but it was targeted at a single quality. Besides, the same eternal potion could only be used once in a lifetime, and it would be ineffective after multiple uses. In other words, after drinking a bottle of eternal power, drinking 10 bottles wouldn't have any effect. But even so, the eternal potions were already quite powerful. Chinrue remembered that before he advanced last night, he wasn't Mika's opponent at all. However, after drinking the true potion, he actually reached the level of quasi-higher demon and could barely compete with Mikas. The powerful effect of the potion was evident. Equal to the value was the price. The eternal potion cost 100,000 auras per bottle, which made Chenrue speechless. In addition to the potion category, there was another plant category in the exchangeable items. There were only 2 items under the plant category: Pivotal Seed and Aura Fruit Seed. Pivotal Seed, the center of the Galaxy Garden, automatically controlling and regulating the growth of all plants in the Galaxy Garden. It could be upgraded using refined energy dust. The higher the level, the longer the plant would grow. 5,000 auras per seed. Aura Fruit Seed. Fruits would be produced after maturing. Auras would be directly increased after consumption. The higher the level, the greater the increase. 500 auras per seed. Chenrue's eyes lit up. Auras were the basic power of the super system, and it was also the most needed resource. If he could only rely on consuming materials to increase auras, the source would eventually dry up one day. The emergence of the aura fruit tree brought new hope. It seemed that this energy regeneration problem was expected to be fundamentally solved. By the way, Galaxy Garden? Chenrue's heart moved, and he immediately opened the light screen of the building. Sure enough, there was a new building. Chapter 73. Galaxy Garden. Activation condition: 2,000 aura value. Function: plant various plants. Automatic trusteeship mode can be enabled. Pivotal seed must be purchased. Chenrue chose to build the Galaxy Garden without hesitation. An open space that looked like a garden appeared behind the Galaxy Divinity Temple. A circular plan was displayed on the light screen at the entrance of the garden. It was digitally divided into several grids. However, when he walked into the Galaxy Garden, he found that the space inside was much larger than the appearance. There was a circular soil in the center, which should be the place to plant the central pivotal seed. Chenrue now had 7,500 aura value. He used 2,000 to build the Galaxy Garden, which was just enough to buy the pivotal seed. After he chose to buy it, the soil faintly glowed, and a seed could be vaguely seen. His mind stayed on it for a while, and it prompted that 20 units of level 1 energy dust were needed. The maturation time was 3 days. Level 1 energy dust? Chenrue thought of the magic dust that changed the soil, and he suddenly understood. In the palace just now, he had given all the dust he converted to Jia. However, there were still a lot of magic materials in the storage warehouse that could be converted at any time. Chenrue entered the storage warehouse and began the long process of aura conversion. After converting all the materials that could be converted, the total amount had reached more than 320,000. This was still due to the limited types of convertible materials. If all the magic materials could be converted, then the amount of aura obtained would be several times more. 20 units of dust was equivalent to the powder obtained after converting 2,000 auras. When Chenrue sprinkled the powder on the soil of the pivotal seed, the faintly glowing seed in the soil shone with colorful light. It slowly broke out of the soil and turned into a verdant sprout. Chenrue knew that it needed 3 days to mature, so he wasn't in a hurry. He directly exited the super system. This time, the magic materials obtained from Joseph's shop alone could provide more than 300,000 auras. The power of the star leader, Mizar State, gave him the strength to compete with higher demon. The eternal potions and Galaxy Garden in the exchange center would also play an important role. These made him more confident to face Eric's a month later. Reyes was Eric's best friend. According to Reyes, he might be able to persuade Eric's to tear up the war contract with a secret method. But in order to truly subdue Eric's and take control of the arena, he must win this battle. As for Joseph, Chenrue had another plan. Perhaps he could even put on a good show of infernal affairs. Sardu of the Karen family was a veteran higher demon. He had been at the peak of higher demon for many years. This time, Eric's could fight with Sardu until both of them were injured. His combat power had definitely reached the later stage of higher demon. This had been confirmed by Reyes. Although Chen Rui became a star leader and obtained the power of the Mizar state, he was still unfamiliar with the use of the Mizar state's power and skills. Strictly speaking, a large part of him being able to kill Mikas this time was luck. He relied on Mikas' miscalculation and Aura Blade as surprise victory. If it was calculated according to real power and combat power, Qinrui was actually slightly inferior to Mikas. Therefore, the test in front of him was still severe. After serious consideration, Chen Rui spent 100,000 auras to exchange for a bottle of black potion, Eternal Power. Eternal Power could permanently increase attack power. Eternal Body could increase defense and endurance. Eternal Speed could increase speed and reaction. Eternal Mind could increase spirit power and sensing ability. Actually, Chen Rui also wanted to exchange for the other 3 bottles, but he still needed to keep the auras needed for the training ground. Although in the long run, the Galaxy Garden could become the main source of aura, and it had the passive characteristic of damage absorption. The future was the future after all. At present, there was still an urgent need for a lot of ready-made auras. Joseph came back this time with the excuse of transporting the 100 pieces of the highest quality vine stones that he lost to Alice's bet. Jia had promised him 60 pieces, plus the 6 pieces promised by the little lowly. He should be able to get tens of thousands of auras. Qinrui held the potion bottle in his hand, took a deep breath, pulled out the cork, and drank it in one go. It wasn't the first time he drank black potions. If the enthusiast master, Aldas, knew that this so-called apprentice had actually drunk 5 bottles of black potions, it was very likely that he would pretend to have no relationship with humans and directly tie someone to the operating table to start dissecting and researching. If the feeling of drinking the true potion was like an instant stimulant, then the eternal potion was a lingering wine. After Qinrui drank the eternal power, he only felt a surge of heat in his body, and each wave was higher than the previous one. Gradually, these waves of heat overlapped and produced a strange rhythm that seemed to be alive. To be more precise, it was a rule. Qinrui could clearly feel that this was the rule of power. After a long time, the rhythm gradually dissipated into the body, and the power in Qinrui's body improved a lot under the stimulation of this rule. This kind of improvement was different from the increase in a short period of time of strength potion. It was somewhat similar to the improvement of the body's awareness of a certain rule. Therefore, its effect was eternal. Qinrui had a feeling that if he were to fight with Mikas again now, the winning rate would be at least 60%. This was the magical effect of the eternal black potion. Unfortunately, it was only effective for the first time. Qinrui suddenly had a realization. Since the eternal potion can only be brewed by a potion grandmaster, then does this kind of potion with rule mean that I need to understand a certain rule? Or should I understand a certain rule in the potion? In fact, when I took the true potion last night, I had a faint special feeling, but the situation was critical at that time, so I didn't have time to savor it carefully. Now it seemed that this feeling was not accidental. The true potion should be another rule, but it was certain that both black potions had rule. Why can't a master-level potion maker configure a grandmaster-level potion to cross the gap? Is it the formula? Or is it the technique? Or should I say it's this key rule? So, in other words, the fundamental difference between a grandmaster and a master lies in the rule. Or is this a basic condition that must be understood to become a grandmaster? If this is the case, then aren't those masters who are struggling to find breakthroughs in formulas and other aspects going astray? The black potions were definitely buffer type, but that was the realm of a grandmaster. At the master level, the people who studied poison were far more than buffer type because, in the demon realm, the practical value of brewing poison was much higher and it was easier to get support from some forces. There were also many people who had been studying buffer type, or after becoming a master, they began to study buffer type formulas. but no one could successfully enter the Grandmaster level. The discovery of rule was very important, especially for Aldos, who had reached the master level. Aldos was a research-type professional. He was usually obsessed with pharmaceutics. He could talk endlessly in the professional field, but other than that, he didn't talk much nonsense. The Dark Elves were definitely not an upright and tolerant race. Aldos was a potion master and a standard Dark Elf at the same time. However, the Dark Elves were the most grateful, which was why Aldos would rather accept Sandro's dangerous challenge than betray Jia. In the Master Challenge, Chen Rui initially helped a plan for the activation of the super system. He eventually succeeded in defeating and poisoning Sandro, preventing Aldos from being expelled from the Dark Moon. At the same time, he greatly improved his reputation. For this, the Dark Elves didn't say it, but they remembered it in their hearts. In terms of pharmaceutics knowledge, the Dark Elves weren't as stingy as other masters. They told everything they knew. At least, this was the case for Chen Rui. And as long as Chen Rui asked, no matter what potion it was, he would just take it away without any hesitation. A true friend didn't have to be someone who was congenial with their words. Practical actions were often more persuasive than empty words. This was Aldos. After Chen Rui drank the eternal power, he couldn't resist the temptation. In the spirit of research for Aldos, he exchanged another bottle of eternal speed and drank it. After the pleasure, there were only 120,000 auras left. Although he wanted to continue to feel that wonderful taste for Comrade Aldos, he finally resisted the temptation and stopped the footsteps of scientific exploration. The remaining 2 black potions must be exchanged. These 120,000 auras must be used for training. I can't touch them anymore. I'll think about it after I earn more auras. Chen Rui remembered the news that Roy said. He decided to let Aldos be mentally prepared in advance. He walked out of the room and came to the lab. Aldos was sitting on a stool, holding a bottle of potion for an experiment. Slee, who already had a certain pharmaceutics foundation, was watching carefully at the side. Chen Rui suddenly felt a little ashamed. If he were to calculate, he, the potion master's apprentice, was actually not as competent as the imp servant in terms of learning. Slee, I have something important to discuss with the master. You go and guard the door now. If you find someone coming, immediately remind me. Yes, master. Slee was originally watching attentively. As soon as he heard his master's order, he immediately walked out of the door without saying anything. In fact, in the imp's heart, humans had become the best masters of the entire demon realm. He could truly learn pharmaceutics knowledge like an apprentice by the master's side, and it was free. It was all due to the master's grace. Aldos also stopped the experiment in his hand and looked at Chen Rui strangely. Why? Is there something wrong with the inheritance test? Chen Rui didn't beat around the bush. He directly told him that Joseph was about to return to the Dark Moon and that he might use Aldos' long-lost sister to recruit or threaten him. Aldos suddenly stood up. Did Joseph really find my sister? If Joseph uses this to threaten you to submit, what will you do? This question made Aldos hesitate. He didn't speak for a while. He was obviously struggling in his heart. After a long time, his eyes finally became unusually firm. I will never betray Princess Royal, but I will do everything I can to save my sister, even if I have to pay with my life. Aldos was not only a potion master, but his magic talent was also very high, especially the wind magic. He could cast lightning without chanting. If he didn't have a passionate love for pharmaceutics, he would probably have become a necromancer that surpassed Lich. However, the Dark Elf Master wasn't a combat profession after all. If he really fought, he might not even be comparable to an ordinary intermediate demon. Chen Rui showed a serious expression. Master, if you trust me, when Joseph comes to you, you can use the hesitation just now to delay him. I will try to save your sister. You? Aldos looked doubtful. Then he remembered that he just said that he would trust Chen Rui, so he couldn't question him at the moment. Chinrue understood the dark elf master's mood and nodded decisively. Master, you don't have to worry about what method I use and who I ask to save. You just have to trust me. What's more, as far as I know, Joseph didn't find her sister. He just has some clues. So don't be fooled by him. If you can't delay it, ask to see your sister with your own eyes. Aldas took a deep look at Chinrue. He didn't ask what method he used to save her or how he got the information. He just nodded slightly. No wonder you can get the trust and attention of Princess Royal. It seems that your talent has been overlooked. I believe you. However, Joseph knows my loyalty to Princess Royal. I can even refuse the recruitment of the capital's regent. Why is he still so determined to get my service? Is it because of my performance in the Master Challenge last time? In fact, if he really wants to recruit a potion master, there should be someone who is easier to convince than me. Speaking of this, Chinrue looked bashful and said, Maybe I accidentally did something last time that made Joseph have some kind of misunderstanding. Aldas asked curiously, What is it? When Chinrue said the excuse of cheating materials in the magic store last time, Aldas was stunned for a moment. Then he grabbed Chinrue's collar fiercely and shouted, You bastard, you can be deceitful about other things, but you can't be fake in academics. Although the incident of poisoning Sandro in the arena last time made me famous, I always felt ashamed. It's not because of your damn king's idea, but because that's not my true strength. Now you actually made a mess of a grand master potion. This is forcing me to deceive the world in the pharmaceutics field. Sure enough, when it came to pharmaceutics, the dark elf became fanatical. He was indeed a fanatic master. Yet, that abominable human was still studying the vocabulary with interest. Deceive the world in order to gain fame? Even brother Xuanzi transmigrated to the demon realm to be the demon king? Or is it an illusion of which demon realm sage? If it was before the exchange center was built, Chinrue would be at a loss facing Aldas's accusation, but now Aldas was filled with righteous indignation and wanted to continue to accuse. Suddenly his whole body trembled and his movement froze. His eyes were also frozen. The source of everything was a bottle of potion in the human's hand. It was a very ordinary glass bottle. The difference was that the potion in the bottle was black. Chapter 74. Aldas stared at the bottle. All his anger and indignation were instantly thrown away. His voice trembled. This is a black potion. Black potion, true. Spirit potion. Chinrue smiled slightly. Master, do you want it? This question was purely nonsense. From Aldas's fanatical eyes, it was clearly, I will fight you if you don't give it to me. Master, I can give it to you. But Master, please promise me one thing first. Chinrue slowly handed the bottle over. No need to say anything. I promise you whatever it is. Aldas took the bottle of black potion with a trembling hand. He couldn't believe that the bottle contained the legendary supreme potion. The dark elf's cautious movements were afraid that his hand would shatter it. He immediately placed it on the table, but he was afraid of accidentally knocking it down. He made a safety rack and piled a lot of things around it. Chinrue looked at Aldas's abnormal look and snickered secretly. If this master knew that as long as there was enough aura, not only the true series, but even the eternal series could be obtained, he would probably be so excited that he would release a lightning bolt on himself and then faint in happiness. After Aldas put away the black potion, he didn't open the bottle stopper. He looked at it obsessively for a while, as if the deep black potion was a peerless beauty that could turn all living things upside down. After half an hour, he recovered a little bit and asked, This bottle of potion, where did you get it? Aldas was still a little sober. He didn't ask if Chinrue made it himself. As a matter of fact, this apprentice was very incompetent. After learning the basic knowledge of pharmaceutics, he basically couldn't see anyone. On the contrary, the learning progress of the imp was surprising. Do you remember my Grand Master's inheritance test this time? I have already passed half of it. As a reward, the Grand Master controlled me to make this bottle of true spirit potion. When I woke up, the potion had successfully appeared in front of me, but I couldn't remember the formula and technique clearly. Chen Rui felt that this Grand Master's excuse was getting more and more perfect. Even he couldn't find any loopholes. So that's how it is. Dear Demon God, the great Grand Master's inheritance has finally shown the dawn of pharmaceutics. Aldas was excited again. So if you can complete this inheritance test, will you get the ability to make black potions? I don't think so. Moreover, the second half of the inheritance is even more dangerous. If one is not careful, one might lose his life. Of course, Chenrue wouldn't admit it. The cheapest black potion also cost 10,000 auras. Besides, he didn't want to spend all his energy on this aspect at the moment. Master, what I want you to promise is that if the black potion is known by others in the future, you must say that you developed it yourself. You must never mention me. No. Aldas slammed the table indignantly and almost jumped up nervously. His ferocious look was shocking. Chenrue pointed at the shaking black potion on the table. The dark elf's anger was immediately deflated. He hurriedly held the precious potion with both hands and put on a somewhat comical pose, but his resolute attitude was unquestionable. This is your glory. I will never do such a shameless thing. Master, you have to think carefully. I'm not giving you this potion to be famous, but to let you study it and truly step into the realm of the great Grandmaster. Chenrue said solemnly, do you want the secret of the great Grandmaster's inheritance to be leaked? I'm just a human, an outsider, and a powerless outsider. If the biggest secret is really leaked, how much trouble will it cause? Can I still stay in the Dark Moon? Aldas was touched. In terms of value, this bottle of black potion was many times more precious than all the potions that Chenrue had squandered before. For a potion master, he was absolutely willing to pay any price to exchange for it. However, this human just gave it to me without any conditions except for joking. The dark elf master calmed down and began to analyze seriously. Chenrue is right. If the news is leaked, not only the fallen angel empire, but the other two empires will also focus on the Dark Moon estate. All parties will fight for Chenrue at all costs. With the current strength of the Dark Moon, Princess Jia can't keep him. By then, not only the Dark Moon will lose Chenrue, but even the balance maintained by the three empires on the surface may be broken. Therefore, even if I study this bottle, I must do it in an extremely secretive situation. I must not let anyone know before I get any results. Aldas' analysis made Chenrue secretly ashamed. Even he didn't think of many things. It seemed that he underestimated the shock caused by the great Grandmaster to the demon realm. By the way, there is one more thing. Chenrue thought of the strange feeling when he tasted the black potion, including the rule. He told Aldas everything, but the excuse was changed to the vague feeling he got from the great Grandmaster's inheritance. Unlike a half-baked apprentice like Chenrue, Aldas's eyes widened as soon as he heard it. He murmured, "Rhythm, rule." The dark elf only thought that it was the precious experience left by the great Grandmaster's divine thought. He treated it like a treasure, but he didn't expect that someone was just talking about the taste. Seeing Aldas being obsessed, Chenrue knew that he shouldn't disturb him. He instructed the imp at the door and returned to the room. At this time, after getting the news that Eric's, Royce, and the Karen family were at daggers drawn, Joseph rushed all the way and finally returned to the Dark Moon City before the sky turned dark. Joseph didn't return to the Dark Moon's mansion. He first went to the arena to visit the injured Eric's. Then, accompanied by Royce, he came to the magic store that was ransacked. His face became gloomier. "Sir, this is what happened." Although Royce's tone wasn't agitated when he mentioned the Karen family, his eyes couldn't hide the anger. "I'm willing to take full responsibility for the magic store. Please punish me, sir." Joseph shook his head. "This is all the fault of that bastard, Alan. I can't blame you. Your injury is fine, right?" It's not a big deal, but Eric's injury isn't light. He will need at least half a month to recover. Mikas was not my opponent at first. If he didn't sneak attack and get poisoned by the fire poison, he wouldn't be able to come to the magic store. Royce gritted his teeth. Alan's cheating in the arena was exposed by Aguile. It was already known by the whole city. Rika, who joined the Karen family, was also killed by Eric's in public. However, Aguile's potential is indeed extraordinary. I followed him all the way and wanted to try to recruit him. It just so happened that Mikas was chasing Aguile, so I tried to stop him. However, I didn't expect so many things to happen. Before I killed Mikas, he gave a space bracelet to the guard Gank. Many soldiers saw it. When Eric's and I went to Alan's residence, Gank was by Alan's side. Those things must be in Alan's hands now. Joseph pondered for a moment and asked, after this incident, what was the reaction of Princess Royal? Royce replied truthfully, Princess Royal naturally wants to see us and the Karen family hostile. On the surface, she sent old Gauss to mediate, but in fact she was sowing discord. In Royce's heart, since the master had such an ability, he was definitely not just a small secretary. It was likely that Princess Royal was just a tool. And it seems that there should be no other factors in this incident. If it was related to Princess Royal, she would show an indifferent attitude instead of this obvious provocation. Joseph nodded thoughtfully and asked, by the way, is that Aguile really going to challenge Eric's after a month? Yes, Aguile was only the early stage of intermediate demon a month ago. When he defeated Rika, he was already at the later stage of intermediate demon. According to Eric's and my observation, Aguile is likely to be a mutated great demon or a descendant of a fallen royal family. He has some kind of seal on him, and he needs to rely on battle to break the seal and restore his strength. That's why he has the courage to set a challenge for 2 months. Eric's and him have already signed a war contract. There's such a guy. Joseph looked interested. According to your opinion, what's the possibility of this person joining us? If there's no Eric's, it's almost 100%. Royce said affirmatively. He still has a small force called the Cloak Gang. It's just that he offended Alan and set a dual date with Eric's, so he can only seek the protection of a third party. Joseph's eyes revealed a murderous intent. You mean Princess Royal? Royce nodded. When Alan sent people to wipe out the Cloak Gang this afternoon, Princess Royal's Imperial Guards appeared in the southeast block of the Cloak Gang, stating that the Cloak Gang has become one of the reserve forces of the Imperial Guards. Alan's men had no choice but to retreat. All signs indicate that Aguile has successfully sided with Princess Royal. Joseph frowned. Then he heard Royce said, Sir, don't worry. Actually, this is my idea for Aguile. When I saved Aguile last night, I proposed to recruit him. Aguile is very grateful to me for saving his life, and he is also quite tempted by Sir's proposal, but he insists on fighting with Eric's and will never change. If he wins the duel, he asks to replace Eric's position and take charge of the arena. So before the duel, he will not side with us. I immediately agreed on behalf of Sir, and let him first serve Jia to preserve the strength of the Cloak Gang. Please forgive me for overstepping my authority. No, you did a very good job. Joseph had already faintly understood Royce's intention, and a smile of appreciation appeared at the corner of his mouth. If Aguile is easily beheaded by Eric's a month later, we won't lose anything. Instead, we can use this to attack Jia. If Aguile can really have the power to compete with Eric's a month later, then we will get a fierce general. If I can't return by then, you must remember to try to prevent the two from fighting to the death. No matter which side dies, it is something we don't want to see. Royce bowed. Understood, sir. The more fierce the battle between Joseph and Kaneda, the better it would be if he had more talents under him. Otherwise, it didn't matter even if Eric's and Aguile died. He asked again, By the way, is the Princess retail store opened by the Little Princess doing well recently? Royce had reported this to Joseph early in the morning. He nodded and said, Yes, especially the demon-fighting chess and princess chess. The Mellon family once spent 50,000 black crystal coins to buy the alchemy work of the ancient Grand Master. It is said that the mystery contained in it is still unsolved. The Grand Master's work. Joseph thought of the bet between Alice and himself during the sky battle, and a faint cold light appeared in his eyes. I want to know more about the Princess retail store. Royce understood that, even if he didn't say it, Joseph could easily understand the intel of the Princess retail store in the Dark Moon now. So he told him everything. The more Joseph listened, the more solemn his expression became. He narrowed his eyes and fell into contemplation. Royce exclaimed, "Although I'm a layman in business, I admire the little Princess Royal Highness a little now. She can actually run such a weird store into the most famous store in the Dark Moon City." No. Joseph shook his head. This should not be the little princess's ability. Otherwise, her store would have long been famous in the Dark Moon. Don't underestimate this inconspicuous business. The wisdom and skills contained in it are beyond imagination. Let's go to the Princess retail store tomorrow and see the situation first. Royce said indignantly, "What about Alan? He is just a useless person who relies on his family's power. Please forgive me, sir. I can't tolerate being stepped on by such a useless person." Joseph knew that Royce was originally the heir of a big family. Although he was deprived of his honor, the pride in his bones was even greater than Eric's. He comforted, "Don't worry. Although I don't want to completely fall out with the Karen family for the time being, I won't let anyone bully me. We still have to win over Alan. Before that, I will give him a little lesson." Royce nodded and didn't say anything. Joseph smiled with satisfaction. He never thought that this arrogant subordinate was deliberately provoking him just now. Chapter 75. At night, the wyvern flapped its wings and appeared at the blue lake. The strange thing was that Chenrue couldn't find Peglio. Peglio was nowhere to be seen in several common places. There was a bad feeling in his heart. He walked to the blue lake with his last hope and planned to dive into the water to find out. There was a wicked laughter from behind. "Human brother, are you going to take a bath after you take off your clothes?" How could Chenrue not know who this familiar voice was? The human brother made his scalp tingle. He turned around abruptly, but the source of the voice was empty. He couldn't see anyone. "Peglio, you bastard. If you don't come out, I will go back." "Hee. Why don't you use suicide as a threat, brother?" The poison dragon's figure finally appeared from the open space behind, but he still didn't forget to disgust Chenrue. "You still dare to say that?" Chenrue's figure moved, and he had already rushed up. "You disgusting guy. Your speed has become faster again." The poison dragon's eyes lit up, but he took a step back. Chenrue only felt an invisible force blocking in front like some kind of transparent wall, and he couldn't move forward. Chenrue's mind moved, and he punched at the wall. There was actually a solid hitting sound, but this wall was extremely tough. It actually bounced back those attacks, making his blood boil. He suffered a little loss, and he suddenly had a competitive spirit. "Even your attack has become stronger." As Peglio just said a sentence, he saw Chenrue leaped up high. His palm was in the shape of a blade, and he slashed forward. Who was Peglio? He noticed that the power of the palm was different at a glance. It exuded a terrifying sharpness like an invincible giant weapon. "Damn guy, don't mess around." Peglio appeared in front of Chenrue first. Chenrue was taken aback. He used Aura Blade of the Mizar state. It was too late to stop it this time. Peglio's arm moved like lightning, and the blade slashed on the poison dragon's arm firmly. It actually made a crisp sound like two metal objects colliding together. Chenrue only felt that Aura Blade slashed on the strongest shield. There was a strange vibration force on the shield, which tore Aura Blade's sharpness apart. The remaining power couldn't break the defense of the shield at all. Instead, it was shaken away and fell to the ground. Peglio also fell to the ground, and his face showed a shocked expression. The arm that blocked Aurablade was not damaged, but behind the arm there was a thin cut mark on the poison dragon's forehead, as if he was slashed by a blade. The poison dragon's physique was extraordinary. The saber mark instantly healed to its original state, but the surprise in his heart was difficult to calm down. The saber just now seemed to be completely defended, but there was a mysterious aura that inconceivably penetrated the defense and still hurt him. Shinrue climbed up and saw that Peglio was still safe and sound after being hit by Aurablade. He admired in his heart. This guy has sharp eyes and a vicious mouth, but his strength is really unfathomable. If he unlocks the seal and recovers the power of a demon overlord, I wonder what kind of level he will be. You. Oh, right. According to you, you are a pervert. A complete pervert. The poison dragon looked indignant. Last night, you were so injured that you wanted to commit suicide. Now you are almost recovered. Your strength and speed have increased instead. Also, the secret technique just now is very strange. It can actually hurt me. If you continue to grow like this, it will only take a few years to unify the demon realm. As the poison dragon spoke, he waved his hands in the air. 2 marks with a diameter of 1 meter appeared on the ground behind him, emitting a strange light. You are still called injured. Shinrue glanced at the forehead that the poison dragon pointed at with disdain. He looked at the 2 marks. What are these 2 things? You even forgot the dragon inscription? Peglio scolded angrily. Ignorant and incompetent guy. But you are so lucky that it makes people jealous. That secret technique is the inheritance of the Grand Master, right? It is indeed amazing, but it is a waste for it to fall into the hands of people like you. Just now, you attacked the rebound inscription. Unless you can completely destroy it, otherwise the stronger the attack, the more powerful the rebound. I have the strength of a great demon king now, so the inscription I engraved can exert the power of a demon king. With your strength, even if the secret technique is powerful, you can't break this inscription. If I didn't stop you, you would have to bear your own secret technique just now. Shinrue shuddered. Only then did he understand why Peglio wanted to intercept him just now. He immediately became alert. It seems that the result of killing Mikas last night made me a little too complacent. No matter how strong Aurablade is, there is a limit. I must be cautious. Speaking of which, you haven't learned inscription for a long time. Peglio pointed to another mark. Do you remember what this is? This is. Shinrue's understanding of inscription remained at the level of rote memorization. In terms of understanding, he couldn't even be considered as a beginner. When he was flipping the inscription knowledge in his memory, a prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Memory found unknown metadata. Do you want to activate deep analysis? Shinrue was stunned. Deep analysis is actually the expensive skill that I can't understand. 10,000 auras in just half an hour. I still have 110,000 auras now. In order to unlock more mysteries of the super system, I'll give it a try. Activate. As soon as Shinrue confirmed in his consciousness, he felt that his spirit was instantly highly concentrated. He read and analyzed the relevant parts in his memory in a strange way. 10 minutes passed. Peglio saw that he was still in a daze, so he shook his head. The difficulty of the dragon inscription is really not small. Even for the dragons, it's not easy to master. For this ignorant and incompetent guy, I'm afraid it's more difficult than breaking through to Demon King. It's better to be patient and teach slowly. Forget it, with your wisdom. Before he finished speaking, he heard Shinrue yelled, Peglio, tell me all the inscription knowledge you know now. Don't ask me why. Quick. Peglio was stunned, then he reacted immediately. He began to teach while drawing diagrams on the ground. After a while, he just wanted to stop to take a breath. But the human glared at him and urged, Quick! Continue, the faster the better. It's best to finish everything. Since when is this guy so eager to learn? The poison dragon knew that something was wrong, so he didn't care anymore. He said everything he could think of in one breath. He simply gestured the diagrams in the air quickly. Chenrue didn't understand at all. He was just concentrating and memorizing all these things. Soon, half an hour passed. He couldn't care too much and activated deep analysis again until the poison dragon finished speaking. Okay, don't disturb me now. Chenrue felt that his brain was like a computer, quickly storing, analyzing, calculating, and even deciphering the data that he had memorized. He picked up a branch and drew on the mud floor. Paglio shook his head at first, but his expression became more and more surprised as time went by. Although the inscription drawn by Chenrue was far from meeting the requirements in terms of strength, the accuracy was getting higher and higher. In the end, there was no difference at all. The time of the second deep analysis was finally over. The data that had been analyzed, or it should be said that the data that had been deciphered, formed something like a brand. It was deeply imprinted in Chenrue's mind. He could use it freely as if he was proficient in knowledge. Of course, this was only a part of the knowledge that the poison dragon said, but the rest was still imprinted in his memory. Next time, he could continue to carry out deep analysis to decipher more mysteries. Your two inscriptions, one is rebound and the other is conceal. As for what I drew, this represents flame, this represents explosion. Then this string represents vicious and teleport, right? Chenrue cast a questioning look at Paglio. Paglio nodded subconsciously. He suddenly took 2 steps forward and looked at Chenrue up and down with a strange gaze, as if he wanted to swallow him. Chenrue was horrified. Could this poison dragon's lair be in Brokeback Mountain? I now have more reason to suspect that you are a dragon instead of a damn human. Paglio gritted his teeth and said, Even a dragon can't master the dragon inscription so quickly. Paglio was good at dragon inscription. He had nearly 10,000 years of knowledge and experience in this field. He was also famous among the dragons in the demon realm. Unexpectedly, this human, who was a rookie who was scratching his head in the beginning, had really mastered the basics in the blink of an eye. It wasn't a rote memorization like before, but a real understanding. Grand Master. It must be the inheritance of the Grand Master. Paglio's reaction was still very fast. He glared at Chenrue fiercely. It seems that Grand Master Wukong must be a giant dragon, or rather, the ancestor of the dragons in the legend. Why does the ancestor favor such a shameless human? Sir Paglio, such a powerful, handsome, excellent, and talented dragon, is actually ignored. You're jealous again. This isn't the virtue of a dragon. Chenrue curled his lips disdainfully, but he was really happy deep down in his heart. It turns out that this is the mystery of deep analysis. The 20,000 auras are definitely worth it. I actually solved the most troublesome dragon inscription. In this way, I will be able to learn anything in the future. Isn't I a Superman? However, I don't know what the unknown metadata means. There should still be certain restrictions in the object of deep analysis. The super system was like a huge treasure. Chenrue had now gotten the key, but he was only exploring at the most superficial level. The rest would definitely be worth looking forward to. Hearing that Paglio was still complaining about Monkey King because he couldn't eat the grapes, Chenrue shook his head. What ancestor of the dragons? It's more like a monkey. Moreover, it's one of the 4 famous monkey brands in the Primordial Mall, the spiritual stone monkey. At this moment, Chenrue suddenly felt a strong dizziness in his head. The world seemed to be spinning. The spirit that was highly concentrated during the deep analysis actually showed an unprecedented weakness. His whole body was shaky and unstable. He was about to fall down. Paglio noticed that his situation wasn't right. He quickly held him and slowly let him sit on the grass. Chenrue sat on the ground and rested for a while. He finally felt a little better. He felt that the spirit that had always been abundant was greatly consumed. It was like a flowing spring suddenly dried up. No wonder he almost couldn't support it. It seemed that deep analysis wasn't a skill that could be used casually. It had a very high requirement for spirit. He used it twice in a row just now, and it actually exhausted his spirit. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately exchanged a bottle of recovery potion that cost 2,000 auras and drank it. However, the effect of this white potion, which was equivalent to a Grand Master's preparation, was actually worse than expected. Coupled with the characteristics of astral form, the recovery speed of spirit was only slightly faster. This shouldn't be due to the effect of the potion. It was probably the sequelae of deep analysis. The poison dragon originally had a lot of questions. Seeing Chun Rue's state, he didn't force him and let him ride the wyvern back to rest first. In Chun Rue's state, he couldn't use the ordinary analytical eyes anymore. Fortunately, Keigo was already very familiar with this kind of round trip, so he didn't need Chun Rue's order at all. He directly flapped his wings and flew back to the palace's laboratory. When Chun Rue returned to his room, he felt unprecedentedly tired and fell asleep. Chapter 76. When he woke up, it was already noon of the next day. Chun Rue felt that his spirit had recovered about 30%, and he drank a bottle of spirit recovery potion that he exchanged. Although he figured out the mystery of deep analysis last night, he also paid a certain price for rushing for results. Spirit was not only the power to cast magic, but it was also the source of will and perception. In the case of insufficient spirit, forcing himself to train would be counterproductive. So Chun Rue planned to start training after he fully recovered. He once experimented with entering the ordinary training ground with time rule, but the time rule didn't work for the recovery of spirit in this situation, so he had to exit again. He wasted 2,000 auras in vain. It seemed that he could only rely on potions and sleep to recover. Deep analysis was indeed powerful, but this skill must be used cautiously in the future. It was estimated that it would take another 2 days for his spirit to fully recover. In terms of time, he could rely on the training grounds rule to supplement, but now it seemed that he still needed a lot of auras. At that time, he was a little impulsive when he drank the black potion, but facing the temptation of permanently increasing strength after drinking the potion, it was already considered good to be able to keep 120,000 auras. Including the true spirit potion that he exchanged with Aldas and the 20,000 auras consumed by deep analysis last night, he only had 90,000 auras left. Auras were like money. They came and went quickly. However, in the process of coming and going, it was his own strength that grew, so there was nothing to be regretful about. The black potion, eternal body, and eternal mind that he hadn't exchanged were estimated at 200,000 auras. The 8-fold gravity, 10-fold time rule, or even 100-fold time rule required more auras. He got 160,000 black crystal coins from Silva last time, and now there were about 80,000 left. However, there shouldn't be much aura left after the old dwarf plundered the aura materials on the market a while ago. However, Chun Rue had an idea for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exchanged for the black potion rashly. That was Mountain Shillong. Mountain Shillong's waste ores were unusable waste items for ordinary people. For Chun Rue, it was an urgently needed source of aura, and there was a lot of it. From the information, this kind of waste ores appeared 400 years ago. It was likely to be produced by some special pollution of the underground demonic beasts. In other words, Mountain Shillong had accumulated hundreds of years of waste ores. Even if a piece could only provide 2-digit aura and was far inferior to magic materials in terms of quality, it was a terrifying data in terms of quantity. Danger and opportunity always went hand in hand. Chun Rue decided to go to Mountain Shillong before his duel with Eric's. However, before that he had to get a map. Otherwise, he would be flying around like a headless fly. Even if he had wyverns, it would be a waste of time. Just as Chun Rue was thinking, the imp knocked on the door. "Master, are you there?" Under normal circumstances, Slee would not rashly disturb him. Chun Rue got up and opened the door. "What's the matter, Slee?" Her Royal Highness invites you to the meeting hall. Chanrue knew that Jia would not interrupt his inheritance trial for no reason. There must be something important. Besides, his spirit had not recovered yet, so it was not suitable for him to train. Therefore, he immediately rushed to the meeting hall. In the meeting hall, other than Jia, there was also a beautiful figure that Chanrue had not seen for a long time. Including the time spent in the training ground, it had been a few months. To be honest, he still missed her a little, especially when he was breaking through at the critical moment of life and death. This figure was one of the reasons that stimulated his outburst. Chanrue, a familiar voice rang out, tinged with a hint of surprise. The familiar purple hair, the familiar red eyes, but the blush that flashed across his usually bold face made him a little unfamiliar. Athena! Chanrue was also very happy. You have completely adapted to the power of Higher Demon? However, I can only barely reach the early stage of Higher Demon now. It will be more and more difficult in the future. Athena nodded vigorously. She looked at him for a moment, and the excitement on her face suddenly turned into worry. What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Did you take any medication? Due to the sequelae of deep analysis, Chanrue's current mental state was very bad. Athena could see it at a glance. Yes, there is a small situation, but it's not a big deal. I will be fine after a few days of rest. Feeling Athena's undisguised concern, Chanrue's heart was warm. Then he heard Jia also said, "Don't force yourself too much in terms of the mission. Also, the cloak gang you mentioned last time has become one of the reserve forces of the Imperial Guards." "I understand, Princess Royal." Chanrue heard that the first half of Jia's sentence was a vague concern. She was talking about the inheritance trial. Although it seemed very cold in front of Athena, it was still quite useful in his heart. The second half of the sentence showed Jia's attitude on the matter of Aguile. She had undoubtedly agreed with Chanrue's trust in Aguile. However, if it was just about Athena and the cloak gang, Jia wouldn't specifically summon him to the council hall. He waited for her to continue. "Tomorrow morning is the time for the quarterly meeting. You have to come. Regular meeting? I seem to have heard from Royce that it's rare to have 2 days off, but I still have to work overtime. I don't know if I can get employee benefits. Initially, I didn't want you to attend this regular meeting, but Joseph and several family representatives specifically want to see you, the new secretary. It's not good to refuse. This kind of request is reasonable, but Joseph won't speak without reason. At the regular meeting, you have to be wary of him using your human identity to make a fuss. If you really can't do it, you can resign from your position as the secretary." Chanrue finally understood. It turned out to be a smiling tiger playing tricks behind the scenes. He definitely didn't have any good intentions. It seemed that he had to be careful in tomorrow's regular meeting. However, as Jia said, if he really couldn't do it, he would quit the position of the secretary. He would be firm if he had no desires. He wouldn't give Joseph a chance to make a fuss. With Jia's trust in him, he would still do what he had to do. Jia saw that he nodded and understood. She knew that Chanrue already knew what to do, so she didn't say much. She put a space bracelet on the table. This is the superb vine stone that Joseph brought back from the Red Spirit estate. Alice told me that she had promised to give you her 6 pieces, so the 100 pieces inside and this space bracelet are all yours. 100 pieces, not 66 pieces? Chanrue was pleasantly surprised. He almost imitated the old dwarf and said, "Princess Royal's generosity is comparable to the demon realm's 2 moons." However, he knew that Jia didn't like to listen to this kind of empty talk, so he simply said, "Thank you, Your Highness." The space bracelet was of little value to Chanrue, who had a storage warehouse. Besides, he had already seized Silva's space ring. Not to mention that after entering the Mizar state, the storage warehouse's capacity had expanded a lot. Now he had more space but less things. However, Storage space equipment was considered rare equipment in the demon realm. This was also the beautiful boss's kind intentions, so of course he had to accept it. Jia nodded slightly. She looked at Chenrue and Athena. Suddenly, she lowered her eyes and looked at the document in her hand. She said without raising her head, Athena just finished her training, so she hasn't seen Alice yet. You guys go to the princess retail store. I believe Alice will be very happy to see you guys. Athena also wanted to see Alice, so she left the palace with Chenrue. Chenrue, didn't Princess Royal assign you a mission for 2 months? How is it going? There's still half left. Chenrue thought of something. By the way, Athena, have you been to Mountain Shillong? In the first year I came to the Dark Moon, I went to that area to train. Athena nodded. But at that time, the bandits hadn't started to disturb the mine yet. So if I go by Wyvern, how long will it take to get there? Chenrue saw that there were few people nearby, so he asked in a low voice, Do you want to train long distance, beast flying? Athena's eyes lit up. Chenrue naturally wouldn't tell the truth. He followed her guess and asked, Actually, this is just an assumption. Can you answer me? Athena blinked and replied, Although the wyvern's flying ability is strong, there is a limit. You must choose a place to rest and feed the wyvern on the way. Then, you must choose a safe place to sleep at night. If you go alone, even if you have a map, it may take about 6 days. So if you decide to do this kind of training, you can save at least half the time if you have an experienced guide. After all, Athena wasn't that kind of old fox. The urgent expression on her pretty face had clearly written the words, I'm the guide. Chenrue smiled slightly, but he was calculating in his heart. 6 days. The round-trip trip is 12 days. I have to fight Eric's in less than a month. Time is really tight. Do I really have to bring this guide along? As they were talking, the two had arrived at the princess retail store. They saw customers coming out one after another, and they kept looking back. It seemed that something happened in the store. Chenrue and Athena walked in and saw that there were only the succubus and imp left on the first floor. Caguly, who was responsible for security, was gone. A group of people were blocking the stairs on the second floor and confronting each other. The two hurried forward. Athena! A greeting from the entrance of the second floor made Athena frown. Her good mood suddenly became bad. When everyone heard it, they made way for them. The person who spoke was the person that Athena hated the most, the sheriff and guard general, Alan Caron. It turns out to be Athena and our Dark Moon's new secretary, Sir Chenrue. Another voice with a hidden knife in his smile also sounded. It also made Chenrue feel uncomfortable, but he still bowed slightly politely, Sir Joseph. It turned out that the two sides of the confrontation were Joseph and Alan's group. Joseph was still smiling, but Royce and Visasha behind him showed a strong hostility toward Alan's group. Although Alan had more subordinates, none of them were higher demon. They seemed to be cowering under the pressure of that imposing manner. It felt like they were trying to act tough. It was mainly because the Caron family's strongest higher demon, Sardu and Eric's, were both injured and Mikas was dead. Alan couldn't come up with a powerhouse that could support the situation at the moment, so he could only rely on numbers to scare people. Sir Secretary, you seem to be unwell. Joseph noticed that Chenrue was in low spirits, so he asked with concern. Chenrue knew that this guy was a weasel paying a visit to a chicken with bad intentions, so he replied, Sir, I'm sorry. My physique has been poor since I was young. I was seriously ill recently, so I didn't come out much. Joseph glanced at Athena and smiled meaningfully, so that's the case. No wonder even the genius girl of our great demon clan has hardly shown up recently. As soon as the sentence was said, Chenrue only felt that 2 fiery eyes fell on his face. It was Alan. Chenrue was already used to this kind of gaze, so he completely ignored it. However, Joseph's words transferred Alan's anger to Chenrue. It was indeed sinister. Athena, Your training is finally over? The two groups of people were separated, and Alice's surprised voice sounded. Now everyone was here. Chapter 77. Alan didn't know if Alice's words were intentional or unintentional, but it made him understand that Athena didn't go out because of her training. As expected, his face was slightly relieved, and he continued to stare at Joseph fiercely. When Athena saw her long-lost friend Alice, she finally smiled. "Alice! Chinrue is here too. Come here quickly." In front of Joseph and Alan, Alice pulled Chinrue and Athena to the second floor with one hand in each hand. Kagili, Kia, and others were here. There were also a few guests, one of whom was injured. The guests seemed to be afraid to leave because the stairs were blocked by Joseph and Alan. Alice was checking the injured person's condition just now, so she didn't see Athena and Chinrue immediately. When Chinrue asked Alice, he found out that the reason for the dispute between Joseph and Alan was because of the Grand Master's work, or puzzle. Of course, if there was no good show the night before yesterday, the two sides who were originally in cahoots would not have such a tense relationship. The birthday of the Empire's regent, Obsidian, was approaching. Alan wanted to buy the Burr puzzle as a congratulatory gift and presented it to Prince Obsidian through his father in the capital. It just so happened that Joseph also came to the Princess retail store. After learning of Alan's intention, he offered to buy the Burr puzzle at double the price. Alan originally hated Reyes and Erix, who killed Mikas and came to his door. Now that Joseph returned to the Dark Moon, not only did he not take the initiative to reconcile, but he also provocatively wanted to compete for the Burr puzzle. Alan couldn't help but be furious. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would have almost made a move. The injured guest was injured by Alan's lackeys because he had touched Alan's bad luck. "Joseph, are you very rich? You should keep that money and continue to fight with your brother, Kaneda." Alan's greatest hostility returned to Joseph. "I'll pay triple the price. This Burr puzzle, I'm definitely getting it." The original price of the Burr puzzle was 50,000 black crystal coins. Triple the price was 150,000. It was a huge sum of money. The rule of the Devil Realm was that the highest bidder would win. Alice didn't bother to greet Chinrue and Athena. Her big eyes were filled with the shapes of black crystal coins. She immediately asked, "This Burr puzzle, Joseph, do you still want to increase the price?" 200,000. When Joseph heard Alan said Kaneda's name bluntly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. As Aaron was about to speak, the lich on the side whispered, "Sir, we don't have enough money." Seeing Joseph smile, Alan was even more furious. He sneered and took out a few things. "I don't have enough money, but these magic equipment are of the best quality. If the little princess is willing, you can convert them into black crystal coins. I still have a lot of such equipment, and I can sell them to your highness cheaply." Royce, who was behind Joseph, let out a low roar when he saw the magic equipment. A murderous aura surged from his body. Joseph raised his eyebrows. He knew that these were definitely the items that the magic shop had lost. Alan's actions were like a slap in the face. Both sides glared at each other. However, Joseph didn't get angry. He turned around and patted Royce's shoulder. Royce took a deep breath and calmed down again. Chinrue secretly praised Royce's acting skills. Alice hesitated and couldn't make up her mind. She secretly looked at Chinrue, wanting to consult his opinion. Chinrue couldn't give an opinion in front of so many people. He just looked at a plaque in the middle of the second floor. On it was the word engraved according to Chinrue's intention: integrity. Alice was very clever. She followed his gaze and immediately understood. She still frowned and said nothing. Obviously, she was struggling fiercely in her heart. Finally, she said, "I don't want these things." Aaron's face changed. Then he heard Alice continued, "The purpose of our princess retail store is integrity. This purpose is for all customers. Aaron came earlier than Joseph today, so the Burr puzzle is sold to Aaron at the original price of 50,000 black crystal coins. However, Aaron, your subordinate hurt my customer, so he must compensate for his treatment costs. Do you have any opinion on this? Absolutely no opinion. Aaron was overjoyed. He quickly asked someone to give the injured a handful of black crystal coins. Thank you so much. The Princess Retail Store is really the best store in the city. It is much better than some guy's stores. Alice nodded and asked Caguly and Kia to count Aaron's 50,000 black crystal coins. Then she undid the magic protection and handed the beautifully packaged burr puzzle to Aaron. Aaron carefully opened the box and looked at the hardcover version of the burr puzzle as if he got a treasure. He quickly put it into the space ring. Seeing Aaron's appearance, Alice remembered the few grand masterworks that were piled up randomly in her room. She secretly laughed. Speaking of which, she lost at least 150,000 black crystal coins this time. It was painful just thinking about it. Joseph ignored Aaron's provocative eyes and just looked at the word integrity. Although the momentary communication between Alice and Chenrue was obscure, it couldn't be hidden from him. After taking a deep look at Chenrue, Joseph bowed slightly to Alice and left the Princess Retail Store with Royce and Visasha. When Aaron saw Joseph leave, he was naturally arrogant. He thanked Alice happily and left. After the two left, Chenrue came over and whispered a few words to Alice. Alice immediately stepped forward to comfort the injured person. This was a member of a small family. In fact, he was only slightly injured, so he didn't need so much money. Seeing the little princess personally inquired, he looked flattered. Alice smiled and said, "Everyone, I'm very sorry about today. However, I believe everyone has seen that the Princess Retail Store pays particular attention to the word integrity. No matter who comes to us in the future, they will feel the meaning of this word. Please rest assured when you shop. Little Princess Royal Highness is really amazing." Alice's words and smile infected everyone. A nobleman said excitedly, "I want to tell everyone about this. The reputation of the Princess Retail Store will be known throughout the dark moon." After these customers finished shopping and left, the integrity little princess who was smiling just now suddenly changed her expression. She leaped into the air and actually rode on Chenrue's back. She hugged his neck. 150,000 black crystal coins. 150,000. Sob sob. Why, Chenrue? You must tell me. Otherwise, this princess will fight with you today. Chenrue was almost suffocated by the hug. It seemed that under the stimulation of money, the little loli with the miser halo had almost caught up to Mikas's level. When Athena and Kia saw it, they quickly took action. After much persuasion, they finally pulled the little miser off Chenrue's back. Chenrue took a few deep breaths. Seeing the little loli's angry look, he shook his head. "Do you remember what I said when I asked you to engrave the plaque?" Alice thought for a while and replied, "It seems to be integrity trumps all strategies. If you want the Princess Retail Store to flourish for a long time and even open more chain stores, you must remember the sentence." Chenrue saw that Alice still didn't understand. "Let me tell you a story. There used to be a great demon king named Yan Zhaowang. He once spent 1,000,000 black crystal coins to buy a precious incubus beast. When Chenrue said the demon realm's adaptation of Yan Zhaowang spent a lot of money to buy a horse's bones, Kia and Athena still didn't fully understand it, but the smart Alice had already understood the meaning. There was another meaning that Chenrue didn't say in front of Kia and Caguly. The magic store's stolen goods were hot stuff. Leaving it in Aaron's hands was more conducive to the strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Today, Aaron deliberately took it out to show off. In fact, it had worsened the relationship between the two sides. However, why did Joseph compete with Aaron for the Grand Master's work? Isn't reconciliation the most needed at the moment? I knew that Brother Chenrue is powerful. After the little loli figured it out, her face changed quickly. She blinked her cute big eyes and instantly changed from a bitter hatred to an expression of worship. Why don't we go to the Blue Lake for a picnic now? No, I'm not in good health these 2 days, so I can't travel far. Chinrue shook his head like a rattledrum. Are you kidding me? Still going for a picnic? He must have prepared a sneak attack and some kind of damned reference book. I see. Alice showed a disappointed expression. I'm bored in this store every day. It's so uncomfortable. Athena, let's go for a walk in the city with the three of us. Okay. Athena agreed immediately. When Chenrue heard that it was just a walk outside, he couldn't refuse. Alice rolled her eyes. You wait for us downstairs. Also, Kia and Kaguli go down too. I want to talk to Athena alone. After the three went downstairs, Alice's eyes fell on Athena's plump chest. She subconsciously compared it with her own, and she obviously felt a huge pressure. Are we good friends? Athena didn't understand the little loli's thoughts. She nodded and said, Of course, Alice is my best friend. What about Chenrue? Athena's face was slightly hot. He is also a good friend. The blush that flashed across Athena's face didn't hide from the little loli, who was mischievous. The little loli's body shook, and a domineering aura exuded. Athena, there are some things that I won't give in even if we are good friends. What things? Athena showed a puzzled look. For example, that Alice's aura was deflated. She lowered her head, and her two index fingers gently pointed together. She said hesitantly, There is one person. No, there's one thing that you also like to eat, and I also like to eat it. This is simple, Athena said without hesitation. Cut it open with a knife. We can just split it in half. Alice seemed to be preoccupied. When she heard this sentence, her eyes flashed. Cut it open? Achoo! Chinrue, who was downstairs, sneezed inexplicably. Seeing Kia frowning, he smiled apologetically. What if I can't cut it open? The little loli thought for a while and continued to beat around the bush. Actually, I don't know if I really like to eat it. Anyway, this thing makes me feel a little strange. Maybe I want to eat it a little. I don't understand what you're talking about. Athena thought for a while and replied, However, if it's really a good thing that can't be cut open, we will each take a bite until it's finished. We are all good friends. Shouldn't we share good things? Really? 1 bite per person? The little loli's big eyes lit up as if she had solved a key problem. She jumped up happily. Although I don't know yet, but Athena, you are really my best friend. You have always been. The unclear Athena still didn't understand why Alice was hesitating and happy at the same time. Let's go. Alice regained her strong vitality in a blink of an eye. She took Athena's hand and skipped downstairs. Chapter 78. Joseph walked slowly on the road with a smile on his face, but his eyes were full of gloominess. He had been like this ever since he came out of the Princess retail store. When passing through an empty alley, Joseph's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he said resolutely that Human must die. When Royce heard it, he asked in surprise, Sir, that Human is just an incompetent person. Why, Joseph said with a dignified look, I saw a lot of things in the Princess room just now. Not only are there goods, but there are also some hidden mysteries. These things are also amazing innovations, even in the entire demon realm. In other words, it is likely to come from outside the demon realm. The human from the human world is the biggest doubt. Also, I bid with Alan just now not to teach him a lesson, but to raise the price, then buy the Burr puzzle and give it to him. I can show goodwill to the little princess and Alan at the same time. I know Alan's character very well. As long as you show him enough respect, reconciliation is not a difficult thing. Joseph's face became more and more gloomy. I didn't expect that Human actually saw through my intentions and gave the little princess a hint without batting an eyelid. So the little princess would do that. In this way, the relationship between the Karen family and us is even worse. If it is not resolved as soon as possible, it may be used by Kaneda to make a fuss. Is that Human really so powerful? He can actually influence the little princess' decision? Royce looked like he came to a sudden realization. He had a new understanding of the master in his heart. To be able to be affirmed by a character like Joseph, it is indeed a great talent. If I guessed correctly, the person behind the Princess Retail Store is Chen Rui. The Princess Retail Store can have today's prosperity all because of this human, so Alice listens to him. With just one look, she actually understood all the intentions. Speaking of this, Joseph's eyes were inexplicably murderous. Since this human appeared in the Dark Moon City, a series of changes have taken place. Whether it is the Master Challenge or the Sky Battle and the Princess Retail Store, not to mention his amazing talent, even if he is useless and only brings good luck to Princess Royal side, I will try to get rid of him. If Chen Rui heard this now, what would he think? In fact, he didn't completely see through Joseph's intention. It was purely a coincidence. However, Joseph's wisdom was indeed incomparable to Alan. He had concluded that the Princess Retail Store was planned by him behind the scenes. He even linked the Master Challenge with the Sky Battle. There was even the so-called luck theory factor. "My lord, leave this to me." Reyes thought for a moment, and he immediately volunteered. Although Joseph was intelligent, he would never have thought that this capable subordinate had become a servant of that human. This request for battle was nothing more than a thief crying thief, and he wanted to secretly collude with the enemy. "Royce, I know you're still holding a grudge against the magic shop and want to make up for it. I've already said that you're not responsible for this matter. The cause is that bastard Alan." Joseph glanced at Visasha, who was expressionless to Reyes, and smiled slightly. "As for Chen Rui, I already have a plan. In fact, it's too easy to assassinate this human. I need his death to be more valuable. Princess Royal is currently watching the fun between me and Alan very leisurely. Since this is the case, let her be troubled for a while." "Understood." Reyes bowed slightly. A faint light flashed in his lowered eyes. The next morning, the quarterly meeting began. There were many people attending the regular meeting. Chen Rui only knew Joseph and Alan. The rest, such as the Seifel family's patriarch, Old Ford, the Mellon family's patriarch, Carl, and the representatives of other small and medium-sized families, he only saw them in that information. Chen Rui quietly activated analytical eyes and looked at everyone's strength. Female Boss Jia, race, Pride Royal Family. Strength assessment, unable to judge. Butler Old Gauss, race Lich. Strength assessment, D, Smiling Tiger Joseph, race, Great Demon. Strength assessment, C, Trash Talk Allen, race, Great Demon. Strength assessment, E, Seifel Family's Patriarch, Ford, race, Great Demon. Strength assessment, D, Mellon Family's Patriarch, Carl, race, Great Demon. Strength assessment, D. Now that Chen Rui's own strength had reached D level, when he used analytical eyes, Joseph's strength assessment was no longer unable to judge, but it was displayed as C level. Jia's strength was still unable to judge. Chen Rui was already quite proficient in using analytical eyes. He knew that this skill could analyze the strength of a level higher than himself. If it exceeded the level, it would be displayed as unable to judge. The person with the highest strength at the scene was Jia, followed by Joseph, who should have reached the Demon King level. The weakest were Alan and the representatives of several small families. As Jia said, Alan really couldn't be killed at the moment. Otherwise, where could he find a sheriff with such a weak strength and brain? Jia's analysis of the Pride Royal Family made Chen Rui a little curious. He remembered that Athena once mentioned that the demon realm currently had 3 royal empires. They were the fallen angel empire representing pride, the bloody empire representing greed, and the shadow empire representing lust. During the heyday of the demon realm, there were 7 empires. After thousands of years, only these 3 royal families were left. The other 4 royal families either submitted to the demon realm or disappeared. Pride, greed, lust, it sounds familiar. It's just that Jia is only 23 years old. I can't judge her strength, but she is at least a great demon king. How does she train? Does she also have a super system? Also, Old Gauss is a lich. His normal upper limit should be intermediate demon, which is E-level. Now it is displayed as D-level. It seems that he is another guy with a mutated bloodline. As Chen Rui was observing, a concerned voice sounded, "Mr. Secretary, I heard that you were unwell some time ago. Are you better now?" This voice didn't comfort Chinrui because it was the smiling tiger, Joseph, who spoke. He just asked this question yesterday, and he deliberately asked again today. Chinrui was afraid that he had ulterior motives. "Sir Joseph, thank you for your concern." Chinrui got up and saluted. "Actually, it's all my fault that my physique is too poor. I've been sick for a long time, and I haven't recovered yet." Alan next to him showed undisguised disdain. Weak human. How long has it been since he came to the demon realm? And he can't stand to get sick. It's best if he dies of illness. Be sure to take care of your body. Joseph nodded meaningfully. Otherwise, how can Princess Royal rest assured to give you more important duties in the future? Actually, I've always been optimistic about you. Optimistic your ass. Chinrui muttered secretly. Who doesn't know you? You call me brother, but you're hiding a knife behind my back. At this time, Jia said, "Okay, let's cut the crap. Let's get started." The quarterly regular meeting was mainly to summarize the current quarter situation and make a rough arrangement for the next quarter's work. The previous summary was nothing more than some important matters. The main basis was the estate log that Chinrui was in charge of. Jia finished the summary. When she was asking everyone for arrangements for the next quarter's affairs, Joseph took the lead to get up and said, "I lost 100 vine stones to the little princess in the sky battle last time. Because it takes time to collect them, plus I have some personal matters in the Red Spirit Estate. I went out for a long time last month. After attending this regular meeting, I also want to ask Princess Royal Highness for at least 2 months' leave. After I deal with some affairs, I will return to the Dark Moon to serve. I hope your Highness can forgive me." Jia nodded slightly. In fact, everyone knew that asking for leave was just a formality. Princess Royal Highness couldn't wait for the financial officer to go out for as long as possible. It would be best if he didn't come back. "Thank you, your Highness. Please rest assured that before I ask for leave, I will arrange all the work at hand properly." Joseph smiled and said some work arrangements. Then he looked at Chen Rui, who was recording, and said, "When I returned to the Dark Moon this time, I only knew that Princess Royal Highness has an additional secretary. It is the human Chen Rui who performed outstandingly in the Master Challenge and the Sky Battle. In fact, I have always thought that Chen Rui is very talented. Princess Royal's judgment of people is really extraordinary." As Joseph said this, almost everyone's eyes fell on this little secretary. Chinrui knew that this guy definitely didn't have good intentions, so he was secretly vigilant. Even a simple-minded guy like Alan understood that Joseph praised Chinrui like this. There must be a follow-up. Sure enough, Joseph shook his head and said, "Please forgive my rudeness, your Highness. In fact, in my opinion, the secretary is a waste of talent. Chinrui is Master Aldos's apprentice. He is proficient in pharmaceutics, and he is bold and careful. I believe those who watch the Master Challenge and the Sky Battle have a deep understanding. I intend to recommend Chinrui to be responsible for more important work. What do you think, Princess Royal?" Jia originally expected that Joseph would make a fuss about Chinrui. It was likely to be to suppress or exclude him, but she didn't expect it to be a recommendation. She frowned and said, "What job do you want to recommend Chinrui to be responsible for?" Joseph smiled and said, "The mining problem has been troubling the Dark Moon Estate for many years. As the financial officer in charge, I want to recommend him as a mining officer to go to Mountain Shillong to show his talents and manage the mining industry. What do you think, your Highness?" Mountain Shillong, mining officer. A cold light flashed in Jia's eyes. She suddenly understood Joseph's sinister intention. Not only Jia, but everyone present understood the purpose of Joseph's kind recommendation. The mine in Mountain Shillong was the largest source of resources and wealth in the Dark Moon. However, the underground demonic beasts rampaged in the past few hundred years. It had taken the lives of many miners. The previous mining officer was said to have disappeared in the mine, and even his corpse couldn't be found. Now, there were bandits harassing from time to time. The danger level was extremely high, not to mention a powerless human like Chen Rue. Even if a higher demon went there, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to return. Joseph clearly wanted to put the human to death. Sure enough, the human secretary showed a weird expression and was silent for a while. As soon as Alan heard this proposal, he didn't care about his recent bad relationship with Joseph and was the first to agree. The Mellon family immediately expressed their support for Joseph's opinion. Those families that sided with Joseph echoed one after another. Many people looked at Chinrue with a gloating expression as if he was already a corpse. No one knew the real reason for Chinrue's weird expression. Mountain Shillong was exactly where he wanted to go. Joseph, this guy, could he be like Alice who knows the knockoff version of mind reading? At this time, Old Ford of the Seifel family said, "The mining industry in Mountain Shillong has always been an important source of income for our Dark Moon. However, there have been frequent disasters in recent years. There are bandits on the outside and demonic beasts on the inside. It is almost impossible to mine. This human has no strength. I think Sir Joseph is the best candidate. If you can go in person, you can definitely solve the hidden danger and let the Dark Moon rejuvenate. Finance and economy are the foundation of an estate. I'm the person in charge of this work. If I'm demoted to the mine, who will bear the responsibility if something happens to the finance?" There was a hint of threat in Joseph's words. He sneered. "Old Ford, your son, Tim, was the previous mining officer. I'm also sorry for his disappearance. But it doesn't mean that His Excellency Sir Secretary, who is valued by Princess Royal, will be the same. Are you questioning Princess Royal's judgment? Or are you taking revenge on me for letting Tim go to the mine? You know, I'm doing this for the sake of the entire Dark Moon's development." Old Ford trembled with anger. The Seifel family was one of the oldest families in the Dark Moon. They had always been incompatible with Joseph, an outsider. 2 years ago, Old Ford's eldest son, Tim, was appointed as the mining officer by Joseph. As a result, he disappeared in the mine, and there was no news of him until now. He was confirmed to be dead, so he hated Joseph to the core. Several other small families who supported Jia also expressed their opposition. The council hall became noisy for a while. Jia's cold eyes shot straight as if she wanted to penetrate Joseph's heart. Unfortunately, her gaze couldn't kill. Otherwise, Joseph's fake smile would have become a sieve. Joseph ignored Jia's anger. He just looked at Chenrue and showed his habitual smile. Once this human dies, the princess retail store's decline will happen sooner or later. Jia will also lose an important support in business. Her morale will definitely be greatly affected. I'm willing to go to the mine. The noisy voice suddenly quieted down and fell on the human who stood up. Chapter 79. Chenrue did this after serious consideration. Since he was going to the mine anyway, he might as well be straightforward. Last night, he received a secret report from Royce. The Princess Retail Store's incident made Joseph wary of him. If he stayed in the Dark Moon, it would be more inconvenient for him to move. Although Mountain Shillong was dangerous, it was not as good as the Silent Night wetland. With his higher demon strength, self-protection should be no problem. Not to mention that his real purpose was the aura of the large number of waste ores. As for the mining officer, anyway, the mine hadn't changed for so many years, so he didn't need to produce any results in a short time. As for Eric's war contract, he could use the wyvern to return secretly. With this misplaced time difference, no one would doubt that Aguile and Chenrue were the same person. Chenrue! Jia suddenly stood up, but Joseph spoke first. Okay, You are indeed the talent that Princess Royal Highness and I value. If you need anything, just tell me. I will fully support you. Jia frowned and said, Qinrui, your time in the Dark Moon is too short. You don't understand the danger of the mine, and your strength is too weak. I don't want to make the mine's situation worse. I'm not afraid of danger. I'm willing to serve Royal Highness. Qinrui had made up his mind to go to the mine to collect aura. His fanatical gaze fell on Jia's beautiful face. He looked impassioned, but he changed the word Royal Highness to aura in his heart. At this moment, a few bystanders could see that the reason why the new secretary was so reckless was because of his admiration for the eldest Princess Beauty. However, although her Royal Highness was beautiful, she was also famous for being cold and ruthless. How could she be moved by a mere human? Some people had a richer imagination. They thought that Joseph had been pleasing Princess Royal before. After learning that Jia had such an admiring secretary, he was extremely jealous. So, while weakening Princess Royal's strength, he ruthlessly sent this potential rival to death. Princess Royal, since Qinrui is willing to go, why not give him a chance? Joseph glanced at Qinrui in surprise and said, In order to show my sincerity in recommending, if Qinrui can manage the hidden dangers of Mountain Shillong for many years, I'm willing to recommend him to be the sheriff again. The sheriff had always been the part-time general of the Dark Moon garrison, Alan. Hearing Joseph's words, Alan was furious, and he stared at Joseph fiercely. Joseph acted as if he didn't see it. This proposal reminded everyone of the big event that had been going on in the city for the past few days. Sure enough, the sheriff and the financial officer were in a deadlock. In fact, it was Alan who was in the wrong, who asked him to cheat in the arena. However, Alan's loss was also the greatest. A higher demon had died. Of course, no one thought that Qinrui could come back alive to be the sheriff. In the eyes of most people, this human was already a dead man. Since that's the case, let's sign a document as proof. Qinrui's words turned everyone's attention back to him. Sir Joseph also said just now, just let me know if I need anything. I've never been to Mountain Shillong, so I need a magic map of the entire Dark Moon, a magic compass, a ring of illumination, 10 fluorescent stones. Qinrui said a dozen things in one breath, and he finally looked at Joseph embarrassedly. That's probably it. I don't know if Sir is willing to keep your promise. These things seemed to be prepared for going to Mountain Shillong, but there were magic items and magic materials in them. Not only could he collect a small interest before going to Mountain Shillong, but he could also disgust Joseph a little. If nothing happened to the magic store, these were just a drop in the bucket. Now these things were robbed by Alan. Of course, Sir Sheriff also righteously took the blame for the magic materials. Joseph was stunned. This human actually took his polite words seriously. However, the promise had already been made in front of so many people, and the other party had agreed to go to the mine. These little things naturally didn't matter. It was as if they were buying his life. That's no problem. I'll send someone to the master's lab later. I guarantee that it's the highest quality equipment and items. Joseph smiled even more. As for the document, it's easier. Sir will draft it personally. Princess Royal and everyone are witnesses. Qinrui wrote the document in triplicate. The two of them signed on it. Joseph took his copy and smiled. Then we'll ask our mining officer to prepare well and rush to Mountain Shillong as soon as possible. Qinrui nodded. Jia stared at the document in her hand faintly. She didn't speak. She still had the eternal icy expression. On the road outside the palace, Alan gritted his teeth and said to Joseph, "Why did you bet my sheriff? Was your sincerity last night just a pretense?" It turned out that Joseph had a secret meeting with Alan last night. Under Joseph's superb diplomatic means, Alan, who originally hated him, reconciled with him, even if those magic equipment were used to compensate for Mika's accidental death. Both parties also reached an important agreement. They continued to pretend to be at odds on the surface, to numb Jia's group. However, Alan's anger today wasn't a fake cooperation, but it came from the bottom of his heart. Obviously, Joseph used the sheriff's position as a bet to arouse his real anger. Joseph looked like he had everything under control. He asked calmly, "If I don't do this, how can we continue to act the good show of us being enemies? Don't you want to see that human die step by step?" Alan's anger subsided a little. Then Joseph said again, "Or do you really think that human can come back alive from Mountain Shillong? The demonic beasts and bandits, they're just the pretense in your words?" Alan also reacted at this time. "Yes, even if he really doesn't die, we can send someone to kill him. Just say that he was killed by demonic beasts or bandits." "My friend, you finally understand." Joseph smiled slightly. "Now, all the items in the magic store have been given to you. I don't have the things that the human mentioned just now, so it's up to you." "Humph, I don't have the map compass anyway, but I don't have the fluorescent stones. You find a way yourself." Although they seemed to have reconciled on the surface, the thorn in Alan's heart was never removed. After saying that, he ignored Joseph and strode away. Looking at Alan's back, the dissatisfaction and contempt in Joseph's eyes flashed, but he didn't speak in the end. In the council hall, Chenrue was left alone. Jia kept staring at him, and the invisible pressure made Chenrue very uncomfortable. After a long time, the Ice Princess only said 3 words. "Why?" "Because I really want to go to Mountain Shillong. This is the truth." Chenrue replied honestly. "The truth? The sheriff's position is indeed very important to the Dark Moon. But why do you want to bet your life? In the face of absolute power, wisdom is almost useless, so you have no chance of winning this time. You should be very clear about the danger of Mountain Shillong. If you fail, you will die accidentally." Chenrue understood that wisdom was indeed just a fleeting cloud in the face of absolute power. Then, when necessary, he would use strength to overwhelm strength. "Don't worry, I will be back. Actually, what I want to say is that this is part of the Grand Master's test. This excuse is too clumsy." Jia shook her head. "I don't understand. I really don't understand. Perhaps this can be understood as a means for you to impress me?" "Understand? It's reasoning, right?" Chenrue's expression was stagnant. "I obviously answered honestly, but she doesn't believe me. Since the last mistake in the garden, the beautiful misunderstanding has been continuing. However, as a healthy male, wrong, a normal man, it was inevitable that he would have some thoughts about the beautiful female boss. Besides, it felt really good to see Jia's rare smile or hear a plain concern. However, under the powerful, reasoning bloodline of the Lucifer family, the role of his admirer was played passively most of the time. I said that I'm doing it for myself. I can't help it if you don't believe me." Chenrue sighed, but he still didn't express his admiration. Jia shook her head. "If I lose my life, what can I do even if I impress you?" "Can I really impress you?" Chenrue's heart moved, and he asked out of curiosity. "In all honesty, I definitely didn't use any schemes at this time. Is there any practical significance in being impressed or not?" Jia sighed. "Actually, with your wisdom, you should know that it's impossible for us. You have gained my trust, but it can only stop here. Maybe I should adopt old Gauss's proposal to retain your talent with the ambiguous temptation of beauty, but I don't intend to do that. To be honest, you give me a very special feeling. I haven't relived this feeling for a long time. I even thought that I had forgotten how to feel it. This feeling is like..." Speaking of this, Jia's originally expressionless face had a slight fluctuation. It trembled slightly, and finally it returned to being emotionless. "This feeling, it's probably a friend." Chenrue added, "I didn't expect old Gauss to have such a proposal. That's interesting. Unfortunately, the boss didn't accept it. Although there was a little regret in his heart, it was more fulfilling and touching. He knew that Athena had a little affection for him, but it was probably just a little." Alice was more mischievous and curious. As for Jia, He wouldn't be narcissistic enough to think that all the beauties in the demon realm would like him inexplicably. It was quite surprising that she could be so honest. This should be the first time since she became the Lord. Perhaps it was pity for a dying person, or perhaps it was just to make him give up. But honesty is honesty, friend. I don't know, maybe. Jia's eyes gradually cooled down. I'm not only the Lord of the Dark Moon, but also the direct descendant of the Lord of Midnight Sunday. I have a great responsibility. This word is a luxury for me, but it's bad luck for you. I don't want to discuss this anymore. You just signed the document willfully. Other than escaping from the Dark Moon, the only way to go is to go to the mine. Have you thought it through? I've thought it through. Chenrue nodded affirmatively. Go to the mine. Then, no matter what method you use, you must persist for half a year. After half a year, even if there's no achievement, I can use my privilege to transfer you back again. Joseph can't say anything even if he has the document in his hand. Chenrue calculated that if it was half a year, he could go to the Silent Night wetland. However, the prerequisite was to pass Eric's first and further improve his strength. Half a year should be no problem. I do need to go out for the Grand Master's inheritance. It's just nice that I can solve it on the way. I also want to take the wyvern with me. By the way, I can also ask Aguile to escort me secretly. After all, he and I have a symbiotic contract. If I die, he will die too. The symbiotic contract reminded Jia, and she asked, the wyvern is no problem, but Aguile will fight Eric's in about a month. Aren't you afraid that he will lose? Your lives are intertwined. That's right, they are indeed connected. Chenrue smiled slightly. His smile was full of confidence. He won't lose. Jia stared at him for a moment and didn't ask more about Aguile. She took off a ring from her hand and waved her hand. It slowly flew over and floated in front of Chenrue. Chapter 80. This ring was quaint, dark, and dull, but Chenrue keenly felt the faint power contained in it. Stretch out your left hand, cut your finger, and then relax. Don't resist. Jia's voice sounded. Chenrue knew that Jia wouldn't harm him, so he did as she said. Jia also cut her finger, but her blood didn't drip on the ground. Instead, it floated in the air like red pearls. Jia's fingers trembled quickly in a strange rhythm. The blood beads gradually formed a special mark, driving the ring to fly toward Chenrue's left hand and into the ring finger. The blood of the two mixed together, and the blood mark changed into a new symbol, gradually submerging into the ring. Chenrue only felt a burning heat coming from the ring finger, as if Jia's blood had melted into his body along the ring. The feeling was very wonderful. It took a long time for it to slowly dissipate. The name of this ring is Dark Will. It can resist all kinds of spirit power intrusion. It can also use the random teleportation skill once a day, but the distance and space are limited. I'll give it to you. The ring has been enchanted with the inherited blood mark. No one can use it except you. Dark Will was taken off from Jia's hand, so it must not be an ordinary item. The random teleportation skill that can be used once a day is very powerful. It is definitely a weapon to escape at a critical moment. However, the finger wearing this ring is a bit weird. It is actually the ring finger. I don't know if the finger wearing the ring in the demon realm has any special meaning, but the ring finger is definitely not the finger of the wedding ring. Otherwise, Jia wouldn't put it on this finger for me. Chenrue was touched and blurted out, Princess Royal, this should be your important treasure. I can't take it. Value determines the meaning of existence. You may think of it as an exchange of value. Jia replied calmly. This sentence was very unreasonable, but Chenrue did not get angry. He smiled and said, I understand. I will maintain my own value and let it continue to exist. Jia nodded. Very well. It's not convenient to bring maids to the mine for the time being. I originally promised Yukiya a month later, but we'll talk about it when you come back safely. As long as you're alive, I can guarantee that your wish will be fulfilled. Even Kia's devouring physique won't be a problem. Was this considered welfare? The owner's memory was really good. Princess Royal, I really have no intentions towards Kia. Please take back your order. Chinrue shook his head with a wry smile. To be honest, the demoness was indeed very seductive, but the feeling she gave off was more of lust than love. Most importantly, he wasn't willing at all. The most important thing for a man and a woman to be in love with each other was their mutual affection. Even if there was any intimacy, it would be natural. Chinrue admitted that he liked beautiful women, but he also had the most basic principle. If he relied on some kind of power or other things to forcibly possess a woman, he would absolutely despise it. Even if Kia didn't have the terrifying, devouring physique, it would still be the same. Jia took a deep look at him, and her voice was still cold. Don't underestimate Kia. If Mountain Shillong is your first test, then Kia is the second. As for why, we'll talk about it after you come back from Mountain Shillong half a year later. Chinrue just realized that Jia's maid wasn't simple, but as Jia said, everything had to wait until the end of the mind's test. Chinrue bowed. Then I'll go back and prepare first. I'll leave tomorrow. Jia nodded, opened the documents on the desktop, and ignored him. Not even a word of farewell. Maybe at least, unfortunately, he didn't hear it even when he pricked up his ears. The Sir Mining Officer had to leave the council hall, resentfully. Come back alive. After Chinrue left, the low voice that had been suppressed sounded. He still didn't look up, but the coldness in his voice had melted a lot. This feeling had nothing to do with any value or existence. Unfortunately, someone couldn't hear it anymore. Back in the lab, Joseph had already sent someone to deliver the promised things. It seemed that the efficiency was quite high. It was probably because he didn't want to give me an excuse to delay time. Several magic materials were actually used to convert auras. In the space bracelet that Jia gave, there were also 100 pieces of the highest quality vine stones. The medium quality vine stones provided between 100 and 150 auras. The superb vine stones sent by Joseph weren't mixed with water, so the aura was about 4 times that of the medium quality. After converting the vine stones and other materials, Chinrue's remaining 90,000 auras rose to 140,000. Although it was a pity to consume these rare materials, strength was more important than anything else. Not to mention that after the Galaxy Garden's pivotal seed matured tomorrow, he could slowly use the Galaxy Garden's own aura. After the aura conversion was completed, it was already nightfall. Chinrue hurriedly had his dinner, rode the wyvern, and flew toward the Blue Lake. Sure enough, the poison dragon was sitting at the same place playing solitaire. He knew that Chinrue's spirit was severely damaged last time, so he didn't sneak attack or set up inscriptions to tease him. How is it? Has your spirit recovered? Not yet, but I have to leave for a while. Chinrue lay on the grass next to the poison dragon and stretched comfortably. He picked up a grass root and put it in his mouth. Then he told Chinrue about Mountain Shillong. Paglio frowned. Are you bewitched by that Princess Royal? It's less than a month before the battle with Eric's, and you still want to go to Mountain Shillong? Actually, I think the little girl who knocked you out that day is not bad. She's quite proactive, but her figure is too unpromising. Let's take care of her for a few years first. You still dare to mention this? Damn guy. Chinrue looked at the poison dragon, who couldn't hold back his laughter, and scolded angrily. The reason I'm going to Mountain Shillong is for the Grand Master's inheritance. I need a waste or in Mountain Shillong to further awaken the power of inheritance. If I can complete this test, I may get the black potion as a reward. He already had the black potion, but he had to spend aura to exchange. The initial evolution consumed half of the poison dragon's lifespan. Although Paglio never mentioned this again, Chinrue had always remembered it. When he broke through to the Alioth state, which was the 3-star evolution, the exchange center should have the highest level of black potions, life extension, and resurrection. He didn't know how much lifespan could be increased, but at least it was Chun Rue's intention. Black potion. The poison dragon looked shocked. 9,000 years ago, the demon realm had two grandmasters, the potion grandmaster, Rosenbach, and the mechanic grandmaster, Luoluo. Luoluo was an amazing dark dwarf who was proficient in mechanics and ancient runes, but he didn't have any apprentices in his life. After his death, the secret of mechanics and ancient runes were lost. Therefore, except for Rala, there was basically no one in the demon realm who knew ancient runes. Rosenbach was a dark elf with many apprentices, but he was murdered by his apprentice, Saman, because of the secret recipe. After Saman disappeared, the black potion also disappeared. If you can configure the black potion, it will definitely shock the entire demon realm. So, I can't reveal it now. At least, I have to help you unlock the lock of light and dark first. Chinrue communicated with Eldas and knew the possible impact of the black potion. Otherwise, you can't even escape. Humph. If it weren't for the seal of ancient runes, I could slowly get rid of the block of light and dark with my own strength. Paglio said, unwillingly, don't forget the war contract. You don't have much time left. I know. That's why I have to go to Mountain Shillong. I have wyverns which can greatly shorten the round-trip journey. By then, I'll come back to fight Eric's. Be prepared to see my newly advanced strength. Humph. So what if you advanced? I'll still trample you under my feet. The poison dragon attacked him and also laid down. After looking for a long time, he said, have you ever thought about your relatives in the human world? My family passed away a long time ago. Chenrue was talking about his previous life. Arthur should have relatives in this life, but it had nothing to do with him. At least, there was no connection at the moment. What about you? When I was born, I didn't see anything except eggshells. Paglio shrugged and said nonchalantly, these years I don't have relatives, but I have a lot of enemies. What about friends? Dragons don't need friends, especially poison dragons. Paglio regained some of the arrogance of dragons. Have you seen God having friends? They only need respect and fear. They don't need those unnecessary love and understanding. Maybe it was like this in the past. Chinrue asked, so what about now? Now, according to your words, I'm a dragon under the eaves, so I can't help but lower my head. Paglio looked helpless. Chinrue knew that the poison dragon was a stubborn guy, so he didn't expose him. Why don't I trick a beauty to be your companion this time? My aesthetic point of view is different from a low-level person like you. Paglio glanced at him with contempt. Although your scythe witches, succubi, little girls look good, unfortunately they don't have the inner qualities I want. The woman I like needs to have beautiful and hard scales, sharp and clean teeth, and a tall and plump body. Slow down. You're talking about a female dragon, not a woman. Chinrue was stunned by Paglio's heavy taste. He almost had a psychological shadow against the opposite sex. What do you know? Paglio grinned and gave him a disdainful look. Shallow human. These venoms are for you. Take them just in case. Don't think about the jade pearl again. Even your Athena, with her current poison resistance, she can at least ride a wyvern. As for you, it's simply a waste. As far as I know, there are many types of underground demonic beasts. Some have even reached the Demon King level or higher. My seal hasn't been lifted yet. If there's a situation, remember to escape first. All right, Paglio, when did you become so wordy? Chinrue shook his swollen head. Don't worry, I haven't gotten the treasure of the Silent Night wetland yet. How can I die so easily? Although he said that, Chinrue still felt the concern behind his stubbornness. He had felt this faint warmth from an iceberg before. Greedy guy, if it weren't for Sir Paglio's life being linked with yours. Before Paglio finished speaking, Chinrue had already ridden the wyvern and soared into the sky. Humph, you escaped so fast. You actually said that I'm wordy. Paglio watched Chinrue disappear into the distance. Then he lay down. He bit a grass like a human and closed his eyes. Chapter 81. The next morning, Chen Rui, who was in a daze, was awakened by Slee's knocking on the door. "Master, Her Royal Highness Little Princess and Madame Athena are here." Chen Rui quickly put on his clothes. When he saw Athena and Alice outside the door, he was taken aback. Athena was fully dressed in leather armor, wearing a space bracelet and carrying her usual great sword on her back. She looked like she was about to go on a long journey. Alice's big eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that she had cried. "Come in and sit down. What's wrong with you guys?" Chen Rui asked in surprise. Athena walked forward and handed him a leather letter. She said, "This is your appointment letter as the mining officer. Princess Royal has agreed to my request. I'll go to Mountain Shillong with you." "My sister is so annoying," Alice said depressingly. "I had a big fight with her, but she still doesn't allow me to go with you guys." "You all know about the mining officer?" Chen Rui scratched his head. His purpose was aura. It would definitely be inconvenient for Athena to follow him. As for the cloak gang, he had already made arrangements. The members only knew that the leader went out to train secretly in order to fight Eric's. The big and small affairs were left to Jessie and Dee Dee. It was spread in the city yesterday afternoon. Alice nodded. "I know from my sister that this is all Joseph's doing. He must want to take revenge for the sky battle." Chen Rui shook his head. Joseph's revenge is not only about the sky battle. However, even Royce wasn't clear about the situation at the mine. He just preliminarily analyzed that the bandits must be related to the Red Spirit estate. "Joseph, this bastard." Athena clenched her fists angrily. "And Aaron, they all want to kill Chen Rui." Chen Rui comforted. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I have a friend who will protect me secretly. Athena, you don't have to go with me. Just stay with Alice in the Dark Moon City." "No, that place is too dangerous. I have to go with you." Athena's attitude was very firm. "I've already decided. Whoever wants to stop me will have to step over my dead body." "These are the exact words I said to the eldest princess." Chen Rui was shocked. Looking at the unswerving determination in those ruby-like eyes, he felt a certain string in his heart being plucked. Alice also spoke. "Mountain Shillong isn't like other places. It has been harmed by underground demonic beasts for hundreds of years, and it's impossible to mine smoothly. There are also bandits nearby. It's one of the most dangerous areas in the Dark Moon. A few years ago, the previous mining officer, Tim, personally led a team to investigate the mine. As a result, more than a dozen people went missing, and even their bodies were not found. That's why you must let Athena accompany you. Otherwise, I will be even more worried." Alice's red eyes and serious expression made Chen Rui's heart warm up. He gently touched her head. This action was natural. Alice was stunned. Her face blushed, but she didn't struggle. She seemed to enjoy it. Chen Rui was stunned after he made the action. Slee, who was on the side, was even more shocked. There was another burst of strong worship. Athena didn't have any special reaction. She just looked solemn and stared at his eyes closely. It made Chen Rui feel a strong pressure that had nothing to do with strength. What is this called? Burden? Concern? Perhaps it would be more accurate to use the word fetter. Chen Rui suddenly thought of the name of an old song, "With You Along the Way," and took a deep breath. "Athena, when can you leave?" This sentence made Athena's serious eyes melt into joy and eagerness instantly. "Any time." Chen Rui nodded. "Well, let's leave in a while. I'll get you some antidote. Let's ride the wyvern." Alice proposed to ride the wyvern last time. Her eyes lit up when she heard the words. "Is the antidote developed?" Chen Rui was afraid that there would be more problems, so he quickly explained, "It's just a temporary antidote. Only higher demon can use it. When the new antidote is developed, I will take you to ride the wyvern. Otherwise, you should work harder and become a higher demon as soon as possible." "Forget it. Let's wait for your new antidote," Alice said dejectedly. In terms of training, little Loli had always been proud of laziness. The awakening of the black flame was all based on talent, and it had nothing to do with hard work. Soon, Athena and Chenrue came to the wyvern's nest that was temporarily built outside the laboratory. Mengda and Kegu had already put on the simple flying saddle. Slee tearfully sent his master and one of his future mistresses, at least the imp thought so, onto the wyvern. Aldos, who had been staying in the secret room to study the black potion, suddenly rushed out. Without saying anything, he gave a bunch of bottles and jars to Chenrue. Chenrue looked at the labels and knew that they were the strongest buff potions and poisons in the laboratory. The dark elf looked at Chenrue deeply. "Don't forget, you haven't finished what you promised me." Chenrue knew that Aldos was talking about his sister. However, the dark elf wasn't talking about his sister now. It was a kind of promise that he must come back alive. Chenrue nodded. Aldos only said that and hurried back to the laboratory without looking back. Even Alice saw it. "Smelly master, why are you running so fast? A man with fragile feelings. Are you afraid that others will see your tears? You too must be safe." Little Loli waved to Chenrue and Athena with red eyes. "Chenrue, if you can come back alive, I can consider eloping with Athena with you." Chenrue took a deep breath. "She is clearly cursing me not to come back." The wyvern flapped its wings and rose higher and higher, looking at Alice and Slee's figure that was getting smaller and smaller below. Chenrue waved his hand gently. His eyes stayed at the palace's council hall for a moment. Then he urged Mingda to fly forward and finally disappeared from Alice's sight. Athena had always had a wish to become a dragon knight. Now that she could travel with Chenrue, her wish was fulfilled, so she was in a good mood. Chenrue had fully recovered his spirit power that was consumed by deep analysis. Through the communication between the wyvern and the analytical eyes, coupled with Athena's rich experience in controlling beasts, the first test drive was very successful. The northeast of the Dark Moon Estate was the Red Spirit Estate, the southeast was the Blue Lava Estate, and the west was the most dangerous terrain with many mountains. After passing through the Shillong mountain range, the west was Town Lea, which was the border with the Shadow Empire. Originally, Town Lea was two fortresses that confronted each other. It had a long history and belonged to the Fallen Angel Empire and the Shadow Empire respectively. About 2,000 years ago, when the Fallen Angel Emperor, Sakya, Lucifer, was in power, he once helped and benefited the Shadow Empire. The two countries signed a friendship agreement and lived in harmony for thousands of years. As a symbol of friendship, the fortresses of the two countries were dismantled and merged into Town Lea, which was shared by the two countries. Jia once sent a caravan to the west to enter the Shadow Empire through Town Lea. However, thieves also appeared in the west, and they lost everything several times. In addition to Aaron's ineffective suppression, the Dark Moon could only trade with the Red Spirit or trade with the outside world through the Red Spirit Estate. The economic lifeline had always been controlled by the Red Spirit Estate. With this speed, we can reach Mountain Shillong in about 2.5 days. The wind in the air was very strong, so Athena said loudly, "Where are we camping at night?" It was naturally impossible to have a hotel for such a wild march, so they could only sleep in the open. Athena had rich experience in controlling beasts and going out. There is still a long way ahead. Try not to overdraft the wyvern's physical strength. We will rest once on the way and feed the wyvern. Then we will rush to the black rainforest to rest before dark. Okay, Chenrue knew himself well. It was indeed a lot easier to travel with Athena. If he was alone, even with the magic map, he was afraid that it would take a lot of time. When the night fell, the two arrived at the black rainforest as scheduled. Chenrue remembered that when he first met Alice, the poisonous grass and flowers that he was fed came from this place. The black rainforest was a standard forest area in the demon realm. It had a large area and was rich in herbs. The quality of the herbs was much higher than other places. but it was also full of various dangerous animals and plants. Athena took Chinrue to a leeward hillside with ease. The two wyverns rested beside the big tree on the hillside, which could also serve as a warning. There was a stream not far from the hillside, so it was convenient to get water. Tonight we will rest on this hillside. Alice and I also stayed here last time. It's safer. Athena took down the big sword on her back and sat down on a stone. Athena. What? Thank you, Chinrue said sincerely. Mountain Shillong was also dangerous for Athena, but she didn't hesitate and took the initiative to accompany him. We're friends. You don't have to say anything unnecessary. Athena shook her head and turned her face to the side. It wasn't the first time that the two went out together, but Athena suddenly felt an inexplicable tension. When she thought that she might be alone with Chinrue for a long time in the future, her heart beat faster. This kind of situation had never happened before. I know, Chinrue scratched his head, but I still want to thank you. As soon as he finished his words, the big sword was unsheathed without any warning and blocked in front of Chinrue. He was shocked. I'm just saying thank you. Why did you attack me? Athena suddenly got up and carried the big sword. She walked toward the stream without looking back and left a sentence. Okay, you're a man. Why are you being so wishy-washy? I'm going to find the prey. How would he know that she actually didn't want him to see her blush? Athena returned to normal. After returning to the hillside with the two prey, she was surprised to see the tent set up by Chinrue. What kind of tent is this? It's my first time seeing it. Chinrue smiled and said, This is called the mountain tent. I made it a few days ago with the help of Slee. I was just making it for fun, but I didn't expect to use it so soon. In fact, these were originally some equipment that Chinrue prepared in advance when he planned to go to the Silent Night wetland. It just came in handy. This tent is good. It's convenient to put it away. Athena had rich experience in surviving in the wild. She saw the advantages of this tent at a glance. She put the cleaned prey next to the fire. Is this also the work in the Grand Master's memory? It's just a replica. It's a lot worse than the real thing. Chinrue said vaguely, took the prey and took out the barbecue tools. Right, where's your tent? I don't need it. I'm used to it. Athena shook her head. It's already dark. I'll keep watch later. You rest early after eating the barbecue. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. Chinrue was stunned. What is this? Let the woman keep watch while the man hides in the tent to rest? This tent is very big. It can sleep two people. As soon as Chinrue said that, he realized that something was wrong and quickly changed his words. We take turns to keep watch. One person keeps watch at night so that both of us can rest. Athena's face was slightly red. Fortunately, it was not clear under the light of the fire. She shook her head and said no need. The last time Alice and I came here, it was like this. I'm now a higher demon. It's not safe here. It may be dangerous. You're not strong enough. Let me do it. A higher demon doesn't need to rest? How could Chinrue let Athena work so hard alone? Besides, his current strength was not under her. Even if he lacked experience, he had enough vigilance and self-protection. He shook his head vigorously. I'm not Alice. Did you forget that I have the ability to control animals? I can let Mingda and Kegu take turns to assist me. Their senses are sharper than mine. If you insist on keeping watch all night, then I won't sleep either. I'll accompany you like this. Athena saw that his attitude was so firm. She only felt an indescribable comfort in her heart. She didn't insist, considering that the second half of the night in the jungle was more dangerous. She chose to rest for the first half of the night. Chapter 82. Athena looked at the long bag that Chinrue took out and asked curiously, What is this? This is called a sleeping bag. It's made of mink fur. It's very warm. You'll know when you try it later. And Athena suddenly thought of something, and her face was a little red again. Is this the only one? I only had time to make one. This is for you. I have a blanket. Chinrue smiled and handed the roasted meat to her. Athena took the roasted meat and calmed down. After chatting for a while, she entered the tent to rest. The warm sleeping bag and the good habits of the wild made her fall asleep quickly. The sword was still with her in the sleeping bag. Despite riding the wyvern for a day, Chinrue was no longer an ordinary human. He didn't feel too tired. He activated analytical eyes and expanded his perception to alert the nearby situation. Suddenly, his perception noticed the movement in the jungle. The two sensitive wyverns also noticed something. They raised their heads and looked down, making an uneasy hiss. Athena was originally in a semi-dormant state of alert. The wyvern's hiss woke her up suddenly. She immediately jumped up and opened the tent. Chinrue, there's a situation. Chinrue was about to check it out, but he didn't expect Athena to react so quickly, so he had to give up. The two wyverns expressed the same meaning. Danger, a lot, a lot. Chinrue keenly heard the hiss in the jungle getting closer and closer. To be on the safe side, he put away the tent. Athena just extinguished the fire and heard Chinrue's translation of the wyvern's hiss. She suddenly remembered a rumor and exclaimed, "Quick! Ride the wyvern and go into the air!" Chinrue didn't dare to neglect. He quickly rode the wyvern and rose into the air with Athena. At this time, the rustling sound had become as heavy as the beating of a drum. Below, black things were moving rapidly towards them like a tide, mixed with all kinds of low roars. "Go higher!" Athena shouted, and the two controlled the wyvern to continue to rise. Chinrue's eyesight was quite amazing at this time. He could see clearly that the large, tide-like thing below was actually thousands of demonic beasts. There were all kinds of demonic beasts, and many of them were even at the upper and lower levels of the food chain. However, their current movements were surprisingly consistent, which was to run desperately. In addition to the demonic beasts on the ground, there are also a large group of bats and birds flying outward in the air. Fortunately, under Athena's reminder, the wyvern was high enough and did not clash with these flying demonic beasts. However, these demonic beasts were busy running. Even if they found the wyvern, they didn't dare to stop. Soon, the demonic beasts crossed the hill and continued to run outward. If it weren't for Athena's early detection, then the two of them would be in a dangerous situation now. Although the strength of these demonic beasts was not particularly strong, their numbers were too terrifying and they were endless. If they fought recklessly, there was an 80% to 90% chance that they would die. Chinrue asked in surprise, "Why is this happening?" "This is the Black Rainforest's beast tide. All the demonic beasts in the forest will flee outward, and after a while, they will slowly return." Athena also had a look of horror on her face. Rumor has it that such a beast tide will appear in the Black Rainforest every few hundred years, and the reason has not been found yet. Even the best demonic beast hunter doesn't dare to approach the forest during the beast tide. I didn't expect to encounter it. Chinrue nodded with a bitter smile. He actually won the big prize that only appears once in a few hundred years. It seemed that he was really lucky this time. After a wave of black tide passed, another wave followed. It was as if all the demonic beasts in the forest had run out. Chinrue could feel the panic and anxiety of these creatures from the analysis. But because the amount of data was too large and the speed was too fast, he couldn't distinguish clearly at the moment. He had an idea and asked Athena, "Can you catch a demonic beast? I want to try using the beast taming skill to see why they are like this." Originally, he could do it himself, but it was inconvenient to expose himself in front of Athena, so he made such a request. Athena didn't think much. She rode Kegu and flew down. After circling a few times, there was a big, demonic beast in her hand. It looked like a mole, but it actually had a pair of wings and sharp claws. Similarly, this mole was quite frightened. Chinrue comforted it for a while and let Athena feed it something. Then it calmed down a little, but this demonic beast's intelligence was not too high. It kept repeating two words, Devil fruit! Run! Devil fruit? Chenrue only felt that it was a little familiar, as if he had heard it in a certain cartoon. He was suddenly interested, but unfortunately the mole could provide too little information. To his surprise, when Athena heard the name Devil Fruit, she suddenly showed an extremely shocked look. Chenrue, can't you ask me more clearly? Or else, I'll go and catch another one. It seemed that Athena was quite sensitive to the devil fruit. She threw the mole and rode the wyvern down again. The mole flapped its wings and followed the fleeing team in horror. Athena caught several demonic beasts in succession, but these demonic beasts knew even less. They only knew that a powerful ghost dragon was driving them away. If they didn't escape, they would become food in the mouth of the ghost dragon. Combining these scenes, Chenrue analyzed that the devil fruit in the depths of the jungle was about to mature. A ghost dragon wanted to eat the fruit, so it drove all these demonic beasts out. This was probably the reason for the beast tide in the black rainforest every few hundred years. However, Chenrue was somewhat puzzled. Since the ghost dragon is so powerful, why does it drive away other demonic beasts? Is it worried that it will be eaten by other demonic beasts? Or is it trying to stop outsiders from snatching the fruit? After listening to Chenrue's analysis, Athena thought for a moment and said, Chenrue, the devil fruit is very important to me. I must get it. I'm going to explore the jungle now. You stay here. Don't go down before the beast tide completely disappears. If there's any danger, just escape with the wyvern. Wait, Chenrue also wanted to see. Maybe it was a fruit that could provide a lot of aura. Seeing that she wanted to take the risk alone, he quickly said, Let's go together. No. Athena shook her head and said, Although I don't know what kind of dragons the ghost dragon is, judging from the fact that it can create this kind of beast tide, its power must be quite powerful. I just want to try my luck. It's too dangerous for you. Athena, Mountain Shillong is also dangerous. Why do you want to accompany me? Don't worry, I won't drag you down. I have the beast taming skill. If I really feel dangerous, I'll pick you up at a safer place, okay? Seeing that Athena was still hesitating, Chenrue simply asked, Are we partners? Athena was shocked and met Chenrue's gaze. Under the cold moonlight, this gaze looked particularly spirited. Athena suddenly lost her shyness. Instead, there was more warmth and confidence. She took a deep breath and nodded, Let's go. The two controlled the wyvern, lowered the height, and carefully moved in the opposite direction of the beast tide. Chenrue learned from Athena that the devil fruit was a very rare fruit. It matured once every few hundred years and was highly poisonous. However, it had an extraordinary significance for demons. As everyone knew, although demons were powerful, their potential was far less than that of humans. Except for the best of the royal family, the rest of the demons' room for improvement was greatly limited. For example, most centaurs lingered at the level of intermediate demon all their lives and couldn't advance. If Great Demon didn't have a mutated bloodline, there was basically no hope to break through the upper limit of higher demon. Even for a great demon with a mutated bloodline like Athena, it only increased the probability of breaking through the limit to a certain extent. The difficulty was also quite high. In addition to increasing strength, the most important thing about the devil fruit was that it could greatly increase the potential of demons, increasing the possibility of breaking through the bottleneck several times. There was also a small chance to obtain additional special abilities. The premise was that they must survive the poison of the fruit. The stronger the strength, the stronger the toxicity and effect of the fruit. For demons, the devil fruit was equivalent to a priceless treasure to break through their own limits. No wonder Athena was so moved. Even for the royal family, in addition to the potential, the increase in strength and the additional special ability were also quite tempting. The woods were getting denser, and it was no longer suitable for the wyverns to fly. Fortunately, the beast tide was nearing its end. Chenrue and Athena landed on the ground and led the two wyverns forward carefully. At this moment, a low roar came from a distance. The voice contained boundless violence and fierceness. Mengda and Kegu paused at the same time with a horrified look in their eyes. They didn't dare to take another step, no matter what. Chenrue thought for a while and didn't force the two wyverns to move forward. He left them in place and comforted them for a while. Then he and Athena continued to move forward in the direction of the sound. Athena's original intention was to let Chenrue stay, but she couldn't resist the human's insistence, so she had to go together. Since most of the nearby demonic beasts had escaped to the periphery of the jungle, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. The two gradually approached the source of the sound. However, the strange thing was that after exploring for a while, Chenrue and Athena returned to the original place. I remember the sound should be in front. Why is it like this? Athena looked confused. Chenrue and Athena had the same impression, but he had an extra feeling compared to Athena. It was a familiar and strange feeling. That's right. This seems to be Chenrue. Athena was shocked when she saw Chenrue walked straight into a big tree behind the shrubs and disappeared. Half of Chenrue's body appeared from the tree again. Athena, this way! Athena walked forward in surprise and touched the tree. It really wasn't a real thing, and the shrubs in front were real. There was a fake in the real. No wonder they couldn't find the right path after walking for a long time. But how did Chenrue find it? It seemed that agreeing to come with him was the right choice. After Athena walked into the big tree, she felt that the scene in front of her hadn't changed, but when Chenrue walked in just now, she couldn't see him from the outside. Athena pulled out her great sword and walked in front to continue exploring the way. Suddenly, she heard Chenrue whisper, "Don't move!" Chenrue's face was very solemn, and there was a faint excitement in his eyes because a newly acquired knowledge in his mind made him discover the mystery of this area. Dragon inscription. This was the roll of dragon inscription. Chapter 83. If it weren't for the newly acquired deep analysis skill, even with the relevant knowledge taught by Paglio, Chenrue wouldn't be able to crack these mysteries. The loss of spirit overdraft for the past few days was finally worth it. These inscriptions should be deeply engraved on the ground. Because of the long years, trees and plants had grown on them, but their power and function hadn't weakened at all. Instead, these plants could be used to produce more peculiar effects. This was the most mysterious ancient inscription of the dragons. There was insufficient light at night in the jungle. In some places, even the moonlight couldn't pass through. Chenrue carefully followed the detection method taught by Paglio and finally succeeded in testing the safety point in the inscription. He passed through another big tree. However, this was just the beginning. Chenrue could feel that there were still many hidden inscriptions in front. Coupled with the terrifying ghost dragon with unpredictable power, it could be said to be full of danger. Since it was Chenrue who discovered the mystery of the big tree, Athena didn't dare to move after being shouted. Chenrue carefully walked in front of her, bent down, and looked carefully. This is likely to have the power of expulsion. If you take a few more steps, I don't know where you will be teleported to in the jungle. But we must pass it. Give me your hand. I'll walk in front. Athena didn't hesitate to hold Chenrue's hand. When the two hands held together, both of them had a strange feeling in their hearts. Athena felt that her mind was a little blank for a while. After the blankness passed, it was a feeling that she had never experienced before. It was a little nervous and a little sweet. Although her face began to heat up again, she hoped to be held by him forever. When Chenrue first met Alice, they once held hands very intimately, but he was tricked by the little lowly. Athena's hand wasn't as smooth as Alice's, but her fingers and palms were slender and warmer. Although they were holding hands in this special situation, it was inevitable that he was a little distracted. However, his attention quickly shifted to the dragon inscription. When passing through the inscription of Banish, Chenrue and Athena both felt a strong repulsive force flowing through their bodies. It was a bit like stepping on stone blocks and crossing a river step by step. If they were not careful, they would be washed away by the river. After successfully passing through the inscription, Athena was completely convinced of Chun Rue's ability. In her opinion, this was definitely the key effect of a great grandmaster's divine sense. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been able to enter this place by herself. She really didn't know how many more miracles this human man could create. There was still danger ahead, almost as if they had a tacit understanding. Chenrue didn't let go of her hand, and Athena didn't intend to take it back either. The two of them continued forward hand in hand. Chenrue consecutively passed through the range of effect of several inscriptions, and he felt a little more confident. If it weren't for the threat of the ghost dragon, he could easily treat it as the dragon inscription exam before going to the Silent Night wetland. At that moment, there was a faint red light not far ahead. The two of them carefully approached and saw that it was a plant that was about 1 meter tall. There were barbs on the branches, and the leaves were purple. There were a few red, round fruits on it that were glowing faintly. Athena's red eyes flashed, and she was highly focused. She carefully recalled the description of the devil fruit in the ancient book and finally confirmed that this was the treasure the demons dreamed of. There were 5 or 6 fruits on this plant, and they looked like they had just ripened. The value of these fruits was almost incalculable with magic crystal coins for the demons who weren't from the royal family. In the history of the demons, there was a war between lords for the devil fruit. As long as they ate one, there was a great chance that they could break through the limit of higher demon in the future and reach Demon King, Great Demon King, or even higher. Athena suppressed the excitement in her heart and didn't act rashly. Instead, she carefully sensed the surrounding situation. Unexpectedly, the rumored ghost dragon that wanted to devour the devil fruit was nowhere to be seen. As she was about to step forward, her hand was suddenly grabbed by Chenrue. "I feel something is wrong. Don't rush." "Do you know? For the demons who aren't from the royal family, no one can resist the temptation of the devil fruit. I must get it." Athena gently pulled her hand out. "If I don't seize the opportunity now, I'm afraid we'll all be in danger when the ghost dragon comes." After that, Athena carefully approached a few steps. After confirming that there was no danger, she tiptoed and leaped toward the devil fruit. Wait, when Athena just stepped forward, Chenrue suddenly remembered something. At this time, Athena just rose into the air to grab the devil fruit, but it was too late. "Throw the sword out. Athena, quick!" Chenrue's shout startled Athena. Out of trust, she had already entered the great demon's battle form in the air. She gritted her teeth and threw the great sword toward the devil fruit. Bang! 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 With a series of explosions, the great sword was blown apart. Athena's figure was blown back by the aftermath of the explosion. Before she landed, she was caught by Chenrue. The impact made Chenrue take a few steps back, and he almost lost his balance. Athena, in his arms, returned to her human form. She was covered in blood, and there was a broken sword blade in her shoulder. Fortunately, the great sword detonated the power of the runes in advance. Otherwise, Athena's result was likely to be the same as the broken sword. Fortunately, the broken sword on the shoulder was partially blocked by the armor. Otherwise, her entire arm might be cut off. It was a blessing in misfortune. Athena's body trembled involuntarily. Her face looked particularly pale under the moonlight. It was obvious that she was seriously injured. "Athena!" Chenrue felt a burst of regret. Why didn't he judge that there was a problem with the devil fruit earlier? There must be an inscription there, and the meaning was mirror image and explosion. The devil fruit was just a mirror image used as a bait. The real purpose was to explode the trap. Athena only felt a burst of tearing pain all over her body. She almost didn't even have the strength to speak. She knew that if it wasn't for Chenrue's reminder just now, she would have died. Seeing the human's worried look, she regretted it. "Sorry, I was too willful and didn't listen to your advice." If she wasn't too impatient, not only would she not be injured now, but her hand should still be in the warm grasp of this man. Why didn't she trust him? What's the point of saying this now? Let me help you bandage it first. Chenrue gently squatted down, took out a blanket from the space bracelet, put it on the ground, and then carefully put Athena on it. He gritted his teeth, pulled out the broken sword, opened the armor, sprinkled powder on the wound, bandaged it, and then exchanged a bottle of healing potion, pouring it into her mouth. Athena, I know the devil fruit is very important to you. It was my fault that I reacted too slowly just now and didn't notice the trap earlier. Don't worry. I will definitely help you get the fruit. You wait for me here. Don't move. Don't go. Athena was shocked, showing a look of horror. It's too dangerous here. I don't want the devil fruit anymore. Let's leave. Believe me. Remember not to go away. There are dangerous traps everywhere. When I come back, I want to see you here. Chenrue squeezed her hand, then stood up, carefully looked at the ground, quickly walked to the other side, and disappeared from Athena's sight in the blink of an eye. Athena's eyes were already red. For the first time in her life, she began to pray to the demon god wholeheartedly for a man other than her father. Chenrue had already speculated the rough location of the real fruit from the mirror image just now. Perhaps it sensed that the explosion trap was triggered. The terrible roar began to sound again, as if warning people not to approach. Chenrue felt that the sound was getting closer and closer. He knew that he was going in the right direction, but he was worried that he would be noticed by this powerful ghost dragon, so he was careful all the way and didn't dare to make too much noise. After a series of traps and bypassing the inscription of concealment and teleportation, finally, a relatively open pile of stones appeared in front of him. Under a pile of stones, there was a plant that was exactly the same as the mirror image. It was the devil fruit. However, the most eye-catching thing was not the devil fruit with a faint red light, but a huge figure beside the fruit. This was indeed a giant dragon. To be more precise, it was the skeleton of a giant dragon. However, the skeleton that was supposed to be dead was actually alive. Under the purple moonlight, the huge white skeleton was wrapped in a layer of strange luster. The two eyes that should have been empty were now glowing with a gloomy green light, making one's hair stand on end. Chenrue finally understood why this thing was called a ghost dragon. Although the ghost dragon seemed to be extremely powerful, it did not notice the existence of Chenrue. It roared into the sky again. Chenrue was already relatively close. He felt that the sound carried a kind of intimidating coercion, and those who heard it would be terrified. Chenrue only felt this kind of similar coercion from Peglio. However, this ghost dragon's coercion was much worse than the poison dragon's, but he was sure that it was dragon demeanor. Although the position of the ghost dragon at this time had not yet reached the effective range of analytical eyes, Chenrue did not dare to act rashly. The poison dragon once said that even a newborn baby dragon had the strength of a demon king. Judging from the power of the inscription just now, it was estimated to have the strength of a demon emperor. It was far from what he could contend with at this time. In this case, how can I get the devil fruit? Chenrue's mind turned, and his eyes fell on the inscription behind him. The dragon inscription was not an intelligent program, unless it was a special inscription like a specific bloodline. Otherwise, as long as someone triggered it, it would produce the corresponding effect, even if it was the owner who set them up. Although Chenrue's power could not set up a powerful inscription alone, with the super system's current cracking of the dragon inscription, it was possible to create something that could induce and connect ready-made inscriptions. The best solution was to use this string of teleportation inscription to instantly transfer the ghost dragon to another place. Then he could quickly evacuate with Athena. The ghost dragon roared for a while, and it felt that there seemed to be no other disturbances. It immediately lowered its head, and the huge skull stopped above the devil fruit. The green light in the eyes of the ghost dragon began to move to its mouth. It slowly extended and fell on the devil fruit, just like a tongue. It looked particularly strange. At this moment, there was a sudden noise from the right. The green light trembled and retracted. At this time, the dragon head turned to the other side, giving people a feeling that its reaction was a little slow. The ghost dragon slowly walked a few steps in the direction of the noise and roared a few times. It was mixed with a powerful dragon demeanor that was full of warning and intimidation. At this moment, a figure had appeared in front of the devil fruit, like lightning. With a wave of his hand, all 6 fruits had disappeared. Chapter 84. The reaction of the ghost dragon seemed to be half a beat slower. He turned his head and saw the fruit disappeared. He roared and took heavy steps toward the figure. The figure who took the fruit seemed to be deterred by the dragon's demeanor. His figure paused, and his speed suddenly slowed down. He retreated step by step in horror. The one who snatched the devil fruit was naturally Chinrue. He knew that the strength gap between the two sides was too big. His speed definitely couldn't compare with the ghost dragon, so he didn't run away with all his strength. Instead, he pretended to be frightened and lured the ghost dragon into triggering the teleportation inscription trap. To Chenrue's surprise, the ghost dragon seemed to have seen through his plan. It actually didn't rush to chase after him, but it approached unhurriedly. The pair of wings that only had bones left flapped slowly, giving people a huge psychological pressure. The ghost dragon spoke in the common language of the demon realm. "Intruder, hand over the fruit, and Sir Ghost Dragon can spare your life. Otherwise, your flesh and blood will become a delicacy in the mouth of the ghost dragon." Chinrue broke out in a cold sweat. "It seems that I can only trigger the teleportation inscription to escape before the ghost dragon attacks. If it doesn't work, I still have the teleportation skill of the Dark-Will Ring." The problem was that Athena was still nearby. It was very likely that she would be discovered by the ghost dragon. With Athena's current condition, she would definitely not be able to escape. Give up Athena and escape by myself? Anyway, the devil fruit is already in my hand. Should I give up the partner who is willing to take the risk to accompany me to Mountain Shillong? Facing the approaching ghost dragon, Chinrue had made a decision in an instant. He stretched out his palm and opened his 5 fingers, preparing to use Aurora Shot to anger the ghost dragon. The powerful dragon's demeanor was getting closer. "Damn guy, Sir Ghost Dragon will give you one last chance." Chinrue didn't believe this kind of meaningless threat at all. If he really handed it over, he would probably die immediately. But the strange thing was that this ghost dragon had been threatening and didn't really make a move. Just as Chenrue planned to desperately lure the ghost dragon away, the data displayed by analytical eyes changed his intention. Slime, Comprehensive Assessment D, Physique Unknown, Strength Unknown, Spirit Unknown, Agility Unknown. Slime, not the ghost dragon, and D level, just a higher demon? What's with that dragon aura? Chinrue was emboldened, and his star power instantly condensed. Aurora Shots! The huge white ball of light whistled and hit the spectral dragon. The spectral dragon's huge body was pushed back by the impact of the Aurora Shot, and some of its bones kept falling. It finally stabilized its body with great difficulty, and even one of its wings was missing. This was the first time that Chenrue had used Aurora Shot after he had been promoted to Star Leader. He felt that the star power consumed was much less than when he was a star collector. He did not feel as if his energy was drained instantly. The Aurora Shot verified that the behemoth in front of him was indeed a paper tiger. Chinrue made up his mind and soared into the sky to catch up with the spectral dragon. He exerted his combat power to the fullest. After being abused by Peglio so many times, he finally earned some interest from a dragon. However, it felt like he was whipping a corpse. The spectral dragon's movements were slow, and it could not fight back under Chinrue's attack. However, it did not seem to feel pain, and it was still roaring, "Bastard! Sir Spectral Dragon's power is already recovering. If you don't escape now, be prepared to shatter even your bones." Chinrue did not show mercy at all, and his attacks became more and more fierce. He already knew in his heart The so-called spectral dragon is simply this slime bluffing. It's a fox pretending to be a tiger, and it actually deceived all the demonic beasts in the jungle. No wonder the spectral dragon has always been bluffing, and there was no real, terrifying attack. It was just puzzling that the dragon inscription and dragon demeanor were genuine. At this time, the green light in the eyes of the spectral dragon gradually dimmed. Chinrue noticed that the green light was actually moving secretly, and the body of the spectral dragon gradually became sluggish and stiff with the fading of the green light. In the end, it was completely motionless, as if it was really just a pile of lifeless bones. The display of analytical eyes was still there. Chenrue's heart moved, and he immediately found a pile of faintly wriggling things on the ground. He stepped on it fiercely. This thing was slippery. It squeezed out from his foot and jumped high with a sudden bounce. It instantly became several times bigger, like a huge pocket. It covered the sky and wanted to swallow him. Chinrue's palm instantly emitted a metal-like light. A stream of light waved past, and the pocket was split into two. Then his palm slashed quickly and slashed the strange slime into several pieces. The strange thing was that these fragments actually did not die. They quickly wriggled toward Chenrue, wanting to wrap him up and swallow him again. Chinrue's mind moved, and he shouted, "Destructive aura blow!" At this moment, all the fragments flashed with a high-speed brilliance, like moving runes. Upon closer inspection, it was actually countless sharp forces that were cutting at high speed. In the blink of an eye, the fragments had already been cut into countless particles, falling to the ground one after another. It was Chenrue's first time using this kind of group attack, destructive aura blow. The effect was very dazzling, and the power was also very impressive, but the lethality felt inferior to Aura Blade as single target attack. Besides, it consumed a lot of power, which was several times that of Aura Blade. It was suitable for dealing with multiple enemies. Ouch! Subtle sounds came at the same time, as if thousands of people were speaking at the same time. After suffering a killer move like destructive aura blow, this strange slime was still not destroyed. Immortal body. Chinrue frowned. Sure enough, countless particles converged into one and became the original thing. You hurt me so much. I will make you pay the price. After this thing recovered, it opened its mouth again to swallow. Chinrue opened his hand, and the second aurora shot was ejected, which just rushed into the mouth of that thing. The huge light ball blasted it straight into the sky, and it fell down after a long time. Under the white light of aurora shot, Chinrue found that this thing was transparent, like some kind of rubber. After aurora shot hit it, it didn't burst, but scattered into countless white lights, filling the whole body of this thing, and vein-like patterns appeared. Chinrue was a little breathless. After launching the last aurora shot, his star power was running out. He had already used all his skills. If he still couldn't kill the opponent, he could only run away with the devil fruit. Aurora shot still couldn't kill this thing, but it caused a lot of damage. The destructive aura didn't disappear for a while. It scattered to various parts, causing it to be paralyzed on the ground and lose the ability to move for a while. Chinrue's mind turned quickly. He didn't run away, but he stepped forward quickly and stepped on it again. How dare you? How dare you deal with me like this? That thing was still very stubborn. I'm the real partner of the dragons. Chinrue retorted righteously. Just a slime. How dare you pretend to be a dragon's? I will completely destroy you now. You, how do you know Dodo is a slime? Don't kill Dodo. This guy didn't expect Chinrue to be the real deal, and he easily exposed his identity, so he finally began to panic. In fact, Chenrue's aurora shot twice a day had been used up. He was just scaring this Dodo now. He asked, "Why do you pretend to be a ghost dragon? Why do you create a beast tide? Answer." Humph. Dodo won't tell you. As soon as he finished his words, he saw Chenrue's 5 fingers that were just hanging down suddenly opened. It was like a terrifying attack posture, so he immediately changed his words. "Spare my life. I will tell you everything." "Sir, Please let go of your foot first. Shinrue let go of his foot. This guy took advantage of the Aurora shot's remaining force in his body, gradually disappeared, and immediately bounced to the ground. He jumped high and fled to the side while shouting, "You dare to mess with me, Sir Dodo? Wait and see how I will." Before he finished his ruthless words, he felt sparks splashing in front of him. After a series of explosions, Sir Dodo was split into a few pieces and fell to the ground with a dirty face. It turned out that it just triggered the trigger inscription that Shinrue had previously set. Fortunately, it was only the explosion inscription that was triggered. If it was the teleportation inscription in another direction, Sir Dodo was likely to have successfully escaped now. However, Dodo's physique was very strange. The explosion inscription actually couldn't kill him, and the speed of combination was also much faster. Relatively speaking, Aurora shot did more damage to him. No wonder he was so afraid. Then, "I have to kill you immediately." Shinrue appeared in front of Dodo. His aura was strong, and he looked like he was going to go all out. "Even if I die," Dodo gritted his teeth and said. When he saw Shinrue's open 5 fingers, his voice instantly became extremely flattering. "Sir, the humblest servant, Dodo, is willing to solve all your questions." Sir Dodo changed his face too quickly. He could be called a model of submissive with might. "I won't believe you any more," Shinrue said deliberately. When Dodo saw that the situation was not right, he opened his mouth and a scroll condensed with strange power appeared. "Master, Dodo is willing to sign a master-servant contract. Please don't kill me." It wasn't the first time Shinrue signed a master-servant contract. He could see that this contract was real, so he signed it immediately. Most people could only carry one contract. Now, Shinrue actually had 4 contracts on him. 3 master-servant contracts, 1 symbiotic contract, and maybe he could sign more. After signing the master-servant contract, Shinrue naturally didn't make things difficult for Dodo anymore. He let go of his foot. This guy's D-level strength was fine, but the key was his immortal body. He could even drive the dragon bones to emit dragon's demeanor. He was indeed not simple. Dodo's flattened body gradually expanded and returned to the size of a wash basin, showing its true appearance. Its appearance was weird. It had no limbs. Its entire body was a face with big eyes, a small nose, and no teeth in its mouth. It was a bit like a translucent onion. Its movement relied on the elasticity of its body to jump on the ground like a spring. Honorable Master. Although Dodo had no limbs, its facial expressions were quite rich. It showed a flattering look. Dodo's body can absorb a certain degree of magic and normal damage. Even if it is split into countless pieces by a sharp blade, it can regenerate. However, Master's attack almost made Dodo's body completely collapse. "Your power is too powerful and too evil." In the endless flattery, Shinrue seemed to see an onion version of Slee or Didi. However, Dodo's characteristics also made him secretly shocked. This guy isn't afraid of physical and magic attacks, and he can regenerate. What kind of monster is he? Chapter 85. Since the master-servant agreement had been signed, Dodo confessed everything. As shown by analytical eyes, Dodo was a slime. Shinrue had heard of powerful races such as fallen dragons, evil eye tyrant, and elemental king in the demon realm. He had also heard of famous demonic beasts such as wyverns and nightmare beasts. However, no one had mentioned the word slime in front of him. The reason was very simple. It was too weak, so weak that it could be ignored. Slime was a low-level creature at the bottom of the demonic beast food chain. Its only ability was to transform into various scary shapes to scare away powerful enemies. Slime didn't have much attack power. It could only survive by swallowing plant nutrients. However, everything had its weakness. Even those powerful carnivorous plants were afraid of its swallowing ability. Dodo was originally just an ordinary slime with a simple mind. Many, many years ago, he couldn't remember the exact time, it swallowed a few devil fruits by chance, and its intelligence was greatly improved. At that moment, a powerful dragon came to the black rainforest. The dragon was seriously injured and seemed to be escaping from some enemy. It desperately carved a series of dragon inscriptions to hide. Finally, it came to the stone pile where Dodo was hiding, but it was too weak to walk anymore. Facing the highest demonic beast at the top of the pyramid, Dodo was so scared that he peed himself. He had been curling up in the stone crack and didn't dare to move. He barely survived by sucking the dragon's blood flowing from the stone crack. Not sure how many days had passed. The dragon finally died due to its heavy injuries. Dodo only then dared to climb out. Not sure if it was because of the devil fruit or the dragon's blood. Dodo actually had an extra interest in meat other than plants. After boldly eating another piece of dragon meat, it couldn't be stopped. Under Dodo's slow and meticulous work, the entire dragon was left with only the skeleton. During the process, it almost exploded several times due to the strength, just like when it swallowed dragon blood for the first time. In the end, the slime still survived with a strong desire to survive. No one could ever think that a lowly slime actually swallowed the entire dragon's flesh and blood. Dodo's strength greatly increased after getting the dragon's flesh and blood. It further mutated, and its transformation ability was greatly enhanced. After a series of fights and adventures, the slime, who already had considerable wisdom and strength, finally cunningly chose to pretend to be a dragon. It stretched its body to wrap the entire dragon skeleton and controlled these bones to move. It looked like the resurrection of the dragon, so it got the name Ghost Dragon. However, in order to prevent being exposed, Master Ghost Dragon never left this place where the devil fruit grew. Dodo relied on the identity of the Ghost Dragon to scare away those opponents who came to snatch the fruits. He enjoyed many devil fruits alone, and his body further mutated. He became the first slime in history to reach the strength of Higher Demon. He also became the overlord of the Black Rainforest. When Dodo swallowed the fruit, he had to leave the dragon body and digest it for a long time, so he couldn't maintain the appearance of the ghost dragon. Therefore, he released Dragon's demeanor to create a beast tide to avoid being seen through. Chinrue then understood that the ghost dragon and dragon inscription were actually like this. Dodo being able to emit Dragon's demeanor was probably related to devouring the flesh and blood of the giant dragon and the mutation of the devil fruit. However, according to Dodo, Dragon's demeanor had to be accumulated for a long time before it could be used. It was best to cooperate with the dragon's skeleton to exert greater power. The beast tide this time exhausted the accumulated dragon's demeanor. It would take at least 3 days before it could barely be used for about 10 minutes. In order to please the new master, Dodo offered the 3 things left by the dragon: a doll, a bead, and a magic map. The doll was made of an unknown metal. It was about the size of a palm and was very delicate. The bead was slightly smaller than a fist and emitted a faint blue light. It was obviously not an ordinary item at first glance. As for the map, it was an incomplete corner. The hint was quite limited, so he didn't know what mystery it had. Chinrue didn't study it carefully and put the 3 things into the storage warehouse. He walked to the dragon's skeleton and felt that these bones seemed to contain a special energy. He tried using aura conversion, but there was no hint. This skeleton was very big, unless it was cut one by one. Otherwise, it couldn't even fit in the space bracelet. However, this wasn't a problem for the storage warehouse, so it was easily kept in. As for the devil fruit, Chinrue had an idea. There were 6 fruits in total. They were about the size of lychee. The outer shell was hard and the texture was delicate and complex. Although the fruit was precious, the most precious thing was the fruit tree. If Dodo left, he didn't know if it would be destroyed by demonic beasts. Oh yeah, Galaxy Garden. I wonder if the plants outside the super system can be planted? Calculating the time, the pivotal fairy seed should have matured now. As soon as he thought of this, Chinrue immediately entered the Galaxy Garden in the super system. The Galaxy Garden had changed compared to before. The entire Galaxy Garden was shrouded in a layer of faint mist. From a distance, it faintly emitted a colorful light. The green seedling in the circular soil in the center had grown into a 1-meter tall small tree. The material was like gold, but not wood. It was dotted with emerald-like green leaves. The natural exquisiteness didn't seem to be done at all. The source of the mist in the galaxy garden was this small tree. The wonderful thing was that the mist at the top of the small tree was faintly a graceful woman. Her beautiful facial features could be faintly seen. The misty figure was like a fairy from heaven. No wonder it was called Pivotal Fairy Seed. The woman was actually like a living thing. When she saw Chanrue, she faintly saluted. Chanrue clearly knew that this was the design of the super system, but he was still amazed. Now that the pivotal fairy seed is mature, how do I plant other things? Plow the soil? Watering? Fertilizing? As his mind moved, the light screen at the entrance of the garden had appeared. An icon of a female plant appeared in the center of the garden's plan. Pivotal Fairy Level 1. Upgrade Condition 1. Evolution Level 3 stars. Condition 2. 1,000 units of Level 2 Refined Dust. Refined dust? Could the powder be further refined in some way? However, it could only be upgraded when he reached the next level at least. It was useless to think too much. Shinrue put his mind on the remaining blanks of the plan. Sure enough, there was a list prompt that he could choose to plant. There was only one aura fruit tree. Aura fruit tree seed. 500 auras per seed. Do you want to exchange and plant it? There was also a quantity prompt next to it. When Chanrue chose 5 seeds, the prompt reached the purchase limit of the current evolution level. After confirming the purchase, the 5 seeds icons automatically appeared on the plan. The prompt appeared again. Do you want to start the Pivotal Fairies trusteeship mode? Units of dust must be provided. If the dust is exhausted, the trusteeship mode will automatically stop, and the plants will stop growing. It seemed that the trusteeship mode was a good thing. He only needed the dust, and he didn't need to care about the rest. Chanrue exchanged the best fine stones and magic materials not long ago. There was a total of 50,000 dust. He immediately chose to confirm. The dust automatically disappeared from the storage warehouse, and the corresponding data appeared on the light screen of the Galaxy Garden. The strange thing was that as soon as he activated the trusteeship mode, the Pivotal Fairy immediately flew to the corresponding position in the Galaxy Garden and began to dance around. The seeds that were originally invisible on the ground began to germinate at a speed visible to the naked eye. They only stopped after sprouting, and the Pivotal Fairy flew back to the center. The seedling prompt was Level 1 Aura Fruit Tree. Maturity period, 7 days. The fruit will automatically wither after being picked. If you want to continue planting, you need to buy seeds again. Daily consumption of dust is 2 units. Current state, immature. I don't know how much aura the fruit can provide, but it consumes very little dust. I'll come back after 7 days. At present, I need to think about how to get the devil fruit tree in. Shinrue's heart moved. He squatted down and touched the fruit tree gently. He thought about the Galaxy Garden in his mind, and a prompt appeared. Unknown plant. Transplant requires 10,000 auras. Do you want a transplant? 10,000 was not cheap, but with the huge value of the devil fruit that could trigger the war between lords, it was worth 100,000. Wisps of strange mist appeared on Chanrue's hand, just like the one in the Galaxy Garden, enveloping the fruit tree. After a while, the fruit tree disappeared. Dodo, who had been drooling over the fruit, saw this scene, and the onion head's eyes suddenly protruded. In the Galaxy Garden, the devil fruit tree really appeared. Prompt, unknown plant. Maturity period, 60 days. Can ripen repeatedly. Daily consumption of dust is 10 units. Current state, mature. 60 days? Not 600 years. Shinrue's heart was filled with ecstasy. I've made a fortune this time. Somewhere in the inscription circle, Athena had struggled to sit up from the blanket. Fortunately, the healing potion at the exchange office was very effective, and the physique of a great demon was extraordinary. Her serious injuries had recovered a lot, but she still had no fighting ability. The faint roar and noise from a distance made Athena want to find Chenrue and face the danger with him. She thought of his instructions before he left and knew that this place was full of traps. She couldn't find the right way at all, so she was anxious. "I will definitely help you get the fruit." The human's firm words still echoed in her ears. "This is for me. I'm willing to face a dragon." It seems that there was a similar situation when I first met him. I wonder if he did it for me at that time? But this is no longer important. I just hope that he can turn misfortune into blessing like the Blue Lake. As for the damned devil fruit, I don't want it anymore. Athena clenched her fists with the only strength she had. She never felt that she was so concerned about a man. If anything happens to him, even if she dies, she will die with the ghost dragon. The noise in front was even louder. There were words mixed in, but she couldn't hear it clearly. Then it became silent again. There was no sound for a long time. Athena's heart suddenly tightened. She couldn't care about the severe pain all over her body. She gritted her teeth and supported herself to stand up. As she was about to take a step, a voice sounded in front. "Athena, you didn't keep your promise again. You said to wait for me to come back." "Chenrue." Athena was shocked. Her heart, that had been hanging, was instantly filled with surprise. Her body staggered a few steps and lost her strength to support herself. She was about to fall forward to the ground. Chenrue just walked out from a hidden tree. He saw it and quickly stepped forward to catch her. Not counting the previous serious injuries, it was the first time that Athena had such intimate contact with Chenrue since the last special training in the air. She only felt that this human had a masculine heat. His arms were warm and strong. Her whole body was a little soft for a moment. She only felt that her heart was thumping hard. Chenrue also felt this heartbeat from a certain intimate part. Seeing Athena's weak appearance, he despised himself for a while. He carefully helped her to sit on the ground. Athena carefully looked at Chenrue for a while. He was indeed safe and sound. She was finally completely relieved. Chenrue intended to give her a surprise. "Athena, stretch out your hand like this and close your eyes." Athena closed her eyes as instructed. She felt that there was a pile of things in her palm. When she opened her eyes, she was stunned. Chapter 86. Devil Fruit. Athena could hardly believe her eyes. She blinked hard and looked again. It was really the devil fruit. This man once again created a miracle. Not only did he return unscathed from the ghost dragon's hands, but he also got the devil fruit. "These are all for you." Chenrue had already tried it. The devil fruit couldn't be converted by aura, and he didn't know if it had any effect on the human body. So he might as well be generous for once. However, even if it could be converted, he had already made up his mind to leave half for Athena. Athena held 6 fruits that were priceless in the eyes of the demons. She looked at Chenrue, who was smiling, and her eyes were a little red. At this moment, she had completely confirmed her thoughts. The shadow that was both brave and wise before facing the poison dragon, the shadow that was humorous and knowledgeable when talking, and the shadow that was wise when planning and calculating all overlapped in the smile just now. Compared with this smile, the devil fruit was really nothing. "Thank you." Athena didn't say anything else. "I remember when I said thank you not long ago. You drew your sword." Chenrue said with a smile. Suddenly, he grabbed a shadow that was about to jump to Athena's palm. "Dodo, this is Athena's fruit. Don't touch it." Athena looked at the translucent onion that appeared in Chenrue's hand in surprise. She didn't expect that she didn't notice this thing in advance with her perception. The onion even made a flattering voice. "Great master, Dodo only wants one, okay?" Athena had recovered from a certain emotion and asked curiously, "What is this?" "This is the true face of the ghost dragon." Chenrue told her about Dodo. Of course, he hid the scene of his battle with the ghost dragon. He only said that he used the knowledge in the Grand Master's mind to change those magic traps and subdue the fake Sir Ghost Dragon. These were the confessions that Chenrue and Dodo had discussed beforehand. Dodo nodded cooperatively, but his two big eyes were staring straight at the devil fruit in Athena's hand. The devil fruit is only effective for the first time. It's useless to eat the second one. Athena's face changed from horror to shock. Damn slime, tell me, how many devil fruits have you eaten? Humph! How dare you call Sir Dodo a damn slime, even if I have to sacrifice my life? Before Dodo finished his lines, his head was knocked by Chenrue. Say it quickly. Dear master, please wait. Let Dodo calculate. Seeing that his master spoke, Dodo had no choice but to recall. He used transformation to make 2 palms and began to calculate. Not long after, 2 more appeared. After a while, there were already 8 palms on Dodo's body, but he still couldn't count them. Chenrue and Athena were sweating profusely, especially Athena. She felt like she was going crazy. How many devil fruits did this slime eat? This is a priceless treasure. Dodo counted for a long time and looked like he was about to cry. Master, Dodo can't remember clearly. It's probably 8 or 9 palms. Even though Athena had always been strong-willed, she almost fainted at that moment. 8 or 9 palms. Isn't that more than 40 times? According to the number of fruits on that fruit tree, it only bears 5 to 6 at a time. 40 times, isn't that? This isn't Lala potato. It's a precious devil fruit that is enough to provoke a war. Chenrue was also shocked. In his opinion, Dodo didn't eat the devil fruit, but a huge amount of magic crystal coins. In other words, it was a huge amount of aura. What squandering? This is the real squandering. However, the devil fruit only matured once in a few hundred years. It seemed that the previous years had nothing to do with Chenrue, who just transmigrated this year. Counting it, Dodo had lived for at least thousands of years. Chenrue, I don't want to eat the devil fruit now. Athena regained her senses and said while gritting her teeth. The slime was overjoyed when he heard that. As he was about to ask his master for it, Athena's next sentence frightened him. I want to eat this slime. Chenrue cooperated and added, Dodo has eaten so many devil fruits. If you eat it, it will probably be more useful than eating the devil fruit. I just happened to bring a lot of barbecue seasonings. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Seeing that even his master said so, the slime was scared out of his wits. He pleaded, Beautiful and brave mistress, please don't eat your most loyal slave. Dodo's meat is hard and smelly. It doesn't taste good at all. The word mistress made Athena blush. She quickly glanced at Chenrue, but the human didn't notice it at this time. He was just looking at Sir Dodo's performance with a funny face. Other than Royce, I wonder what will happen when Sir Dodo, Sir Slee, and the old dwarf, Didi, meet one day? After Chenrue beat the new servant Dodo, he didn't scare it anymore. He said to Athena, Your injury isn't light. We'll rest for a few days at the place where Dodo pretends to be the ghost dragon. There are many magic traps around there, and the demonic beasts usually don't dare to approach. It should be very safe. I'll bring the 2 wyverns over later. Okay, the medicine you gave me is very useful. My injury recovered very quickly. You take these 5 devil fruits. I'll leave 1 for you. Also, this is for you. Keep it safe. Athena took out a diamond-shaped crystal from her space bracelet and gave it to Chenrue. Chenrue only felt that the crystal was cold. It exuded a special chill, so he asked curiously, What is this? After my injury is healed, I'll eat the devil fruit. Athena lowered her head and didn't look directly at Chenrue. This fruit has a characteristic. The stronger the power, the greater the toxicity. Many people have been poisoned to death in history. Even the antidote can't do anything. If I can't withstand the toxicity of the fruit. Athena paused and said firmly, You must not go to Mountain Shillong to die. Don't go back to the Dark Moon Estate either. Take the wyvern to the west, and take this ice crystal to the capital of the Shadow Empire to find a woman named Delia. She owed me a big favor 3 years ago. With your ability and Delia's help, you should be able to stay in the Shadow Empire. Do you understand?" Chinrue was shocked. He didn't expect Athena to arrange such an escape route for him. He felt that the cold crystal in his hand seemed to contain a burning intention. He suddenly became silent. "Athena, you'll be fine." "Chinrue, you don't understand. The one who doesn't understand is you." Chinrue raised his head and looked at Athena's ruby-like eyes. He took out a green bead. "Take this. Do you remember it?" "This is the antidote given by the Blue Lake poison dragon?" Athena took it and looked at it for a while. "It seems to be very spicy." Chinrue nodded. "This is called jade pearl. It's the precious crystal of the poison dragon. It produces one every 200 years. Eating it can quickly recover from injuries and permanently enhance the body's resistance to poison. Permanently enhance the body's ability." Athena was taken aback. Why would the poison dragon use such a precious crystal as an antidote? Because you, little princess, and Kia weren't poisoned at all. Chinrue had kept this matter in his heart for a long time. He finally couldn't help but reveal it. "I'm sorry, I haven't told you the truth. You bastard! You made me worry all the time." Athena pounced on him, regardless of her injury. She pushed him to the ground and punched him fiercely. "Damn it! Bastard! Bastard!" When Dodo saw his master was attacked, he initially wanted to rush up to help, but the mistress who wanted to eat him previously was still in his mind. Besides, the situation between the mistress and master was a bit strange. It felt like when spring came, the female creature and the male creature were playing before they attracted each other. The action didn't look like it, but it felt right. If I disturb them at this time, I'm afraid I'll really be roasted and eaten. The slime, who had gained considerable wisdom, finally wisely chose to turn a blind eye. It was like a transparent background object that said, "You can't see me." The slime's judgment was not unreasonable. Athena scolded very fiercely, but the hand that punched on Chinrue was weak. Perhaps it could be understood that her injury was not light and she couldn't exert the power of higher demon, but it was true that thunder was louder than raindrops. It couldn't cause real harm even to an ordinary human's body. Athena's movements finally stopped. She lay on Chinrue's body and panted. Suddenly, she felt that this action was too ambiguous. Her heart was beating fiercely. She propped up her body with a blushing face and punched him fiercely. Then she turned over and sat on the ground. This level of attack was just tickling for Chinrue, but he knew that this matter had always been a burden in Athena's heart. She even had the thought of fighting to the death with the poison dragon. He felt guilty in his heart. After being beaten, he got up and explained to her. After Athena heard Chinrue said that he signed a symbiotic contract with the poison dragon, she finally understood. With the relationship between the two at that time, plus the characteristics of the symbiotic contract, if it was Athena herself, she wouldn't reveal this life-threatening secret. "Bastard! Why don't you keep hiding it?" Athena's anger had almost dissipated. "How many more things are you hiding from me?" "Actually, there are still a lot." Chinrue saw Athena's eyes widened again, and he sighed. "Athena, if you believe me, give me a month. Don't ask anything now. After a month, I'll tell you a lot of things, but for this month, you have to listen to me, okay?" Athena frowned slightly and asked, "Do Princess Royal and Alice know about these things?" Chinrue shook his head. "Other than the guy with the symbiotic contract, only you know." Athena raised her eyebrows and her eyes flashed with brilliance. But she didn't say it in a good tone. "That's what you said." "Okay, don't be angry. The Jade Pearl's anti-poison ability isn't a lie. You can ride the wyvern safely not because of the medicine I gave you, but because of your own anti-poison effect. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with the devil fruit." Chinrue smiled and said, "Let's find a place to rest now." You should heal your injuries first. Regardless of whether the jade pearl is useful or not, eat one more before eating the devil fruit. When you finish digesting the fruit's power, we'll set off for Mountain Shillong. Athena didn't throw a tantrum anymore. She gently stroked the jade pearl in her hand and nodded. Chenrue wasn't a fool. He more or less felt Athena's intention. He also had a good impression of Athena, but there wasn't much time left in the battle with Eryx. He should focus all his energy on dealing with this matter and not be distracted in other aspects. After this challenge, he would seriously solve the problem between the two single man and woman. Chapter 87. 2 days later, 2 wyverns flew up from the black rainforest. Athena on Kaga's body looked energetic as she had completely absorbed the effect of the devil fruit. This kind of precious fruit that could trigger a war was indeed worthy of its reputation. Athena's strength was originally at the early stage of higher demon, but she was promoted to the middle stage all of a sudden. This was just the surface effect. More importantly, the invisible potential index was greatly increased. In the future, her possibility of breaking through the bottleneck of higher demon and reaching Demon King was greatly increased. Even the further Great Demon King and Demon Emperor realm was no longer an untouchable fantasy. With Dodo's example, under Chenrue's strong insistence, Athena took another fruit. The result only made her strength more stable, but the small probability of additional abilities still didn't appear. However, this special ability wasn't necessarily immediate. It was likely to be obtained in the future training. As for Dodo's mutation, it was not only the effect of the devil fruit, but it was also likely related to devouring dragon meat. Chenrue also secretly ate a devil fruit, but his strength didn't grow at all. He only increased a little aura because of the toxicity, so it wasn't worth it. However, with the miraculous Galaxy Garden, he would be able to harvest again after 2 months. In the future, it wasn't impossible to learn to eat it as a snack like Dodo. In the past 2 days, he didn't waste any time. He spent all of it in the training ground. His 130,000 auras were only left with more than 90,000. Athena got his order and didn't disturb his sleep. With Dodo's protection, everything went smoothly, including Athena consuming the devil fruit. Just like the straw that broke the camel's back, 8 times gravity was really not comparable to the limit represented by 4 times gravity. Even if he broke through to the Mizar state, it was still difficult to walk without using any star power. He didn't know how much suffering he had suffered in the first 10 days. When the training ended, he saw Athena, who was sleeping like a quiet baby after consuming the devil fruit. He felt that there was more strength in his body. After hurriedly eating and resting, he once again threw himself into the self-torture training. Chenrue had taken 2 black potions, Eternal Power and Eternal Speed. At that time, the potency was not fully absorbed. Under this high-pressure training, the potency accumulated in his body finally came into play. Dodo had always been obsessed with the devil fruit, but since he tasted the barbecue made by Chenrue, he began to change his taste and became even more loyal to his master. Athena was still hanging on the devil fruit, but Chenrue told her that he had tried to hide it. Athena was then relieved. 2 wyverns set off from the black rainforest. It took them a day and a half to reach their destination, mountain range Shillong. In the undulating Shillong mountain range, there were many high mountains and deep valleys. The area was vast. If one kept going west, he could reach Town Leia, which was at the border of the Dark Shadow Empire. Mountain Range Shillong was the largest mountain in the Mountain Range Shillong, but Mountain Shillong had been controlled by bandits. Today, the mining office was located at the foot of the remote Mountain Lagong. When Chenrue and Athena landed on the 2 wyverns according to the magic map, the guards and miners at the entrance of the mining office were all shocked. Since the original mining office was occupied by bandits, the current mining office was actually a temporary simple stone house. Startled by the wyverns, a centaur who looked like a leader walked out of the stone house. He had a few hideous scars on his face and was holding a crutch. When he saw Athena jumping off the wyvern's back, his eyes gradually showed surprise. He greeted her and saluted. "You are Ms. Athena. Who are you?" Athena felt that the limping centaur was a bit familiar, but she couldn't remember his name for a moment. The centaur looked a little excited. "I'm Gade. I used to follow General George in the Warlock Fortress. Because I was injured in the conflict with the Bloody Empire, I was transferred here 4 years ago." Athena finally remembered and said in surprise, "I remember. You are the Death Hammer, Gade. You even gave me an iron sword. It's rare that Miss still remembers me." Gade raised his powerless arm and disabled left leg and sighed. "Unfortunately, I'm no longer the Death Hammer. It's the general who sympathizes with his subordinates, so he let me come to the Dark Moon to take an idle position and retire. Let's not talk about this. I heard that Ms. Athena came to the Dark Moon City 3 years ago, but unfortunately I couldn't get away from here. May I know why Miss came to the mine today? Didn't you receive the magic message from the Dark Moon City?" Logically, the magic message should have been sent when Princess Royal officially appointed me. Athena looked puzzled. Gade shook his head and replied, "The communication tower here has been destroyed by the bandits long ago. It has been unable to be repaired." The magic message was actually equivalent to a wireless communication using the communication talisman. A special magic communication tower was needed to transmit the message in the middle. It was equivalent to the base station in Chanrue's previous world. If the communication tower was destroyed, the magic communication talisman within the range would be unusable. The magic tower of each line must be set up separately. Some were private and some were shared. For example, there was a dedicated magic communication tower from the capital to each estate. The base station along the way was also protected by a special person. "I see." Athena pointed at Chanrue. "This time, I'm ordered by Princess Jia to protect your new mining officer." This sentence made everyone's eyes fall on the human who they thought was Ms. Athena's follower. Although there was no news, the challenge of Master Aldos defeating the capital's genius had spread to every corner of the Dark Moon. Even a remote area like Mountain Shillong had heard of it. This should be the Grand Master's human apprentice. But how could a mere apprentice suddenly transform into everyone's boss without rhyme or reason? Chinrue was no longer the same as before. He was calm under all kinds of gazes. He took out a magic appointment certificate signed by Jia. While everyone was paying attention to him, Chenrue was also observing his soldiers. There were about a dozen guards. They were composed of centaurs and dark elves. There weren't many miners present. They were all imps and dark goblins. Most of the demons present had a common characteristic, which was that they looked dispirited and listless. Gade took the appointment certificate and looked at it. His brows gradually frowned. With his eyesight, he could naturally distinguish whether it was real or fake. The centaur glanced at Athena, and there was no doubt in his heart. He immediately bowed to Chinrue and said, "Mining Office Guard Captain Gade greets, Sir Mining Officer." The guards and miners were surprised to see Gade salute. It seemed that Princess Royal really appointed this weak human as the mining officer. Like many people, Gade disapproved of this appointment. How can a powerless human be qualified to lead everyone? However, he couldn't say much due to Athena. He made an inviting gesture. "Sir and Miss, please come inside to talk. Connor, go get something to eat. The rest of you, go do what you need to do." Chinrue and Athena followed Gade into the stone house. The facilities in the stone house were very simple. There were only 2 stone tables and a few chairs. There was also a bed at the back. "I'm sorry, Mississippi. The conditions here are very difficult. There's nothing to entertain. Let's just eat something later." Gade asked the 2 to sit down and asked Athena, "Miss, when do you plan to return to Dark Moon City?" Athena shook her head. "I'm ordered by Princess Royal to protect Chinrue here until his work ends, or he is transferred." Gade was slightly shocked, then he nodded with a complicated expression. Chinrue noticed it and pondered for a moment. He asked, "Gade, we just arrived here. Can you give a brief introduction of the situation here?" Gade hesitated for a moment and began to speak. Mountain Shillong was extremely rich in mineral resources. The mine had a long history, and it had always been the largest and most important resource in Dark Moon. After the Beelzebub royal family's turmoil in Dark Moon 400 years ago, the prosperous Dark Moon began to deteriorate. Many changes also occurred in the mine. The underground creatures that had been sealed suddenly broke the enchantment and occupied the lower level of the main pit. It was equivalent to controlling the largest mineral vein area, which greatly increased the difficulty of mining and risked one's life. More than a year ago, a powerful Red Devils group of bandits appeared. Not only did they rob and kill the caravan sent by Princess Royal Jia, but they also harassed the mine from time to time. They also sent a squad to occupy the main pit and several newly opened small mineral sources. They also killed the miners who went to mine. Now the miners could only defend against the bandits' attacks under the leadership of Gade while mining some cheap open-air ores. Although the danger was reduced, the income and output were extremely low. Princess Royal once sent Sheriff Allen to eliminate the bandits because of the caravan, but they were defeated by the bandits twice. When Athena heard that the situation in the mine was so bad that it was much worse than what she learned from Jia, she frowned and said, "Why didn't you report to Dark Moon City?" "We have reported countless times." Gade sighed. "But even the army sent by Dark Moon City failed. What else can we do? If it weren't for Miss coming today, I would have thought that Princess Royal Highness had given up on us." Chinrue knew that the direct supervisor of the mine was the financial officer, Joseph. Therefore, it was reasonable for the limited information to reach Jia's ears. He immediately asked another key question. What happened to the previous mining officer? The previous mining officer was Tim from the Seifel family. Gade had a high evaluation of Sir Tim. His words faintly revealed his contempt for Chinrue. After Tim came to the mine, he made a series of rectification measures and was quite prestigious. At that time, the main disaster of the mine was the underground creatures. When Tim brought a group of people to the main pit to investigate the situation, everyone suddenly disappeared. Even their bodies couldn't be found. They were probably killed by demonic beasts. Chinrue calculated the time. When Tim was there, Jia hadn't sent a caravan to the west yet, so there were only sporadic bandits at most. When a caravan was sent out, a powerful bandit group correspondingly appeared. It was obviously targeted. After cutting off the westbound trade route, they shifted the target of control to the mine. It seemed that they wanted to strangle the Dark Moon's next step by step until they completely stopped breathing. The reason why they let Gade and the others live wasn't because the bandits were merciful. It was because they didn't want to attract more of Jia's attention until the last moment. Once a certain time came, Chinrue could imagine that all the masterminds would attack at the same time. Even if Jia had great talent, she could only wait for death. This was a rather thorough and vicious plan. "I came here this time because of a mission given by Master Eldos." Chinrue changed his mind and stated the most important purpose of this trip. Master is now experimenting with a strange potion. He needs the crystal powder from the waste ores. Can you take me to have a look? Waste ores? Crystal powder? Gade frowned and thought for a while before he reacted. You're talking about the thing attached to the iron ore. That crystal is very troublesome. It's difficult to remove it, let alone turning it into powder. Besides, this kind of waste ores with crystals can only be found in the main pit of Mountain Shillong. It is now under the control of the bandits. Chinrue didn't give up and asked again, "Where are the previous waste ores?" Gade replied, "The waste ores are piled up in the waste ores room. The waste ores room is in a corner on the upper level of the main pit. Now the output is too little. There were a few people who stole the waste ores and transported them back to the city. Later, they were discovered by the bandits and were killed. Chinrue frowned. He heard Zack mention this before, but he didn't expect the actual situation to be worse. Every piece of waste ores converted in the Dark Moon City's blacksmith shop was stained with the blood of the miners.